We are live at Coletco. So is Jake and Tanner. Jake and Tanner. Mike was technically the first comment. John Rob's comment was already on the screen because it came in on an old feed. I was worried Otis is going to jump up here on the counter and eat my sandwich. I guess he's better trained than that, right?
You have a half-eaten sandwich.
That's true. No, it's unmuted. They can hear me chewing right now. They don't mind. Y'all don't mind me chewing, right? All right. Tonight, we're gonna lay it on the line. I was made for love. You were. All right. Grooving down a crowded avenue. Really? Couldn't get away too soon. Okay. So what's going on here? Did he mark? I'll sort through that in a second. It's probably the metal stuff that's not priced because he has prices for all the pre-orders. Yeah. All right, I'll start pulling stuff out. Otis, if you're looking at me because you notice I'm not chewing anymore, so all the food's been consumed. But I will pet you, okay? I will pet you, Otis. And there you go. Gotta pet the dogs. It said he marked all the pre-orders, okay. Eat this. Facebook Live. All right, and then hey, what are you doing? There's no more food. No more food, doggy. Sorry. Copy link. All right, let's get all these shared. Wow, what a night ahead. Holy moly. This is a big night. This is a big night. There's 19 crates of new vinyl. There's 19 crates of new vinyl. Did y'all see the post? There's 19 crates of new vinyl. Otis's nose is working overtime right now. Buddy, you're sniffing up a storm back here trying to hunt down that Chick-fil-A, aren't you? He's waiting for more Chick-fil-A. He's just staring at me. he's licking his lips, staring at me like, "Where's that Chick-fil-A? Oh, what's the Chick-fil-A sandwich at you? You fed me a little piece of that Chick-fil-A sandwich. Now I want a bunch more." Oh, my bad. He had to have a little piece of chicken too. Look at this little dog. There's 19 crates of new sealed vinyl. Yes. And the show is beginning because I have all the links shared. There's 19 crates of new vinyl. There's 4 crates of pre-owned vintage. And of course, hopefully, we usually have at least a crate from Laura. She should be able to make a Laura crate should be able to make an appearance. So yes, you heard me correctly. That is actual numbers. Tanner, do you know, are you back here? So we sold some unauthenticated Shirley Eaton photos that were supposed to, I want to make sure we didn't misplace them for Sunday. This stuff has got to be authenticated. And I just don't want to make sure we lose that stuff. Yeah, I'll lay them over here. We'll put them in boards and bags. Well, yeah.
I'll board them back.
Or yeah, and I guess go ahead and key them in. Because we can ship them next week as they'll be done by Sunday. All right. So let me update everybody again. There's 19 crates of new vinyl, mostly the Rocktober exclusives. So I sent an email after disappointed with shipping times, and I asked one of my main distributors, is there any way we can get stuff faster? And he said yes. So I hope the rest of these Rocktobers and new releases are still getting here on Mondays and Tuesdays. Well, that being said, we're going to go ahead and get this show started. First auction of the night is Aussie. Just Say Aussie. That was from a Hatchet Ed crate last week. That is a Philippines import. That's why the tape cartridge looks different. And it's a $10 start. And Paul's going to come over here and sing Crazy Train. $10 start on Aussie. He did the Aussie laugh. That was pretty funny. $10 start on Aussie. Here is some stuff left over from last night. There was only one CD left over, Savatage, Power of the Night. Savatage is $9.99. Michael Jackson Thriller cassette is $6.99. And then we had some singles. We had the Bangles. This is $6.99. Bangles in Your Room. That is $6.99. Savatage is sold to Jerry Torres. That is sold for $9.99. And we have a Def Leppard, Def Leppard, Def Leppard, and we have 3 Def Leppards. We have Rocket in really nice condition. We have Def Leppard, Miss You in a Heartbeat, and Make Love Like a Man. And then we have Pour Some Sugar on Me, which is in VG. 3 Def Leppard singles, a $10 start. 3 Def Leppard. We have a Van Halen, Pretty Woman, VG for $6.99. And Bill Nelson, Do You Dream in Color for $6.99. Thank you, John. Thank you, John. So Aussie's a $10 start. These 3 Def Leppards are a $10 start. First couple auctions tonight. What's the agenda for tonight? The agenda for tonight is new vinyl and metal auctions. That's going to be 90% of the show. New vinyl and metal auctions. There will be pre-owned records. They will probably be shown sometime soon because the new vinyl is almost all pre-orders. And it's really going to be mostly me getting them sorted, telling everybody who got one and who still needs one, and then selling the leftovers. So that is that. I got to get my camera angle set back. That looks better. So yeah, that's tonight's show. It's going to be metal auctions, miscellaneous auctions, Japanese auctions, pre-owned, and about 7 hours of new vinyl. And it's all the new Rocktober exclusives, which is, I know some people, listen, it's fine. I'm glad to have these in because some of these over here I've been asked about almost every day for the last 45 days, especially Stone Temple Pilots and some of the other big ones over here, especially Dream Theater and Stone Temple Pilots. I've probably been asked about those. I've been probably asked about those for the last 45 days, almost every day, especially Stone Temple Pilots. Bangles is sold to Javi Soto for $6.99. The Def Leppard singles have a bid for $10, and we have no 45s left except for ones I have ready for lots. We have sold every 45 in those couple boxes except for a couple lots I'm going to do. All right, so let's get started. And John Robb, what a gift. Do I get a Taylor Swift autograph too? Can I have one? No, I'm joking. Very thoughtful. I did see that. Led Zeppelin's $119.99. Maybe you can send me a Jim Morrison autograph, or Janis Joplin. That's on my checklist. Over here, Ozzy, $10 start. Final call on that. And then, let's see, over here, we have these three singles is a $10 start. It's okay. Craig Thomas sends me crab chips. That's a hard gift to beat. I got crab chips up here. I'm about to go get some right now. I'm stopping the show. I'm going to go eat my crab chips. Crab chips. And then I collect the empty bags. I got empty bags of crab chips everywhere. Just absolutely everywhere. Empty bags of crab chips. Speaking of empty bags, I got to throw away all this. I had bad luck a moment ago with Diet Coke. I opened up my Chick-fil-A Diet Coke was like, the mixture was off. There was no like syrup. So it's like carbonated water. Then I got one out of the fridge over here and it was like flat. I finally found one. So I've went through 3 Diet Cokes to get one good one. All right, nice. It's Christmas has started early. Gifts are being sent to customers. Gifts are being sent everywhere. Let's see over here, video. All right. Of course, we got 400 or 500 Mac Davis records over here from last night that sold. We're tagging those right now. Huge Mac Davis bundle. Def Leppard, these 3 singles are sold for $10. Thank you, Brad Waits. All 3 of those sold to him for $10. Nobody bet on Ozzy. It's a $10 buy now. That last sold for $23 in the Hatchet Ed crate. Nobody bought that. And let's pull up this morning's video. First thing I have over here is the following. I have this. And let's get started right here with this and this and this, okay? We have Megadeth, Countdown to Extinction. Megadeth is $39.99. And in case you missed this, great way to start Metal Night, Sympathy of Destruction. This is $39.99. I still got those available. Ozzy is sold to MT Matt for $10. That is sold. We have the Sundays, Reading, Writing, Arithmetic. The Sundays is $33.99. We still have that one available. Also over here, we have this. Going up for auction right now. This is the Best of Rainbow. It's a 2 LP compilation. It's a $35 start. It's called The Best of Rainbow. It's a Japanese press of Obi, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's LP number 1. There's LP number 2. There's the insert. There's the cover and the Obi. And The Best of Rainbow is a $35 start. Still got that newest album by 38 Special. It's called Milestone. 38 Special is $29.99. And then Atreyu Baptize is $33.99 for Atreyu Baptize. Our other auction is going to go up right now, and that other auction is going to be the Runaways, Queens of Noise. The Runaways is also going up for bid. Queens of Noise, Blue Mercury label, vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. This is now up for bid. There's 1 LP. There's the poster insert. It's them standing in front of the Elton John pinball machine. Gatefold jacket with Obi, nice copy. The Runaways and Rainbow are both 35. They both start with R. So, what's that? I have not yet. Is it not over there?
I don't see any.
Okay. I'll go for it and get my computer in just a second. We have Cannibal Corpse, and Cannibal Corpse is $39.99. That's a 35th anniversary Blue Smoke vinyl. The Kinks Journey Part 2. Clifford Umstead wants on a waiting list for Part 3. He's already got Part 1, Part 2. Let's make a note to put Clifford Umstead on a waiting list for Part 3. Clifford, I'll take care of you on that one. The Descendants is sold to Kelly Vladarchek. Thank you, Kelly Vladarchek. That's so to you. We sold the Sundays to Jason Fornerat. Thank you, Jason Fornerat. Sundays is so to you. Ben Dygert gets a Treyu. Thank you, Ben Dygert. We have more copies of the Descendants. That's Milo Goes to College. It's on gray vinyl. The Descendants is $31.99. Deftones White Pony. Deftones is sold to Michael Wilkerson. Thank you, Michael Wilkerson. I still got Tool Opiate. Tool Opiate is $24.99. Tool is $24.99. And then Jeff Buckley Grace. Jeff Buckley is $33.99. I still got a couple of those. The Runaways has bids for $35, $35, $35. No one's bid on Rainbow. That's a final call. And Suffocation, Effigy of the Forgotten. Suffocation's $44.99. Our next auction is going to be, you heard it correctly, Rat. Now, Rat has the Obi, but I think it needs to be put back on the jacket. So sometimes these Obis they come off and then you have to kind of do some magic to get them back on there. But it's included. The vinyl's really nice. The cover has a little bit of wear. For a Japanese cover, I'd have to grade this like VG. It's got quite a bit of corner wear up here and edge wear over here on the side. But it is Rat, and it is really nice on the vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Darren Johnson gets a Tool Opiate. We have 2 left. They're $24.99. Herbie Hancock taken off. Herbie Hancock is $29.99. Also, Winger, that is on green vinyl. Winger is $33.99. The Sword, Gods of the Earth, $29.99 on that. Tokyo Blade was $38. We also have Texas International Pop Festival, which is Led Zeppelin live in Texas, $39.99. Metallica, $19.99. That's so to Brian Call. That was the Don't Tread on Else Matters. Thank you, Brian. And then Metallica Black Album, $34.99. And then Cinderella's $38.99. Nothing else matters except you purchasing that record. So close, no matter how far. Who wanted me to sing The Unforgiven the other day? Craig put the lyrics up. I was like, heck, I'll sing the heck out of that. Nothing else matters. Or is it Unforgiven? So close, no matter. That's Nothing Else Matters, I think. I get sometimes a couple of those mixed up unless I'm like really locked in. Okay, so we have been asked to print this invoice. Yeah. So I actually, at like 5 a.m., I was messaging my sales rep. And I was like, hey, I'm going to have some really disappointed customers, and it's going to throw off my sale. We are expecting like 28 boxes of new vinyl, and it's supposed to be here so we can show it for Thursday night and not Friday night, so that way we could reorder and do waiting list. And, of course, about an hour and a half later, I got tracking, and they shipped everything out. So they's probably like, holy crap, we better get this stuff out. But I think they'd already shipped it out. But these arrival dates, we just never know. But I've worked my best on getting them up here. I think if I would have waited another hour, it would have been shipped anyway, because I know how it is with shipping. I never ask anybody, hey, when something's shipping, because I know they're going to get to it because we deal with it every day. But this stuff, I was like, man, we got to have this stuff. So that's why we have 19 crates of new vinyl. That's why we have 19 crates of new vinyl. I think it was on its way. They just hadn't sent me tracking. That's why it's here. But I was like, man, it's going to be hard for them to get 24 boxes here next day. That's a big task to ship 24 large boxes next day, next day freight or whatever. But it got here. And all these distributors do a great job. You got to think they're trying to get out thousands of records every day, in bulk quantities. So we're glad to have all this stuff. So huge night for that. I don't have any more of the Sundays, but if you want to go on a waiting list, let me know. Unbelievable. So the Runaways is at $44. Rat does not have a bid, and Rainbow is a $35 buy now. Rainbow's a $35 buy now. Craig, there's only 18 crates in the photo. Well, the photo is wrong. There's 19 crates. The photo is wrong. There's 19 crates. The best of Rainbows, the 35. What you're looking at is not a real photograph. That's AI anyways. $35 buy it now. on Rainbow. This is a no bid. And Ryan Eaton wants on the wait list for Sundays, reading, writing, arithmetic. We can get you hooked up for that. I think the price sheet just printed. If Tanner, Laura, or Paul can bring that to me. This is the Runaways, Queens of the Noise. It's a Japanese pressing. Beautiful, fantastic. And the high bid's $44. Rat's about to be a buy now. Rainbow's a no bid, the best of Rainbow. Wow. And then over here we got Megadeth for $39.99, Countdown to Extinction. We have 38 Special Milestones for $29. Everything in here is new and sealed. Cannibal Corpse is $39.99. The Kinks is $39. The Descendants is $31. We have Tool Opiate for $24. Jeff Buckley $33. Suffocation $44. Herbie Hancock $29, Winger $33, The Sword $29, Tokyo Blade $38, Led Zeppelin, Cinderella, and Metallica. Yes, Metallica, Cinderella is a music on vinyl press. All their stuff is 180 gram. Yes, 180 gram. Everything in here is new and sealed. Thank you for this document, Paul. Thank you for this document. All right. Now, I'm going to figure out what Ed hadn't already priced. I'm assuming he's already priced the pre-orders. It would take me a half hour to fill all this out. So I'm going to try to do that here and there and everywhere. They're still bidding on the Runaways, and Rat's also a no bid. Wow. First two auctions, technically, that have closed are no bids, and it's Japanese Rainbow and Japanese Rat, and they're both $35 buy it nows. $35 buy it nows. So a couple early grabs, just like the Aussie and the Def Leppard 45s. Those also didn't get any bids. First couple auctions, this is why I don't usually, there'll be some people hop on and be like, Chad, can you go ahead and run that signed or sealed Tool Anima? And I'm like, not at 6:30 because there's only about 140 people watching right now. And most people that are going to bid on that are going to be about 2 hours from now. So early deals being handed out. People's grabbing them up too. Boom and boom, they're gone. So first thing we have is this. We have the Runaways at 52. Ryan Eaton ends on Blind. I think those are coming up in just a second. That's in my next crate. Brad Waits gets Rat for $35. Robin Glenn wants Metallica. Nothing Else Matters. Rick Hall second on Rat. Cameron Koenig on Cinderella. And then Steve McGee got Rainbow. And the Runaways is still getting bid 60 and now 63, Paul. And then over here, we're going to go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be this right here. Without further ado, we have a Rolling Stones compilation. And when Craig shares the track listing, everybody's going to be like, holy crap, that's a good compilation. The Rolling Stones is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint, minus, and pristine. There's the gatefold jacket. There's the booklet that's attached in this inside of it. That's a $35 start for the Rolling Stones. Any new Coletco stickers, they are handing them out in orders. There's big boxes back there in the back. We have Winger, Cameron Koenig at $33.99. So they always randomize sticker selection. I think they have some kind of system how they randomize stickers. And of course, if anybody wants to just go ahead and buy one, I obviously love to sell stickers. And so I can probably go back there, and Tanner probably knows where they are if somebody wants to buy one tonight. Right, Tanner? We have Metal Night stickers, and we have Coletco stickers. Last time I checked, there's big, huge boxes of them back there. Big, huge box. Is this my fries I didn't throw away? Thought I threw everything away. Didn't mean to leave that out like that. Otis up here sniffing around, sniffing around, sniffing around. I think it's at least 1 week they try to put a sticker in everybody's crate or box, but here's what happens, Paul. Paul has blocked my path here. There'll be 1 week somebody doesn't buy that's been buying from us for, 3 years, and then they'll be like, Chad, I've been buying from you since you were 12 years old, and I hadn't got a sticker yet, and they think I hate them. I'm like, no, I don't hate you. It's just that you got a bad end of the randomization, okay? So here we go. We have the Runaways is at 67. Thomas Fish, you're out. He says he's done. And the Rolling Stones at 35. There we go. All right, let's knock out this. I'm still looking for the Beatles, Coverdale Page. Coverdale Page. I'm still looking for Sundays, Typo Negative, and Pantera and the Distillers. Here we go. Rocky Horror Picture Show, 50th anniversary, gold foil cover, red and gold vinyl. Rocky Horror Picture Show is $34.99. Buckingham Nicks, Paul, is only $29.99. This is on blue vinyl. It's remastered. That's been out of print for a long time. And we have the Von Bondies, Pawn Shop Heart. Von Bondies is $36.99. We have the Nice. That is a 60th anniversary of their third self-titled album, Keith Emerson, $34.99. And then Pantera. Pantera is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Thank you, Cameron Lingefeld. That's sold to you. The Runaways is officially sold, and that is sold to Tony Swanson for $67. Thank you, Tony Swanson. That's sold to you for $67. That is gone. And then over here, the Rolling Stones. Tony Murphy said, everybody who paid for an order this week should receive 2 stickers. There we go. And, of course, I'll bring some back here because some people's like, well, I want 2, and then I'll buy 3 more, Chad. And I'm like, hot diggity dog, let's sell them. And then over here we have the Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones, right, Paul? The Rolling Stones, $35. $35, Darren Johnson. Sold. It's gone. See you later, Rolling Stones. How does it feel, Jamie, on Red Hot Chili Peppers? No, what is our Rocky Horror Picture Show? That is sold to Jamie Wheels. Thank you. Also, we have Chris Isaac, a Record Store Day Essential on blue vinyl, $38.99. And now it's time for our next auction. And our next auction is the following. Da-dum. I don't really know what's in this crate. I'm looking through it for the first time. All right, let's see what's up with this Led Zeppelin. This is Physical Graffiti, a PRC 1975 Richmond OG press. It is VG Plus EX, an OG Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. It has the inner sleeves, a $45 start. That is now up for bid. Next thing we have is the following. Deep Purple, last concert in Japan, is a $35 start. Deep Purple has the Obi. This is near mint minus and pristine. There's this, there's that, there's this, and here's this. Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees. Rhino Reserve, $36.99. We have Porno for Pyros. We're down to 2 copies, $36.99. Make that 3 copies. There's one back there. Morphine Good is on green vinyl, $29. The Distillers is sold to Scott Smith. Thank you. That's called Coral Fang. It's a Rhino Rocktober exclusive, $29.99. Death Angel Relentless Retribution, double LP orange vinyl, $39. Typo Negative is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Typo Negative is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. We have 4 left. This is new for Rocktober. It's called Typo Negative, the least worst of. It's a Typo Negative greatest hits. First time that's been available here in North America, $39.99. Coverdale Page, we got 1 copy sold to John Smetzer, and we have another copy of Coverdale Page Live sold to John Snyder. I can get more Coverdale Pages. Poof, here they are. Coverdale Page, this is essentially live. $34.99 for that. We have the Beatles Yellow Submarine song track. Put Jeff McIntosh on a waiting list. That one sold to Chad Snyder. Over here we have the Sunday's Blind. One is sold to Jerry Stone. Thank you, Jerry Stone. That's sold to you. And then I'm assuming Ryan Eaton, you wanted the other one, right? Ryan Eaton wanted the other one. That was, where was he? Ryan Eaton. You want the other Sunday's Blind, right? That is sold to Ryan Eaton. And now there's one left. $39.99. And we got everybody taken care of. All right, time to get started with some of the newest new stuff. Nobody's been on Led Zeppelin, final call for 45. No one's been on Deep Purple, final call for 35. And our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. And that next Japanese pressing is going to be this right here, Paul. It is going to be Marshall Tucker Band. Here's one we don't get too often. David Johnson might bid on this one. This is a $35 start. $35 start, and it's a white label promo. Marshall Tucker Band, white label promo of Long Hard Ride. It does have the insert, and that's a $35 start. Zeppelin does have a bid. We're about to sell it. Here's what's left in here. The Sunday's Blind, $39.99. Does that have the cover of Wild Horses on it? Yeah, that has their cover. She does an amazing cover of Wild Horses, and that should be on colored vinyl too. Coverdale Page is $34.99. We have Typo Negative for $39, the least worst of. Death Angel, $39. The Distillers Coral Fang, $29. Morphine Good green vinyl, $29. Porno for Pyros, $36. Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees, $36. Chris Isaac, $38. The Nice was $34. Von Bondi's $36. Buckingham Nicks, $29. Rocky Horror Picture Show, $34. Marshall Tucker has bids for $35.40. And let's swap out crates. Paul, we are swapping out crates, okay? Wow, look at all these Funkos.
Wow.
These are some incredible. This light does not have a cord. Oh, man, Black Sabbath lights are in. Holy moly. Oh, my gosh. Here we go. Y'all talking to me?
I was like, where did these come from? And I was like, oh, yeah, I bought them.
Oh, you talking about these
Yeah, I
Funkos?
forgot that I bought these.
Show off. Paul's over here trying to say he's bought so much stuff he can't even remember. What is CP for Tim Fagari? Must be something in the last crate. Coverdale Page. Chipping away. That's new for this Friday. It's a new live unofficial, all right? Rocktober has begun. Here we go. Rocktober has begun. Let me say that again. Rocktober has already begun. First, though, Deep Purple. Buy it now for $35. Last concert in Japan. Deep Purple, $35. Deep Purple, $35. Deep Purple, $35. Deep Purple, $35. This is a buy it now for $35. Marshall Tucker Band's at $45. White label promo of that. Let me clear off my stuff over here. This didn't sell. This didn't sell. This didn't sell. Let me set all this over here on the this didn't sell pile. There's that. Deep Purple didn't sell. That's our only no bid so far tonight. Led Zeppelin sold for $45, and that's sold to Jamie Wheels. Done. Jim Sedal gets Deep Purple for $35. David Johnson has Marshall Tucker for $45. And we have our next Japanese pressing, which is Don Henley building the perfect beast. Don Henley's a $35 start. That's now up for bid right now. Y'all got any cool metal stuff over there we can sell? Cassettes, CDs, posters, autographs, Funkos, comic books, records, toys, knives, guns. Don Henley's a $35 start. Next is Marshall Tucker's at $46. And here's the first Rocktober Ministry. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Deftones for this morning was pulled. Yes, you got that one. Ministry. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. This is Ministry. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Expanded. This is a new expanded edition. When does this come out, Chad? It comes out tomorrow for Rocktober. Ministry is $39.99. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. It is $39.99. It's a new 2LP expanded edition. And we have one for Ken Cohen. We have one for T-Bass. We have one for Kelly Cook, one for Joe Barrios, and one for Steve Howe. That was the pre-order for this. This is $39.99. David Johnson's out of Marshall Tucker. This is sold to Rick Hall for $45. Don Henley building the perfect beast is a Japanese press. It is in shrink. It's near McMinus. It has the insert. Anybody else need a Ministry? Surely we can sell about 20 more copies of that. Ministry, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. And let's put this right over here, Marshall Tucker. Let's move down Don Henley. And let's see what's over here in the little crate of new auctions that Laura has for us tonight, eh? There's Ministry. I'm going to be pulling up the next pre-order. And what do we have here? What do we have here? We got Axe Nemesis. Axe is going to go up for auction right now. It's an 83 German OG press with the original on her sleeve. EX, a $15 star for Axe. Jay Barnes wants a Ministry. Ministry sold to Jay Barnes, and I have several of these left over. Let me make sure I didn't accidentally post 2 pre-orders. September 3rd. I guess this is it. I ordered several of those. I think this is because we always need that album, and this is a new expanded edition. And I've sold a bunch of them. All right, so here's Warren Zevon, Learning to Flinch. Let's look at Lauren Zevon here. This is another new Rocktober. This comes out tomorrow. Warren Zevon, Learning to Flinch. Learning French. Warren Zevon, Learning to Flinch. And this is $38.99. And we have one for Kelly Cook. We got one for Richard Yeager, one for Joe Barrios, one for Clifford Umstead, and one for Phil Ott. This is called Warren Zevon, Learning to Flinch. Rocktober features stripped down live versions of the 2025 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee hits, which is like Werewolves of London, Lawyers, Guns and Money, Excitable Boy, etc., etc. I had a sense Paul was leaving. He was. All right, Don Henley and then Axe. And let's go ahead and put up another record right quick. The next one we have is Madonna, True Blue. Madonna's a Japanese pressing. This is a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine with Obi, insert, and solicitation card. Madonna is going to go up for a $35 start. Okay, there's Madonna, $35 start. Now, give me 1 second over here. Let me do this. All right. Sorry, I had to post this right quick. All right. Boom. Man, I don't like how they've done this. They got this new thing turned on, and they essentially want you to title every post and then have a caption. And I'm like, how dumb is that? So, Facebook's always trying to change things up. Okay, give me 1 second. All right, I think I got that figured out, and I got my Diet Coke drink. I feel a lot better now. Don Henley's a buy it now for $35, Building the Perfect Beast. Great solo album there from the former Eagle. $35 buy it now on that. Here we go. Madonna does have a bid with Thomas Fish for $35. We're about to sell that to him. And Axe has a bid for $15. We're about to sell that to him. So the first two Rocktobers still in stock is Ministry. The Mind's a Terrible Thing to Taste, $39.99. Warren Zevon, Learning to Flinch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still got those, $38.99. All that is still available. I'm going to put it right over here. We sold one Ministry Live. Done. Let me set this over here. I bet Ed's pricing gun today was on fire, him trying to tag all this. I bet it was absolutely on fire. He had a lot of stuff to tag. All right, there's that. Axe 15, 16, 18. And let's pull this up here. What have I done with my cellular device? I got my cellular device right here because here's our next pre-order. A lot of Dream Theaters. A lot of Dream Theaters. And the first one here is called Train of Thought. Dream Theater Train of Thought is a 2LP clear vinyl. $39.99. Comes out tomorrow. Comes out tomorrow. Dream Theater, $39.99, 2LP clear vinyl. This has been out of print for quite some time. Here is the pre-order. Here is the pre-order. Hiram Aponte, Jeremy Todd, and Daniel Strom. Hiram Aponte, Jeremy Todd, Daniel Strom. We have Scott Dwallow, Blaine Zapnick, and Paul Jackson. Scott Dwallow, Blaine Zapnick, and Paul Jackson. Brad Waits, Colette, Gerald Whitworth, and Ken Cohen. So Brad Waits, Gerald Whitworth, Ken Cohen. There's 3 more sold. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Kathy DeMoss, Ed Riviera, and Jay Condi. There's 3 more sold. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Alan Montgomery and Chuck Taylor. Alan Montgomery and Chuck Taylor. I have 2, 4, 6, 8 Dream Theaters left. Train of Thought is a 2LP clear vinyl. They're available. And Melanie Jennings wants Don Henley. That is sold to her for $35. And my first crate of sold vinyl is done. It is finished. And that's going to be one of many tonight. Could be a record-setting night. We just got to get some live. I have extra Rocktobers for a reason, so y'all will buy them live right here watching the sale. I'm going to have to get some people bought in, buying some new Rocktobers. Most of this stuff's out of print. I don't think you'll realize a lot of these Rocktober exclusives, like the one we just had. Warren Zevon's been out of print forever. This has been out of print. I think the last time we had a pre-owned copy of this come through, we sold it for like $190 at auction. It's not cheap whatsoever. And the pre-order for this was Hiram, Jeremy Todd, Daniel Strom, Scott Dwallow, Blaine Zapnick, Paul Jackson, Brad Waits, Gerald Whitworth, Ken Cohen, Kathy DeMoss, Ed Riviera, Jay Condi, Alan Montgomery, Chuck Taylor. David Dole wants one. MT Matt wants one. Madonna is sold to Thomas Fish for $35. Thank you, Thomas. Let me get that in a brand spanking new sleeve for you. Thank you on that. And I have that many Dream Theaters left. That was a whole nother crate. Some of these crates at that 18, 19 crate count, whichever it is, 18, 19 crate count. Some of these is one crate full of one title. That's how big some of the pre-orders are. So there's 2, 4, there's 6 Dream Theaters left if anybody wants one. I'm going to go ahead and condense it over here with that other crate of new stuff, which was Warren Zevon and Ministry. And I'm going to go ahead and knock out this next one here. And then here in a minute, I'm going to have to pause to price some of this other stuff for Tanner, because there's probably a bunch of these over here that do not have prices yet, which is stuff I ordered for Metal Night. Not just all pre-orders, a lot of stuff I ordered, of course, for Metal Night. Okay, let me do this. Let's do this. Axe is still getting bids. It's now at 30 with James Davidson. And a lot of people's been asking for this one. Tusk on blue vinyl. Fleetwood Mac Tusk on blue vinyl. Fleetwood Mac Tusk. And this is on blue vinyl. Let's search that in the group. Next Japanese auction I have going up right now is Rainbow. Been out of shape. Rainbow is going to go up for a $35 start. This is a $35 start. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert. There's the cover and obi. Fleetwood Mac Tusk, and this is on blue vinyl. It's a double LP. $38.99 for Tusk, and that is on blue vinyl. Tusk is on blue vinyl. We got George Jones and Autumn Betts. There's 2 sold. Clifford Umstead and Sherry Darnell, 2 more sold. Kevin Voitosh and Kathy Hodges, 2 more sold. Jerry Stone and Paul Brothers, 2 more sold. Brian Studdard and Blaine Zapnick, 2 more sold. Jeremy Merck and Kathy Webb, 2 more sold. That leaves 3 copies of Fleetwood Mac Tusk if anybody wants one. And Axe Nemesis, I got to make sure that Brad Waits, you're done. Let me know if you want back in. And Rainbow's a $35 start. Outer sleeves, it's a pack of 100, $29.99. Pack of 100, $29.99. Pack of 100, $29.99. Mr. Bungle, Disco Volante. Mr. Bungle, Disco Volante. Mr. Bungle, let's look this up right quick. Disco Volante, the first standalone North American vinyl reissue since 2009. It's a 2 LP light translucent vinyl. Mr. Bungle Disco Volante. We have one for Autumn Betts, one for Ivan R, one for 42 Foxes. Autumn Betts, Ivan R, 42 Foxes. Sold, sold, and sold. Ken Cohen, Philip Hope, and John Oliver. That is 3 more sold. Ken Cohen, Phil Hope, and John Oliver. Sold, sold, and sold. Thomas Baumhart wants a Dream Theater from the previous crate. That leaves me now with 2, 4, 5, 6 copies of Dream Theater left. It's a clear vinyl, their 2003 double album. That's sold to Thomas Baumhart. That leaves me with 3 Fleetwood Mac Tusk on blue vinyl, double LP Rocktober, $38.99, and Mr. Bungle at 2 LP light blue vinyl, $38.99. That's what's left out of there, Fleetwood Mac and Mr. Bungle. That's what's left out of there. So now 3 crates have been condensed into 1 of leftovers. Moving right along. Rainbow Zenobia, $35 buy it now on Rainbow. Been out of shape. You can pick that up right now. Axe, I lost Brad Waits, unfortunately. That one is sold to James Davidson for $30. Let's get some new auctions going. Next new auction is going to be Killer, and this is called Stronger Than Ever. Killer is an 84 German OG VG Plus with the original inner sleeve. $15 start on that one. And then our next auction is a Japanese pressing, and that is going to be a Japanese pressing of 38 Special. 38 Special is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, super clean, super nice. Does have the booklet with it, does have the cover and obi with it. Tom Kelly gets Rainbow here for a $35 buy it now. That is sold to Tom Kelly, $35.35. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook? I don't think you have, honestly. I don't think you have hit the like button on Facebook, have you? Let me see here. Nope, I just checked and you have not. So go do that right now. I need you hitting the like button on Facebook and YouTube. Let me go check again. You still have not hit the like button on Facebook. That will go a strike against your account, and I will get very angry and start breaking stuff. So please just hit the like button. That's all you got to do. Next thing over here, did Stooges Funhouse Alternative Version come out for October? Seen in the file in the past couple months. That is, I don't know if that's in or not, honestly. Charles McDonald on Dream Theater. I know it's one of the Rocktobers. I don't know if it's over here in one of these crates or not. I don't think it is, though. And then Dream Theater is sold to Charles McDonald. Now I'm down to about 4 copies of Dream Theater if anybody else wants one. There's that. 38 Special, final call to get a bid in for $35. Killer was put up for bid, and now we have another crate of new vinyl. If I catch my breath, you're going to have me exhausted. This is one of these shows by 11 o'clock, I'm going to be pooped. 11 o'clock, I'm going to be pooped. I'm going to be like, golly. I've read off about 3,000 claims. All right, here we go. Whole nother crate. Let's get it started. Boom, boom, boom. Killer. Killer is a final call, and that's a $15 start. No one's bid on 38 Special. We're about to make that a buy it now. And then let's jump over here with this. And let's open this up, and let's open up Stone Temple Pilots. Okay? Stone Temple Pilots. Stone Temple Pilots, self-titled, red vinyl, $29.99 for STP. This is $29.99 for Stone Temple Pilots, STP red vinyl. You ready? $29.99. We got Philip Holt and Sherry Darnell. Philip, this has been out of print for a long time. Philip Holt, Sherry Darnell, Jamie Butler and John Miller, Jamie Butler, John Miller. We have Clay Moore and Blaine Zapnick, Clay Moore and Blaine Zapnick, Stephen Parton and Richard Davis, Stephen Parton and Richard Davis. We also have Glenn Kesey and Clifford Umstead, Glenn Kesey and Clifford Umstead. Scott Smith and Autumn Betts, Scott Smith and Autumn Betts. Thank you, thank you. Also, Aaron Haas and Brian Bauer, Aaron Haas and Brian Bauer, sold and sold. Tom Harris and Adam Bullock, Tom Harris and Adam Bullock, sold and sold. Paul Conway and Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr., sold and sold. Rob Fordham and Jerry Stone, Rob Fordham and Jerry Stone, sold and sold. William Simmons, Scott Beebe, William Simmons and Scott Beebe, sold and sold. Jimmy Ball and Aaron Andrus, sold and sold. Jimmy Ball and Aaron Andrus, sold and sold. Josh Brown and Ron Duffield, Josh Brown and Ron Duffield, sold and sold. John LeBady and Dwayne Sevilla, John LeBady and Dwayne Sevilla. My crate is full. Let me swap out right quick. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, this would be a perfect, excellent opportunity for you to go ahead and say, Chad, I'll take an STP. If there's some left, you'll be first on the list on the chat. If there's none left, you'll be first on the wait list when I put in a big reorder for everything we sell out of tonight. First thing we have is Levi Hilton with 1. Janet Gray got 2. Put down Janet Gray for 2. Greg Preston, Robert Johnson, sold and sold. Brian Bauer said, did these ever come in? They have now. And then Darren Johnson wants 1. And we make sure Darren Johnson didn't already get 1 because he said 1 if I hadn't already claimed 1. He got 1. And now we have extra STPs. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is this. Killer has a bid for 15. Now it has a bid for 16. Austin Latham gets an STP sold. Thomas Fish gets an STP sold. Michael Wilkerson gets an STP sold. And this is Stone Temple Pilots, their self-titled album. It's on red vinyl, and this has been out of print for a long time. I don't think since I've been dealing in new vinyl, I could order a copy of this. $29.99. That's STP. That's on red vinyl. I'm going to leave those back there because I think now that people know we have them in stock, I think we're about to sell many more of them. And James Davidson wants a Dream Theater. Those Dream Theaters are being chipped away at. Dream Theater's also been out of print for a long time. We have Dream Theater 1, 2, 3, and now there's only 3 left, Dream Theaters. And this is Train of Thought, 3 left. $39.99. Jason Thomas on STP, $29.99. Nobody bid on 38 Special. 38 Special is a buy it now for $35. 38 Special is a buy it now for $35. Beautiful Japanese pressing of Special Forces. That is a buy it now. Killer is still getting bids. It's at 19 with Mike Straws. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. The big advertised stuff will start here momentarily, but in the moment, I have a couple more things like Damien to put up. Damien is called Every Dog Has Its Day, and that's an 87 USOG. Tony Montana said the same thing. Every dog has its day. And as soon as I'm saying dog, here comes Otis. I'm not joking. He's literally, I said dog, and here he comes. He's walking right next to me right now. Damien's a $15 start. Ed Riviere on 38 Special. That is sold. Anybody else need an STP? There it is. We've already went through 4 crates of Rocktober. I think this is already on the 5th. We're flying through them like something. Otis, you're about to get trampled. Yeah, what are you doing, Chad? Walking back and forth with these silly crates of records. Why don't we just go home and play catch all night? Okay, Damien 15, Damien 15, Killer's at 20. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is going to be this right here. We're going to put up a Japanese pressing of Naked Eyes. That new reissue just came out. How about an original Japanese pressing of Obi? And this is a $35 start. This is Naked Eyes. This is Naked Eyes. It's a 2 LP. I think it's under a Japanese title, Burning Bridges. But here in the U.S., it was self-titled. There's always something there to remind me. Naked Eyes is a $35 start. Okay, and we have this right here, the other Ministry. Ministry Psalm 69. M-I-N-S-T-R-Y. And you know what? What's weird, I was about to order more copies of Ministry, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute. The Rocktobers are coming out this week, because all the other ones were out of stock. Ministry, $39.99. This is a new expanded edition. A new expanded edition of Psalm 69. We got one for Mike Helton and one for Ken Cohen. One for Mike Helton, one for Ken Cohen, one for Joe Barrios, so one for Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr., one for Cynthia Hergeron, and one for Steve Howell, and then one for Jeremy Barnes. There are 2 extra ministries left. One sold to Mark Steele. There's only 1 extra ministry left. Okay, next record is Mr. Bungle, and this one is Mr. Bungle self-titled. It's a 2LP orange vinyl. Mr. Bungle is a 2LP orange vinyl. Let's do this right here. This is MRBUNGLE. We've already done one, and here's another one. So the first thing we have is this. Killer out, and that means this is sold for $20 to Jeff Brindley. Sold. Damien's at 18, which means everybody's out except Tony Bradford. And Naked Eyes is a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on Naked Eye, or $35 starting bid. Sorry, that's still actually available. Mr. Bungle right here, there's 12 pre-orders or 12 comments. Let's go ahead and knock these out. Mr. Bungle is on orange vinyl. It's self-titled, $36.99. The first pre-order was Philip Holt. Thank you, Philip Holt. That's so to you. Cameron Porter and Autumn Betts. Cameron Porter, Autumn Betts. David does have a bid on Naked Eyes. We're about to sell it to him. We have one for Scott Dwallow and one for Beast Smoker Barbecue, a.k.a. Chris Gornsey, Tony Jackson, and Joshua Hepburn. And we have two for Devin Reese. So 1-2 for Devin Reese, 2 for Devin Reese. Also, we have one for Kristen Durham and one for 42 Foxes. Those are sold and sold. Also, Ivan R. and John Oliver. Ivan R. and John Oliver, those are sold and sold. And now we got 2, 4, 6 copies left of Mr. Bungle. 2, 4, 6, 7 copies left. Mr. Bungle, orange vinyl. Naked Eyes is sold to David Johnson for $35. One bid. Thank you on that. Let's put this in a brand spanking new sleeve. And this is a $35 buy it now. Naked Eyes. Okay? All right. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Yeah, I ordered 2 of those, Chad. They were labeled as an import. Unfortunately, because of that, they were really pricey. I noticed it. They didn't have a stock photo or anything. I ordered a couple. I don't think they're in, but I hadn't priced everything tonight. If so, they'll be here today or tomorrow if they show up. Damien has bids for $21.22, and that's what's left of the Mr. Bungles right there. Mr. Bungle, self-titled. That's crazy. Normally, these are not available, and if we would have had a pre-owned copy, it would sell for $120 at auction. You can buy one right now for $36.99. Same thing with these ministries. OG copies doesn't come through too often. A lot of this stuff's been OOP, and right now you can buy it at any time, any place. I think I can go ahead and fit all this into one crate. That means those first 6 crates of Rocktobers are now into one. C-Note wants that last copy of Ministry. Let's do that. Let's see what other comments I've missed. So that we're sold out of our first Rocktober. We're sold out of the first Rocktober of the night, which is Ministry, the new Psalm 69 expanded. Let's make a note, order more of these. Anything I sell out of tonight, you can go on a waiting list, and then I'm obviously going to order 2 or 3 extra copies. I will order 2 or 3 extra copies of anything we sell out of tonight. So C-Note gets the last one. Damien's at 28, Chad. And did I say Chad or John earlier? I think I said Chad because he said Chad. John Mincemoyer. Yeah, so John, that's the story on that one. Hopefully they're in, or hopefully they are going to come in. Next auction is, yes, 90125. Now, we've been selling the Rhino Hi-Fi. How about an original Japanese pressing? That's pristine. Yes, it's a $35 start. Let's go grab the next crate. Otis is over here pawing at his food bowl. He's pawing it. He's knocked it over, Tanner. He said, screw you, Tanner. I want some more food. Screw you, Tanner. Screw you, Tanner. I want some more food. Give me some more food, dang it. Screw you, Tanner. My name's Otis and I'm hungry. Yes has a bid for 35. Damien has a bid for 32. And we have another Mr. Bungle. Let's go ahead and do another one. Mr. Bungle, how about California? Mr. Bungle, California is a 2LP red vinyl, and this is $38.99 for Mr. Bungle, California. 2LP red vinyl. Jay Barnes put I or L, and this is $38.99. We have one for Scott Dwallow. Thank you, Scott Dwallow. So do you. We have one for Autumn Betts. Thank you, Autumn Betts. That's so do you. And then we have Philip Holt. There's one for Philip Holt. That's sold. Also, we have one for 42 Foxes and Ken Cohen. 42 Foxes and Ken Cohen, sold and sold. How about Ivan R. and Tim Voldness? Timothy Voldness. Ivan R. and Timothy Voldness. And that officially fills up this crate. So let me go ahead and swap out again. All right. 3 sold crates tonight. Moving through these quickly. Awesome. That's what I like. We're going to do quickly tonight. Everything's going to be quickly. Quick auctions, quick claims, and then quick everything. First thing is Damien. Last bid was Tony Bradford, $32. Yes, had a bid for $35. Jay Barnes, you put an I or an L. Is that a claim? Can you put Otis up for bid? No. Nobody could pay for that's impossible. Yes, 36, and then the rest of the Mr. Bungles are so to John Oliver and Fred Cardinell. All right, so a Mr. Bungle was supposed to go to Scott Dwallow, Autumn Betts, Philip Hope, 42 Foxes, King Cohen, Ivan R., Tim Voldness, John Oliver, and Fred Cardinell. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 copies left of Mr. Bungle, California. $38.99. Mr. Bungles on red vinyl. Those are in, and folks, there they are. Done, finished. There's Otis. He came back here. He's about to go full Cartman mode again on Tanner. Let me put these Mr. Bungles together so when I recap this stuff later in 9 hours, we'll have all this stuff together. Okay, let's do the Duran Duran waiting list and the rest of the pre-order. Duran waiting list and the rest of the pre-order. This dog is something else. You know how dogs are just, dogs are dogs. Otis has his own personality. All right, here are the rest of the Duran Duran. This is on white vinyl. It's Duran Duran's greatest hits. So we didn't have enough for the pre-order. Luckily, I got some more ordered because there was a lot of late pre-orders. I had no idea this was going to sell this well. Duran Duran's greatest hits on white vinyl. Here's everybody that still needed one. Mark White was the next person on the pre-order from 7 weeks ago. Mark White, and then we have one for Steve McGee and Melanie Jennings. Steve McGee and Melanie Jennings. How about Mike Quadrini and Courtney Duncan? Mike Quadrini and Courtney Duncan, 2 more sold. Stephen A. Young and Lily McCurry, 2 more sold. And then Scott Beebe and Larry Williams and Jamie Wheels. There's 3 more sold. All right, and that was Scott Beebe, Larry Williams, and Jamie Wheels. Scott Beebe, Larry Williams, and Jamie Wheels. Now, the other night, there was also a pre-order, or also a waiting list, and that's right over here. Right here. And here's everybody else that needs to get one, okay? Duran Duran's greatest hits white vinyl. We have Chad Snyder, Sarah Weiberdink, Matt Webb, Paul Brothers, Joe DeGaldo, and James Hicks. Now there's 4 extra copies if anybody wants one. That is Chad Snyder, Sarah Weiberdink, Matt Webb, Paul Brothers, Joe DeGaldo, and James Hicks. There's all those sold. Now there's 4 extra copies of Duran Duran's greatest hits on white vinyl if anybody needs that. Yes is officially sold to David Johnson for $37. Thank you, David. You get yes for $37. Move yourself. You always live your life. Never thinking of Otis. Shake. Damien. James Davidson out. It's up to nobody. Sold. Tony Bradford, $37. Duran Duran is brand new, never before on vinyl. This is OG, $39.99. A chance to buy an OG Duran Duran record, $39.99. This is on white vinyl. 1 sold to Jackie Reynolds. We have 3 left. Also, we have this right here. We're going to put up Aerosmith. This is called Draw the Line. Sick as a dog. $35 star for Aerosmith. $35 start. The vinyl's really nice. It has the Japanese inner sleeve. It has the Japanese insert. There's the cover and obi. $35 start on Aerosmith. Next auction is Tigers of Pantane, Crazy Nights. Wow, well, that's a cool cover. Tigers of Pantane, Crazy Nights, and 82 Mexico OG. No condition notes. $15 start on that. Chris Kirkley on Duran Duran. There's 2 Duran Durans left if anybody wants one. Next, new Rocktober, Minstrel in the Gallery, Jethro Tull. Minstrel in the Gallery. This is new. Comes out tomorrow for Rocktober. It's a new Steven Wilson remix. The Minstrel in the Gallery album remixed to stereo by Steven Wilson. A 50th anniversary limited edition marble vinyl features the Steven Wilson remix. It's on this color marble vinyl. Very cool. Jethro Tull. For the Jethro Tull fans, we have this for $29.99, and here's the pre-order. Melanie Jennings, Scott Beebe, Scott Smith. Melanie Jennings, Scott Beebe, Scott Smith. Also, Blaine Zatmick, Mike Bartlett, and David Baberly. I have 2 extra copies of Jethro Tull. Also, David White gets a white vinyl Duran Duran. There's 1 left for $39.99. 1 left for $39.99. So we got Jethro Tull for $29.99. Minstrel in the Gallery, 50th anniversary marble vinyl, and 1 Duran Duran left. And don't forget, if you missed it just a second ago, we have the new Rocktober October. Stone Temple Pilots, that's been out of print for a while. It's on red vinyl. Stone Temple Pilots is $29.99, Tanner, and we got a couple left. I'm going to go ahead and leave this Duran Duran next to me because I have a strong feeling that we're about to sell this last copy and we're going to have a waiting list. We're about to. Tigers of Pantangs at 22. Errol Smith is a $35 start. Cameron's in on that. Let's knock out another crate. Another crate's being knocked out, Tanner. Otis is looking like... Otis... Let's interview Otis right quick. We're live here at Coletco with Golden Doodle Otis Hackett. And Otis, what have you been doing today? Well, I don't really want to interview right now because I'm pissed off at Tanner because he won't feed me any more freaking food. Okay, well, we'll let you go back to your daily routine. David Bowie and Bing Crosby, Pa-Rumpa Bum Bum. Wow, this is cool. This is just in time for Halloween. David Bowie and Bing Crosby. This is Peace on Earth and Little Drummer Boy. How did this happen? I searched David Bowie in the group and it pulls up a picture of a public sub that Bob Riger posted. This is what happens when you search David Bowie in Whole Lot of Records. It pulls up a stock photo of a public sub. What the heck? All right, so maybe I misspelt it. Instead of David Bowie, I accidentally put in public sub. Whew. Okay, so this is $25. What a weird price. $25.99. Now, there's more on the way. Okay, because I know they just shipped more because I think we're going to run out right now. First thing we have is Dwayne Sevilla and Kelly McCauley. Dwayne Sevilla and Kelly McCauley, Jerry Stone and Eric Fisher. Those are sold and sold. And so this is David Bowie, Bing Crosby. It's a picture disc of Peace on Earth, Little Drummer Boy, and White World of Winter. And this is $25.99. We have Kelly Volodarchek and Cynthia Herdren. There's 2 more sold. Also, Carla Brecky and Ava Ewing. There's 2 more sold. And then we have Mike Owen and Melanie Jennings. And let me pause right there to update these auctions. Last 2 was Mike Owens and Melanie Jennings. Over here, Errol Smith is sold to Cameron for $35. That is sold to Cameron Koning. And let me update those last couple claims because we sold some STPs. We sold some DDs. And we're about to sell some brownies. Chick-fil-A brownies. Tanner, you've been missing my Otis impressing. Otis is mad at you. See him flip over his food bowl? Yeah, he is. He's madder than a devil and a... Okay, so that's sold. And then let's go back up to the top. And so we had a question on Duran Duran. Chris Meisner gets the last Duran Duran, okay? Chris Meisner got the last Duran Duran. He also got a copy of Stone Temple Pilots. So he got Duran Duran. He also got STP, all right? And then C-Note, you're going to be first on the waiting list for Duran Duran. David White, I'll have to put you on a waiting list. We ran out. You were next in line. Paul Brothers gets an STP. And Cameron Koning, you will be third on a waiting list for Duran Duran. Kathy wants a, well, hold on a minute. I haven't finished doing the pre-order on these yet. So give me pause there and say Tigers of Pantang is at $27. It's still getting bids. And let's pull the rest of these. Amy Hutchins and Richard Yeager. And we have filled up another crate. So let me pause there. And before I pull out the rest of these. Now, we're not going to have enough of these, but I know for sure there's already more on the way. So if you go on a waiting list, you probably will see me pull your name. Anybody that didn't get a Duran Duran, you're on a waiting list for next week, unless you say otherwise. Jason Fornerat and Tim Holloway. Also over here, we got Thomas O'Brien getting 2 copies. Thomas got 2 copies. We got George Jones and Colette Whitworth, which is Gerald Whitworth. And then these last 2 go to Jamie Wheels and Mike Post. We're going to have 2 extras to sell tonight, and they've shipped me more. All right, we got 2 extra to sell tonight, and they're going to ship me more. The first person who claimed one live, so we had Duran Duran, STP, and then Kathy wants a David Bowie, Bing Crosby. Tony Freeman gets a David Bowie, Bing Crosby. And we have Paul Brothers first on the waiting list. Cameron says he doesn't want on a waiting list for Duran Duran. Cameron doesn't want a wait list for Duran Duran. C-Note doesn't want on a wait list for Duran Duran. So let me ask Chris, no, David White, do you want on a waiting list for Duran Duran? They'll be back in Monday, Tuesday, and then you'll be billed the following Monday. Okay? $8 limited shipping. Now, that's for anything you buy or comes in Monday through Saturday. If you get something on Monday and Tuesday, it's a new invoice and it's a new shipping charge because it will be shipped separately. And we don't combine invoices. Tigers of Pantangs at $28. So here's the deal. We are sold out of David Bowie, Bing Crosby picture disc. Awesome duet. If y'all have never watched it, it's a Christmas tradition at my Uncle John's house. Probably one of the biggest David Bowie fans I know. The guy took a week off from work when David Bowie passed away. He's like, my Uncle John hadn't took a vacation or a sick day. He's worked at a factory in Gordonsville, Tennessee, Cherokee, for like 30 years. And when David Bowie passed away, he went to his boss. He said, I've never took a sick day. I've never took a vacation day. My music idol has passed away. I'm taking a week off from work to do nothing but watch YouTube videos and listen to David Bowie. And that is a waiting list. So I've watched that video a bunch. We watch it all the time when our family gets together for Christmas. David Bowie, Bing Crosby. It's epic. And if anybody else wants, there's more on the way. They'll probably be here tomorrow. So there's at least one person on a waiting list. And I think that was Paul Brothers and now Brent Robley. Anybody else, okay? David White says he does one on Duran Duran. So we've only sold out of a couple of Rocktobers. Ministry, Duran Duran, and then David Bowie is not a Rocktober, but we're sold out. Over here we have Tigers of Pantang, and this is sold to Tony Kepler. No, excuse me, not sold. The high bid's Bob Riger at $28. Next Rocktober is Dream Theater, another one. Dream Theater. Dream Theater. This is 6 degrees of turbulence, inner turbulence. $39.99 for Dream Theater. This comes out when? Tomorrow for Rocktober. Let's go ahead and knock these out. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is a Japanese pressing of, a Japanese pressing of, a Japanese pressing of. I don't know. I got to pick one out. How about Jackson Browne for every man? Jackson Browne's a $35 start. Don't worry, it's not missing something. It's just outside of the sleeve. This has Take It Easy on it, $35 start, and these days. So this insert is supposed to go inside of the jacket like this. Now, bear in mind, I hope you can see some of the discoloration. This does have some of the humidity discoloration on it, but it's supposed to go in there just like that. There we go. That's much better. Jackson Browne, a $35 start. Okay, so new Dream Theater. First is Gerald Whitworth. Next is Paul Jackson. Gerald Whitworth and Paul Jackson. Brad Waits and Kathy DeMoss. Sold and sold. Ed Riviere and Robert Matthews. Sold and sold. Scott Dwallow and Jay Condi. Sold and sold. Alan Montgomery and Christopher Nicholson. Spelt with a K. Christopher and Nicholson. And I think he's on a new waiting list. Okay. First thing we have is this. Dream Theater, 6 degrees of inner turbulence. Tigers of Pantang, the last bid was Bob Riger at $28. Tony Kepler, you're out. And somebody asked what this is. This is a 1982 Mexico OG. It is no condition notes, and it started at $15. Bob Riger has it for $28. He's about to get it. Jackson Browne, Japanese pressing, is a $35 start. Our next auction is Raging Slab. Raging Slab is an 88 USOG Stoner hard rock album from 1988, EX edition, a $15 start. Okay, and then over here, we have Charles McDonald on Dream Theater, 6 degrees. He was the only one that claimed one live. Does anybody else want a new Dream Theater? Now, earlier, I told everybody how these were out of print. They're tough to get. And then slowly but surely, I had about 7 leftovers of the other one. Now we're down to about 2. So if you want to grab one of these, we're going to chip away at them all night. It's still very early. We've went through about 10,000 records, it seems like already. That's what's left of Dream Theater. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's what I had about left earlier, the other ones. And now there's a couple left. $39.99. $39.99. Sturgeonsville. No, Gordonsville. Gordonsville, Tennessee. Gordonsville, Tennessee. Gordonsville. I don't know if I spelled that right or not. Okay, so that's all the metal stuff that still needs to be priced. We're chipping away at some pre-orders over here. This is a whole crate of metal, 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 and new releases and Rocktober pre-order right here. Let's do it. Here we go, here we go. Do-do-do-do-do-do. All right. Faces don't want to stand up. Okay. Tigers of Pantang. So Bob Riger, $28. So Bob Riger, $28. Also, Jackson Brown, no bid. Buy it now, $35. If anybody wants to bid on Raging Slab, it's a $15 start for Raging Slab. If you don't want to bid, that's okay, but someone's going to grab it in just a second. Here's the next Rocktober exclusive. It's Dream Theater. Dream Theater. And this is $39.99. It's a double LP clear vinyl Octavarium. Octavarium Dream Theater, $39.99. And let's go ahead and count out some of these for a pre-order. Who's ready? Chuck Taylor, Paul Jackson. Chuck Taylor, Paul Jackson. Jay Condi, Alan Montgomery. Gerald Whitworth, Brad Waits. Gerald Whitworth, Brad Waits. Christopher Nicholson again and Ken Cohen. Christopher Nicholson again and Ken Cohen. How many extra Dream Theaters do I have? I have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 extra copies of Dream Theater if anybody needs one. Raging Slab does have a bid. It's going to sell for $15 pretty soon. Next auction I'm going to put up right now is a Japanese pressing. And that Japanese pressing is going to be this. I have a Japanese pressing at the moment of something. I'm going to go ahead and put up this right here. The Beatles, Help. This is going to go up for a $45 start. It's a Japanese pressing. This is near mint minus and pristine, beautiful vinyl. There's one LP, there's the insert, there is the other insert and inner sleeve, $45 start on the Beatles. First, Dream Theater is sold to Charles McDonald, thank you on that one. And then we have Master of Reality, new and sealed Master of Reality, 2012 remaster, $33.99. Bruce doesn't look like he's been delivered yet. I think that's due in tomorrow, Jerry. They have shipped, they are coming, it should be tomorrow. And now this is another Rocktober. This is Warren Zevon, Mr. Bad Example. Warren Zevon had 2 pre-orders, Jeff Malwitz and Joe Barrios, and we only have 2 extras of these. And this is Rocktober, the critically acclaimed 1991 studio album by the 2025 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee, Warren Zevon, mastered by Bernie Grumman, Mr. Bad Example. I've only got 2 extras of that. Ed Riviere wants a Dream Theater. Raging Slab has a new bid for $16, and the Beatles has a bid for $45. So that Creative Rocktober's left the following. Warren Zevon and Dream Theater Octavarium, $39 and $29 on those. Time for a new one. Time for a new one. And it's also time for Chad to get a monster here pretty soon because I'm about parched. I got cottonmouth syndrome. Anybody ever get cottonmouth syndrome? Syndrome? That's what I've got right now. Pop that. Yeah. All right, Raging Slab. We're not done. Beatles, let's put up another auction. Laura's in the back working on the majority of the metal auctions right now. I've got other stuff to slip in right now as surprises. Anybody ever heard of Striper? This is called Striper Fallen. It's a 2015 limited edition. It's on either black or white vinyl. You don't know because it's limited edition sealed. It is a $150 start. Striper Fallen, never been opened, sealed, $150 start. All right, Slab and Tony Swanson says Death Angel. Death Angel, was that a request for an auction? I think that's still in the back being worked on. Here's the next Dream Theater, which is a big one, Systematic Chaos. Let me go look this up right quick, but the first thing we're going to do before I do that is go get something to drink. Big time. Tanner is still up here. Monster, Otis, cookies, brownies, comic books. Oh my gosh. Let's see what Tanner's got going up here. Iron Man, 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 Iron Man. Wow, anybody like Iron Man comic books? We got enough literature up here to open up a library. There's more words up here than William Shakespeare wrote in his life. That's a lot of words too. Favorite Shakespeare play, Tanner? Big Beth? Otis, The Tragedy of Otis. I'm trying to track down a William Shakespeare autograph. Good luck. Okay, over here we got, this guy wasn't out signing autographs in the street every day. Dream Theater, Systematic Chaos is $39.99. $39.99. Here we go, here we go. Raging Slab, $22. Eric Van Leuven's out. Sold, $22 to Tim Voldness. Done. Sold. Bill Samus, one bid. Beatles, help. Sold, $45. Help. I need some Otis. Help. Otis needs some food. Help. Next thing, Striper. $150 start for Fallen. Now, because it's sealed, you cannot confirm the color. It's either on black or white. It's a $150 start. $150 start for Fallen. It's sealed. Unfortunately, cannot confirm the color of the vinyl. Okay, Monster. Oh, it's not upside down, is it? Sorry, there's that. All right, and next thing we have is what? Slab, sold, Bill sold, Striper, and next auction. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is here in A. No, we're going to do something from down here. We're going to do this right here. We're going to do, what are we going to do, Chad? Chad, what are we going to do? Chad, what are we going to do? Chad, we're going to do this right here. What is this? Bad Boy. Girl on the Run. Bad Boys, an 85 USOG. Legend Records, VG++, $20 start. The Warren Zevon was $29.99. Mr. Bad Example. I've got 2 extra copies. $29.99, okay? First thing is this. We have Dream Theater, Systematic Chaos. 2 LP clear vinyl. This has been back in print. And we have one for Brad Waits and one for Kenny Cates Jr. One for Brad Waits and one for Kenny Cates Jr. We got one for Scott Dwallow and one for Shane Devers. One for Scott Dwallow, one for Shane Devers. One for Ron Burns and one for Kathy DeMoss. Sold and sold. Paul Jackson says he also wants one. Will you have the other 3 albums from the other 2 releases? Yes, Paul, we will. Sorry, I'm just now replying to you 7 weeks later. Dean Tedford also gets a Dream Theater and one for Patrick Lear. And I'm going to put Patrick Lear's first in the next crate because this crate has filled up pretty quickly. And let me grab another one right over here to start filling up. 4 crates of new pre-owned over here from John. We had 19 crates of new vinyl. I think we've already done about 8 or 9, maybe 10. Pantera is going to be soon, but not too soon. This is sold to Patrick Lear. And then we have one for Gerald Whitworth and Blaine Zapnick. Gerald Whitworth and Blaine Zapnick. Also Jay Condi and Alan Montgomery. Jay Condi and Alan Montgomery. And then this one here is sold to Sean Schaefer, okay? So the next Dream Theaters are right here. 2, 4, 6, 8. I got 8 extra copies of Systematic Chaos. We have one for Charles McDonald. Thank you on that. Striper did not get a bid. It's a $150 buy it now. Striper is a $150 buy it now. 150. That is a buy it now for Striper Fallen, okay? $150. Don't forget, Jackson Brown still a no bid. These days, that's a classic. That's a classic, and that's still available for a $35 buy it now. That's Jackson Brown. And also the original version of Take It Easy that the Eagles made very famous. He was the first to do it on this album. Let's put that right over here. And then Bad Boy, Girl on the Run was a $20 start. Next thing is B Smoker says, I'll take a Warren Zevon. Let me go grab that from the previous crate. We're down to 1 copy of Warren Zevon, Mr. Bad Example. Warren Zevon, Mr. Bad Example, down to 1 copy. There's that. And the next comment was Charles McDonald on Dream Theater. 2, 4, 6, 7. I think I've already pulled you one. I've already said your name, didn't I? Yeah. Charles. I've already pulled one out for Charles because now there's 7 instead of 8. All right, next auction is Here in Aid. Here in Aid is an 86 USOG, the full album, $25 start for Here in Aid. That's a $25 start. And then here's the other Warren Zevon. The other Warren Zevon is called Mutineer. Other Warren Zevon is right here, Mutineer. Warren Zevon, Mutineer. And this is $29.99. We have one for Joe Barrios. We have one for Clifford Umstead. We have one for Jeff Mallwitz. And we have one for Kelly Cook. And we have 1 copy of this one left. 1 copy of that Warren Zevon. Jackson Brown is sold to Stan McNessie for $35. And we have Bad Boy of 1 bid for $20. Here in Aid's a $25 start. So you may ask yourself, Chad, what's left in that crate? 1 copy of Warren Zevon Mutineer, the 9th studio album from Hall of Fame inductee Warren Zevon, mastered by Bernie Grumman, Analog Tapes, and then Dream Theater. The band's Roadrunner debut includes Constant Motion and Forsaken, double LP clear vinyl, and that's been out of print for quite some time. $39.99, okay? Let's put that right over here. Let's figure out if we have any more crates of pre-orders. If not, we're actually probably about to go through a crate that actually has like a variety in it where you can probably buy something out of it. The crates I've been showing for the last hour have averaged 2 titles per crate, but somehow we've already managed to sell 2, 4, 6 crates full of vinyl tonight. Wow. Tanner, you ready to watch and key all this stuff in? Tanner says he is. I'm going to go ahead and crack open this energy drink. You may find yourself living in a shotgun shack. Hearing aid. Nobody has bid. 25, final call. Tony, I'm going to go ahead and sell you bad for $20. Thank you on that. Time for another Japanese pressing. Next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. And that next Japanese pressing is going to be Wham. Perfect for Metal Night. Wham, fantastic. $35 start. Whew, that felt pretty good. That monster all of a sudden feels like all of a sudden there's bugs crawling at my skin. Wham has a booklet with it. It's in shrink, Obi, hype. Everything's there. The only thing's missing is actually George Michael showing up to your house. $35 start. That's now up for bid. And let's take a status quo on the crates, okay? There is a whole crate of metal, new metal albums, priced and ready to show. Another crate, all new metal albums, priced and not all priced. These are not all priced. Okay, I got to fill out prices for those. Another crate of metal, not priced. Another crate of metal, not priced. Or is it? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. No. Another crate of new vinyl, new releases, restocks, and some metal, priced. So I've got 2 more crates over here ready to go. Tanner's also marked new Funkos, Superman, Captain America, Batman, Joker, Transformers, Smokey and the Bandit cars, Star Wars and more Star Wars. Black Sabbath lights are back in. We'll show those in just a second. What else is over here? We have another crate of just new vinyl. It's got metal. It's got new releases. It's all here. And then we have another crate of new vinyl. It's priced. So I've got to fill out some prices, but let's go ahead and bring over a crate of stuff that's actually priced and ready to show. And this time there's some variety for you to actually shop. Okay? Sounds like there's a crazy amount of stuff coming up, right? First thing is this. We had hearing aid at 25, hearing aid at 26, 27, 30, 28, now 30. Okay? And then our next auction is going to go up right now. This is a copy of, what about Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute album? Anybody remotely interested in this? Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute album. How about an unadvertised surprise? A 1987 USOG, a 2 LP Carrollton press. It has the original inner sleeves. It's nice. It's EX Plus. It's $125 start. Glossy cover. Very little signs of wear at all. $125 start. Here is at 40 with James Davidson. And that's right here. And Wham is a buy it now for $35. Wham, fantastic. $35 buy it now. If anybody wants it, here is your chance, Otis. Lose yourself, Otis. Otis is over here like absolutely just rapping like Eminem. You wouldn't believe it unless you've seen it. 35, okay? Let's see what we got in here. Metal Church, music on vinyl press, new and sealed, $39.99 for their self-titled debut. It's a new sealed 180 gram music on vinyl, $39.99. Queensryche, Promised Land, that's on clear vinyl, gatefold jacket, new sealed, $34.99. And 2 copies of Andre Bocelli. Oh man, Romanza, $39.99. And this one does have the Y'all know the song I'm talking about? It's on there. $39.99. Bocelli. And then the Plasmatics Metal Priestess, $19.99 for Wendy O. Williams. She's all neuterized. $19.99 for Plasmatics. All right, Hearing Aid is James Davidson's for $40, sold. Ozzy Randy Rhoads Tribute. This is $125 start. $125 start for Ozzy Randy Rhoads Tribute. Nobody's bid. Going once, going twice. Hope everybody's awake. Obviously, some people are asleep right now, trying to cook supper, put their dogs to bed, put their kids to bed, trying to cook up some spaghetti right now, probably. I guarantee you there's at least one viewer out there watching right now trying to cook some spaghetti. I guarantee it. There is definitely right now somebody trying to cook up some spaghetti and try to bid on Ozzy. We have Billy Joel and Innocent Man. This is a $125, excuse me. There's a $125 bid on Ozzy. Billy Joel, a master sound pressing of Innocent Man, is a $35 start over here. Ozzy, $125, Wham, $25 by Chess Chant. $3 bump, $28, and it's yours. Plasmatics is $24.99. And then over here, we had Faith No More. Live in Hollywood. There was a waiting list for this. Live Hollywood, November 1990. Let's get this pulled up. Faith No More is a double LP. Faith No More is a double LP. It's a live unofficial. Let's pull up the waiting list for this. Stacy Mitter in the chat, spaghetti. Oh, I know. Listen. Spaghetti's probably the most common meal in America. It has to be, right? What's the most commonly cooked household meal in America? Spaghetti. We have Faith No More. Let me pull up the wait list for this. Faith. Faith No More. The waiting list is 2 people, actually. Fred Carnell and Tim Voldness. Fred Carnell and Tim Voldness. So both of these are sold to Fred Carnell and Tim Voldness. Sold and sold. So there's 1, there's 2. Those are sold and sold. Steve Riley said sold. Sold to Steve Riley for $28. Thank you on that. James Bullock wants Queen's Rock. That's sold to James Bullock. Thank you on that one. And then over here is this. I love spaghetti. I miss my mom's spaghetti, literally. Music from the movie and more. I went ahead and ordered 10 copies of this. SpongeBob, believe it or not, is probably, I saw a post from one of the biggest collectibles auction sites, and they said SpongeBob is hotter than ever right now. It's crazy. There's new SpongeBob Topps cards that are selling for thousands of dollars, just straight out of the packs. One of one, signed by the voice actors. It's crazy. And this is actually new, and I think this was originally a record store day. And here it is. Avril Lavigne, the Flaming Whips, Wilco, SpongeBob's on here, the Shins, Ween, Patrick doing Under My Rock, and look, Motorhead. You Better Swim. Motorhead did a song for SpongeBob. Wilco, Flaming Lips. SpongeBob SquarePants, $29.99. I'm going to keep one for myself. Seriously, Chad's buying one right now. Chad, I have this on a picture disc as well, I think. I remember watching the Kids' Choice Awards in 1999. I was about 4 or 5 years old at the time when SpongeBob made its debut after the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards. I was there in front of my TV. Watching the first episode. That was like my moon landing, okay? That was like my Beatles Ed Sullivan. That was like my moon landing. That was watching the first episode of SpongeBob. It's tattooed in my brain. I'll never forget it because I remember them advertised like, wow, look at this show. It's amazing. SpongeBob, $29.99. So it's on yellow vinyl too. 2, 4, 6, 8. How many do I have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, I ordered 11 to have 10 because I was going to keep one. All right, let's go back to the top. And the first thing we got to do is this, okay? We sold Queen's Rock, we sold Wham, and we sold Plasmatics. And then Faith No More is an unofficial release. Let's get a waiting list going. This is sold to Scott Dwallow on a waiting list, okay? 50th anniversary. Do you have any tonight? I have some coming up soon. Some are coming up very soon. Scott Dwallow on a waiting list for Faith No More live. It's unofficial. Ozzy's at 126. Would you take Striper? 135, no bid. Striper, 135, no bid. Sold to Brad Waits, $135. Sold. Ozzy, 126. Next thing, Mortgage Guy Rob, Kelly Kelly Vlodderchek on SpongeBob. So SpongeBob, Kelly Vlodderchek, Mortgage Guy Rob, SpongeBob, David Pokey on SpongeBob, Ozzy's at 135, Scentless Apprentice on SpongeBob, Sherry Darnell on SpongeBob, and Ozzy 140, and we have Jeff Church on SpongeBob, Kevin J. Reitz on SpongeBob, and there's 3 SpongeBobs left. 3 SpongeBobs left, $29.99. Billy Joel's a no bid. This is an audiophile master sound press of Innocent Man, mint in shrink with Obi and sticker and inserts. $35 start on Billy Joel. $35 start on Billy Joel. That is available. Ozzy is a near mint OG. Of course it's OG. It's the only pressing of the Randy Rose tribute album. It's at 155 right now with Jason Thomas. Anybody else is left? Did you call my SpongeBob? I did. Let me go read through all those again. That was a bunch of SpongeBobs. It is great. It has a lot of great music on it, and it even has the Goofy Goober Rock song. Kevin J. Reitz on Billy Joe. How many new crates have we been through? Probably about 9, maybe 8. Okay, so we have sold 2, 4, 5, 2, 4, 6, 7 SpongeBobs, not counting my copy. And those 7 went to Kelly Vlodderchek, Mortgage Guy Rob, David Pokey, Scentless Apprentice, Sherry Darnell, and Jeff Church and Kevin J. Reitz. That should be 8. 2, 4, 6, 7. Maybe I didn't pull enough. Maybe that's why Robert Barnett caught that. Let me manually count these. Kelly Vlodderchek, Mortgage Guy Rob, David Pokey, Scentless Apprentice, Sherry Darnell, and then Jeff Church and Kevin J. Reitz. We need 1 more pulled. Now there's only 2 left. And then Kevin J. Reitz on that. Christopher Dean second on Billy Joe. Ozzy's at 165. Next, I got a restock of the Charlie Brown Zoetrope Christmas picture disc. $38.99 on that. Haven't had this in a while. An essential. This is $44.99. Tom Petty's greatest hits. $44.99. Craig just shared the track listing to SpongeBob. There's 2 left on yellow vinyl if anybody wants one. Tom Petty's greatest hits. First time on vinyl, which is kind of true. It was available on vinyl back in the 90s, but it was basically a boutique, very limited edition, novelty kind of deal. That is the first time it's really been in production, this newest pressing. $44.99. We had a wait list for Ozzy Black Rain. Ozzy is $36.99. I think we're going to have 2 extra copies. One goes to William Lee Murray. William Lee Murray gets a copy of Ozzy Black Rain, $36.99. Paul Brothers on a SpongeBob. 1 SpongeBob remains. We got 2 copies of Soundgarden Super Unknown, $44.99. Sorry, Christopher Dean. Bon Jovi already sold. It did not get a bid, so I had to sell it for $35. Ozzy's at 166. Red Cave Collections wants an Ozzy Black Rain. 1 Black Rain remains. Let's put up another auction. And the next auction I have going up is the following. We have going up for auction right now, Kingdom Come in shrink wrap, an 88 US promo copy. It's actually marked promotion copy, not for sale. The vinyl is really clean. It's near mint minus. It's going to go up for a $35 shrink wrap, hop sticker, Obi, Kingdom Come, $35 start. Rebecca Barber gets that last copy of Ozzy. We're sold out of Ozzy. We got 2 copies of Nirvana of Nevermind. This is $36.99. And we have a restock of The Doors. There was no waiting list. We sold out last week. That's the new Rhino Reserve, $36.99 for The Doors. And that is the new greatest hits from Rhino Reserve, $36.99. Ozzy's at 167 with Patrick C. Smith. Kingdom Come's a $35 start. Of course, we got to restock The Wall. I have become comfortably numb. The Wall is $49.99. Wasp, and this one's called The Last Command. It's a half-speed master, $33.99. And we got 2 copies of Lamb of God, $24.99. That's their self-titled album. Kingdom Come does have a bid for $35, and we got a few claims coming in. Nathan Myers wanting a SpongeBob. We're now sold out of SpongeBob. Regardless if we have a waiting list or not, if you want on there, let me know. We're going to order more. Make a note. Order more SpongeBob. This one's sold to Nathan Myers. Nathan Myers also wants Queensryche. Now we're sold out of Queensryche, Promised Land, and then Nathan Myers, Which Dream Theater, because there's been several. Which Dream Theater? I got you down for SpongeBob. I got you down for Queensryche. Let me know on which Dream Theater. Chad, I saw the Rockin' Roots of Oz being released tomorrow. I have them ordered. Will they come in? I don't know. Jerry Torrey's on Lamb of God. And we have Joe Cocker. This is new. It's a new reissue. These have been out of print. with a little help from my friends. Of course, we get the OGs, it seems like about every week or every other night. But really cool to see this in print as a new copy. Looks like something Jerry Stone might buy. Joe Cocker of Little Help from My Friends, $33.99. The last one shown, okay? So you want Dream Theater Octavarium probably. Big new, no, he wants Systematic Chaos. Big new night for new vinyl. It's been amazing. Dream Theater, $39.99. Here is the SpongeBob. What did I do with my copy? Have I already put my copy away? I think I put my copy over here in the sold crate. That's how my brain is working right now. What have I done with my copy? I don't know what I've done with it. I think I put it in the sold crate. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. How did that happen? Did I sell somebody my copy? I don't know. I was going to show it for the wait list all night, but I don't. Okay, we'll figure that out later. I might have put my copy in the sold crate. I probably did. So there might be an extra one. But right now, let's get a waiting list going for next week. Brad waits on the SpongeBob SquarePants movie soundtrack, music from the movie and more. SpongeBob SquarePants. That is that, and of course Nathan Myers. This one on the wait list for Dream Theater, or got a Dream Theater. That was the last one I showed, and we have a lot more still left. Okay, there's that. Now, put Chad Williams on a wait list too, because I think I've sold somebody my own copy. Wow, Kingdom Come, just one bid for $35. In shrink with hop sticker, a promo copy. Glenn Butch Rhodes has it for just $35. Hammers up, we're about to sell it. Now, of course, a big one over here is the unadvertised Ozzy Randy Rhoads tribute. I slip in big stuff like this all night, every night, to make sure everybody's paying attention. And this is what's up for bid right now. The high bid is Patrick C. Smith Sr. at $180. 2 people on SpongeBob. Brad Waits one, Brian Campbell another. Let's breeze through this crate again. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. I said when the show started, I said last night, we're going to try to keep some of the Japanese stuff rolling for all night to balance out the metal, because there's a lot of metal, but we got a lot of Japanese to sell. And here's the next one. This is Christine McVie from Fleetwood Mac, her solo album. It's Christine McVie, self-titled. It is near McMinus. It is pristine. It's Christine McVie. And that is self-titled. $35 start. It has the insert cover and obi. So, does Kingdom Come have any holes or saw or cut marks? This has no saw marks. This has no cut holes. This has no saw marks. This has no cut holes. Kingdom Come's now at 40. I didn't feel like we were done on that. Everybody just needed an update. Chad needs a drink of Monster right quick. Let me mute my mic. Okay, I'm here. Laura is putting away auctions. For the rest of the night. She's bringing up the rest of the auctions for the rest of the night. We are also doing something. I've chugged a whole Monster. Is Tanner still here? Okay, I was about to say, I hear somebody walking around. I was like, is Tanner still here? Tanner's still here. Good. All right, Ozzy is sold. Here we go. Jason Thomas, $170. Sold for $170. Jason Thomas, that is sold. And then we got a third person. We got a third person on SpongeBob, which is Rick Hall. Thank you, Rick, on SpongeBob. Kingdom Comes at 47, now 48. And then Christine McVie, final call on that Japanese pressing, $35 on that. All right, $35 start on that. Now, here we go. Here's what's left in here, Christmas. We've went through a lot. Unfortunately, they've been shown late at night, Jerry. We might can mix in a brand new crate. We got 5 crates counting a crate of Christmas stuff from John, 4 really of regular stuff. I've been showing the Christmas stuff late. As it gets closer to Christmas, we'll try to show them more normal time. But because it's pre-Halloween, we've been showing them at like midnight and 1 a.m. We've sold 2 entire boxes of Christmas 45s, mostly to one person. We have Metal Church, $39.99. Somebody bid $180. Who got the Ozzy album? The Ozzy album is sold to, who did I say? Patrick C. Smith was supposed to get this for $180. Oh, $180. Patrick C. Smith, $80. $180. Yes, that's right. My bad. I shouldn't have took such a big pause on it. $180, Patrick C. Smith Sr. $180, Patrick C. Smith Sr. Sorry, Patrick. Sorry, Jason. That is sold to Patrick C. Smith for $180. I'm sure Patrick's glad to have that checked off his grail list. Kingdom Comes at $49. Michael Wilkerson, it's up to you. Metal Church, music on vinyl. Haven't had an OG of that in a while. Also, Andre Bocelli, $39.99. And then Plasmatics Metal Priestess, $19.99. Also, Charlie Brown, the Vince Guaraldi Christmas picture disc, Zoetrope, $38.99. We got 3 of those back in. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, Don't Come Around Here No More. Look at this track listing. Don't Come Around Here No More. I Won't Back Down. Running Down a Dream. Breakdown. American Girl. Don't Do Me Like That. Here Comes My Girl. The Waiting. Refugee. I Need to Know. Into the Great Wide Open. Mary Jane's Last Dance. Learning to Fly. Free Falling. Oh my gosh. $44.99. I had an opportunity yesterday to buy a fully signed Tom Petty album, but the Stan Lynch is forged. It's very unfortunate. Everything on there is real except Stan Lynch, and I was so disappointed because I've been wanting one for a while. I've been wanting one for a while ever since I sold the one I had, and I know who has it. Next is Fred Carnell and Plasmatics. He's probably watching right now. Soundgarden, $44.99 for Super Unknown, $44.99. Nirvana's Nevermind, $36.99. The Doors' Greatest Hits, Rhino Reserve, $36. Pink Floyd The Wall remastered, $49. Wasp, The Last Command, $33.99. Lamb of God, $24. And Joe Cocker, $33.99. I think Carol Puckett has it last time I checked. It was sold to Brandon Sanders. He moved and had to sell his record collection. I bought it back from Brandon, and then I sold it again, shot myself in the foot again, and now Carol Puckett has it. But yeah, I had a chance to buy one, but unfortunately, that Stan Lynch on it's fake. So Christine McVie is a $35 buy it now. No bid on that. Kingdom Come then is officially sold. Kingdom Come is officially sold to Glenn Butch Rhodes for $49. Thank you on that. And then the next thing we have is this. Tim Roy on Wasp, The Last Command. That is sold to Tim Roy. Wasp, The Last Command. All right. And you can't get Mary Jane's Last Dance. That's true. So yeah, Tom Petty is a big one. So there's a couple right in here that's on my distributors like top selling list. When I click on one of my main distributors, they show 50 records at a time in order of how they sell the best. Now, Tom Petty's usually in the top 10, along with like Nirvana, Nevermind, Pearl Jam 10. Christine McVie is sold to Nathan Myers for $28. $28 on that one. Wonder why they faked that signature. Probably because Stan Lynch is actually pretty tough to get, and having that extra signature on there increases the value exponentially. As you know, if you get a fully signed one, here, I'll show a picture of it right quick. When you get a fully signed one, it obviously greatly increases the value. So I'm trying to buy like quite the autographed record collection, maybe like 50. I'm trying to split it up. The guy's selling off his collection, and he's got amazing stuff. But yeah, look how cool that is. Everything's good except Stan Lynch. It kills it too. I mean, you could still get it authenticated, and what they do is on the letter, on the JSA letter, it will say Stan Lynch is in a signer of an unknown hand, which basically means everything's real except Stan Lynch. So I might still be able to buy it, but if talking to the seller, they're probably going to have a hard time wanting to accept that. It's one of the hardest news to break to people when you tell them
signature is bad on something really expensive, because it goes from being worth thousands to a lot less. So everybody's like, you've got to be kidding me. But obviously, if it's real, we're going to buy it. But I've told people, I'm not going to tell you it's fake and not buy it. And now if I tell you it's fake and I'm trying to buy it, that's obviously a problem. But that's why I usually just pass. Okay. Not real spectacular. No, all of them is except that one. All right, you got to have really good trained people looking at this stuff, or you can get fooled in a hurry. All right, next thing we have is accept. Back to, boy, it's time. It's 8 o'clock. Laura has brought me a whole crate. My entire bin over here is stocked, and we're ready for metal auctions, okay? So here, almost at the top of the hour, we have already went through a bazillion new vinyl LPs, mostly Rocktobers. We're going to go through those again after we go through everything at least once. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crates of new vinyl go through. 3 of them need pricing, and I'm about to fill it out right now. Tanner is needing prices. So Tanner's got to leave. Otis has got to eat, and I'm going to knock some of this out right now because it won't take but very long. I'll knock some out, keep showing records, and we'll still be putting up auctions, okay? So the first thing we have is Accept. This is an 85 US Pitman OG. It's near mint minus with the original under sleeve. It's a really clean, nice copy. Accept has the original under sleeve, and it's a $25 star. Accept metal hard. That's now up for bid. $25 star. Yes, we're about to start alternating because there's a lot of new vinyl. We got to keep it balanced. There's 5 crates of new vintage too, plus Laura's going to be marking stuff. Paul leaves tomorrow to go to Atlanta, Georgia to buy another new collection. I'm sure y'all are not surprised. I'm going to put X's on Tanner next to the pre-orders that's already been marked, okay? That way your eyes can catch these, because it's going to be hard trying to sort through these and figure out what hadn't already came in. But most of it's on page 2 here. Yeah, there's 13 more copies of the David Bowie Bing Crosby on the way. I repeat, there's 13 more copies of that on the way that will be here tomorrow. Yeah, some cool stuff here. Very, very cool stuff, new vinyl that's come in. I mean, there's 6 more crates, and now we're getting into like the random stuff, I guess is what I'm trying to say. A lot of the random stuff. Let's do that for $49. Fear Factory. Man, there's some cool stuff here. I'm going to drink that water this time, Laura. She brings me, sometimes I don't drink them, and then my lips start chapping, and I don't feel good, and I'm like, oh, that's because I hadn't drunk any water in 2 days. All right, and then Opeth, Godsmack. Man, we got some cool stuff. Soulfly coming up. Ozzy, Ace Frehley. Some of these are back in stock. Nice. Emperors. We got Emperors. We got Slipknots. We got more Aussies. Nice. Metallicas. We needed those because we just sold the last copy a moment ago. More Metallicas. Lots of System of Downs. Lots of these. They're all the same price, I think. Yep, that makes those easy. Except one. One's a little bit more because it's a double LP. That's kind of pricey, and then that's a great deal on that. It was on sale. That, and y'all are going to like this, and that is that much. And I also have this. Caius is coming up tonight. Tame Impala. That might have been something Laura ordered, honestly. Garden. Looks like Laura. Did you pull out all the stuff you ordered, Laura? And that's a toy. That's over here to the side. Tanner, I'm still going to get you to sticker it. And Chevelle and Oh Brother Where Art Thou. Okay, they should be all filled out now, Tanner. If I missed something, let me know. All right, here we go. Back to full action packed. Here we go. This is Accept Metal Heart. Accept has the original under sleeve. It's an 85 US OG Pitman. And Accept is at Scott Arnold for $35. $35 on that. So there's that. And we're going to keep, of course, Japanese up. But let me go ahead and put another auction up. And this is Skid Row. Whoa, Skid Row. Whoa. It's an 89 US OG. Whoa, Skid Row. It's a club copy. And track 1 on each side skips. Unfortunate. It will skip. It did on our setup. $5 start on Skid Row. And I think that's because of this right here. It's got like a It's got like a pressing defect on the run end. So you're getting about 98% of an album. And it's clean, $5 start on Skid Row. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to knock out this crate. And then we're probably going to show the Rocktober stuff. Because everything left is only in 2 crates. We only sold out of a couple things. Knock all that out. And we'll have 6 crates of new vinyl left, 5 crates of pre-owned plus whatever Laura marks, and tons of metal auctions. So for about the next 4 hours, I'm probably not going to have much time to even breathe or think to get through all this. We have Megadeth, a restock of So Far, So Good, So What. Megadeth is new and sealed, $33.99. I have 2 left. This is new, comes out tomorrow. King Crimson Lizard, the Elemental Mixes. King Crimson Lizard is a new 2025 mix on 200-gram vinyl with redone artwork. They already had incredible artwork. Now it's gotten even better. That's awesome. King Crimson, $33.99. Skid Row's at $6. Skid Row's at $15. Accept is at $44. Scott Arnold, you're out. Scott Arnold says he's out. Final call on that. Our next Japanese pressing is Chicago. It's a hits comp. It's called Grand Prix 20. Great track listing on this, as Craig will soon share. It's a $35 start. It has an insert. It has the original inner sleeve. And that's a $35 start. Nathan Myers in on King Crimson. There's 2 left. King Crimson's 2 left. We also got 3 copies of the new. This is pricey, though. Hear the price first. $69.99. Don't ask me why. It's Elton John, a 2 LP. It's on really cool colored vinyl. The original album with previously unreleased session demos and live performances. A 28-page book, and it's got foil lettering, and it's on like purple and brown marbled vinyl. $69.99. If there's one left by the end of the night, I'm probably going to keep one myself. $69.99 for the new Elton John. It's a 2 LP. It's available. And then King Crimson sold to Fred Carnell. King Crimson sold to Jerry Stone. There's 2 Elton Johns left. Christopher Dean says he'll take 1 too. There's 1 Elton John left. $69.99. We have filled up a crate. Let's swap these out right quick. 2, 4, 5. That is now full. 6 crates. Tanner, we might can set a record tonight. What is the record? 14 full crates? 18? What's our record? We might can do it tonight. We might can do it. We might can set a new record. Fred Carnell gets that last Elton John. We're now sold out of that. Accept is officially sold. We can do this. Accept is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $44. $44 on that. Last bid on Skid Row with Scott Arnold at $20. Chicago looking for a $35 start. Skid Row is at $20 with Scott Arnold. Does have that little bit of a blip in the lead on, which will cause it to skip, where everything else is okay. And then we're going to go ahead and put up something else. Oh my goodness, let's not do that one right now. Let's do this one. Wasted. Wasted is called Vices. This is up for bid, an 83 USOG VG Plus condition. Let's go ahead and start it for $10. Wasted. 3 copies of Candlebox back in stock. I should have a waiting list for this. It's a double LP, $44.99. You probably saw last night we had a new sealed copy with Lucy, kind of like a 2-in-1. That was $70 last night. We sold that out of a lower crate. This is Candlebox, and this is sold to Brian Hickson. He was on a waiting list. Brian Hickson on a Candlebox. Candlebox is sold to Brian Hickson. There's 2 Candleboxes left, $44.99. The King Crimson was a new 2025 mix, Elemental Mixes of Lizard. It is $33.99. We are officially sold out. 3 Days Grace Outsider. This is not $44.99. This is $24.99. Let me fix that right now. This is supposed to be $24.99. $24.99, not $44. That is $24.99 for 3 Days Grace. And 3 Days Grace is sold to Mike Quadrini. I've got 2 extra copies. This is called Outsider. Mike Quadrini was on a waiting list, $24.99. Which Wasted? Vices. Vices. No bid on Chicago. Japanese compilation. Make Me Smile. $35. Buy it now if anybody wants it. $35 if anybody wants it. This is Chicago self-titled. Skid Row is in $27. Jerry Stone says put him on that Elton John waiting list for the Captain Fantastic anniversary. You got it. Put Jerry on a waiting list for that. No problem. There's Chicago. Skid Row's at $27. And then Wasted is in VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition on that. I got 3 copies of Eminem Recovery. Eminem's a double LP, $39.99. This is a waiting list, and the wait list for M&M was Donna Turner. Donna, I got you down for an M&M recovery. There's now 2 extra copies if anybody wants one. Wasted has a bid for 10. Skid Row has a bid for 30. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. This is Cheap Trick at Budokan. Cheap Trick is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl, as you would expect for all these Japanese pressings, are really, really nice, really, really clean. It has this Japanese insert booklet with it. It has the booklet like that came with American pressings too. The obi has a little bit of wear and tear and a little bit of edge and chipping up here at the top. So the cover is VG. You can see some edge wear and some dings and dangles, okay? So it's not a perfect jacket. Everything else is nice. $35 start on that. Jackie Ray also wants on that Elton John waiting list. And Chicago is sold to Mike Quadrini for $30. Wasted's at $15. Skid Row $32. Did you do Porno for Pyros yet? This is available right now for $36.99. 2 copies of M&M left. Megadeth, P sells, but who's buying? Megadeth is $36.99. Skid Row is damaged. It is, everything else is nice, but it has a damage right here on the lead-on track. It looks like a little pressing imperfection. It causes it to skip. It's damaged. Skid Row's at $32. We also have Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. I was able to get these at a great price, like $10 cheaper than they normally are for the 2 LP remaster of Far Beyond Driven. I'm Broken, 5 Minutes Alone, Shedding Skin, Strength Beyond Strength, Becoming. That's Pantera. It's a double LP, $39.99. Nathan Myers wants a Porno for Pyros. We have 1 extra copy, I think. That's sold to Nathan Myers. Wasted's at $16. Led Zeppelin, if anybody else wants one, let me know. Led Zeppelin, remastered, $29.99 for their 3rd album. And Ozzy Scream. Haven't had this in a while, probably since I was reordering everything after he passed away. Ozzy Scream is $38.99. Cheap Trick is a $35 start. Skid Row's at $32. We're about to sell it. And Wasted is at $18 with Brad Waits. One more record, Outkast, Stankonia. And Outkast is a double LP, $33.99. Put down Jerry Stone for M83 Junk. Jerry Stone wants to do a special order, M83 Junk. M83 Junk. Put down Jerry Stone for that. M83 Junk. You got it. Let me move some of these empty crates around, so I have some walking room through here. Nice, I can breathe now. Okay, Skid Row and Nathan Myers on Ozzy sold. Rebecca Barber on Ozzy sold. Skid Row is sold. Skid Row is sold to Tony Bradford for $32. Wasted's at $18. Greg Preston, you're out. If anybody else decides you want one of those, let me know. This is our last copy of Stone Temple Pilots. That was one of the new Rocktobers. $29.99, and that's why I have it laying over here. That was the last copy. I was trying to sell it so we could get a waiting list going. $29.99. Super McCauldron Cauldron. Super McCauldron Cauldron wants one of the Porno for Pyros. There is now 1 copy left. If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. If you've bought before, say, Chad, no, I've bought before. This is sold to Super McCauldron Cauldron. So that's sold to him. If you're not, I'll give you some first-time buyer instructions. Nathan Myers wants the last STP. There was a big pre-order for this. They're in. Everybody got one. And now Nathan gets the last copy. If anybody wants on a waiting list for next week, just let me know. Our next record I'm going to put back in the back now is another Porno for Pyros, because that is truly the last copy there. Of course, I hopefully can order more. $36.99 on that. Next is Cypress Hill. I haven't had this one. Cypress Hill 3, Temples of Boom. 30th anniversary. Cypress Hill, $38.99. Wasted, $23. Tom Sullivan on Outkast. First time buyer, make sure you go click on the link to our video. It is a link to our website. First time buyer form. It's going to ask for your name and address. Email address. We'll email you on Monday with an invoice. You won't get billed until Monday. Cheap Trick is a $35 buy now. VG cover. VG cover. Everything else is nice. I want you to want me, Otis. I want you to want me. Otis is looking up like, what are you doing, Chad? All right. This is it. And just make sure after you're registered, you say, I'm registered, and we'll take care of you, okay? Next thing over here is this. I got 2 copies of Sammy Hagar, Austin, 1977. Sammy Hagar is $29.99. Sammy Hagar, Let's look this up right here. Sammy Hagar, live in Austin. George Jones was on a waiting list. George Jones on a wait list. Thank you, George Jones. There's one extra copy of this. Jackie Ray also wants on that Elton John wait list. This is Sammy Hagar live in Austin. $29.99. Okay. Next auction's Great White. This is a 1984 Euro OG. It's in shrink wrap. Oh my goodness. We don't get this one too often with the original cover. An 84 Euro OG Great White. $35 start. Now up for bid. It's in shrink wrap on that. The first time buyer, after you're done registering, we got all of your information, just let me know so I can go check it, and then you'll be good to go. Wasted. Greg Preston's out. Brad Waits gets that for $23. Great White's a $35 start. Next in here is Blink 182, Enema of the State. Enema of the State is $36.99. And Super McCauldron. Did I say Nathan Myers? I meant Super McCauldron. Yeah. There's that. Do you have any more plasmatics left in the crate? We have sold both copies of plasmatics, but if you want one for next week, let me know. Megadeth Rust in Peace is $36.99. Pantera, Cowboy from Hell. Now, we've had Reinventing the Steel. We've had all of them, except this one of Southern Trendkill. This one's back in stock. $29.99 for that. And Robert Plant, Beacon Theater. This is a double LP live and official, and this was an old record I found over here in a bin. I sold it, and then somebody else wanted one. That somebody was Lillian McCurry. Thank you, Lillian McCurry, and that is for Robert Plant, Beacon Theater. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Next thing is Stanley Richmond wants that live Sammy Hagar. That was our last copy of that. And waitlist for Bush Greatest Hits. Brooks, I think that's already come in, and I've already tagged you for one. I think I've already got you in from the flip video and tagged you for one. I saw your comment. So if you ever comment something and it's like a waiting list, or you didn't get one in a flip video, I may forget to go back on a video from a week ago and write down your name. So the next thing is Y&T, down for the count. Y&T's in shrink wrap. It is an 85 US OG, super clean. It is nice. $25 start on Y&T. Tony Murphy, our very own Tony Murphy on Robert Plant. Robert Plant. Thank you, Tony Murphy. That is sold to you. All right, Great White's at $35, and then Y&T's a $25 start. Nobody on Cheap Trick, right? Nobody claimed Cheap Trick. This was a $35 buy it now, so that's our only no bid so far tonight. Let's grab another Japanese pressing. Now, earlier we had a Billy Joel Innocent Man Master Sound, and there was a lot of buy it nows for it. Here's just a regular Billy Joe Innocent Man, but still high quality Japanese insert, shrink wrap, Obi and hop sticker. $35 start on that. Are we done on Great White? It's at $45. David Pokey on Cheap Trick. That's sold to him for $35. And then here's what's left in here. Megadeth is $33.99. Candlebox was $44. 3 Days Grace was $24. Eminem Recovery. Somebody asked how much. It's a double LP. James Kika, $39.99 for Eminem. $39.99. Sorry, is the link on Facebook. No, it's in the description of this live video. So if you're on YouTube, which you are, you can click on the description of the video. And when you expand that description, there will be a link to our website. If you're having trouble, I'll sell it on there. Pantera 101 proof. Let's make a note to check. Sometimes it's available, but Alonzo, sometimes I don't order it because it's an import and it's pricey. And y'all know how it is with those imports. I'll order like 1 or 2 and test the waters with them, because what I usually do is I go look them up on Discogs, and I'm like, even though it's an import, the cheapest available any other pressing is like $90. So it's sometimes not bad for $69.99. And I think these importers, they check prices on stuff like that too. I mean, you know, they go to Discogs and they're like, well, before we import this and do all this, let's check and see what they actually sell for. Well, the cheapest one for sale is $190. They'll probably be okay paying $69.99 for one. Eminem is sold to Dan James Kika. That's sold to you. And then I've got 3 copies of Pantera. That's the 2 LP, $39.99. Led Zeppelin's $29, but that might be in print in the United States. If it is, I'll check on it. Outcast is $33.99. Cypress Hill is $38.99. Blink 182 is $36. Megadeth is $36. And Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, $29.99. $29.99. All right, Great White. The most recent bid on Great White was $45 of Jeremy Rourke. Folks, let's look at this again. A couple people have not set out. This one doesn't come through too often. It's an 84 Euro OG Great White shrink wrap, hop sticker, or excuse me, shrink wrap, original price tag, clean, nothing wrong with that one. Y&T has the hop sticker. It's tied at 25. Mark Steele, I haven't heard back from you. You're tied. The first person to bid was Darren Wallace. It's near mint. It's shrink wrapped. It's hop stickered. It's beautiful. That's 25 on that. And then over here, Billy Joe, final call to get a bid on that for 35. Let's go through a new crate. Tanner just got the other crates marked. Holy moly, Tanner and Otis. In record time. Tanner's fast. He has to go feed Otis. He's literally destroyed his food bowl. Have you seen this? It looks like he stomped on it. Chips. Otis got fed half a bag of crab chips. Bacon strip. Yeah, I got to buy him some treats. I'm going to start carrying treats around in my pocket. I got to go to PetSmart. Is it PetSmart or PetSmart? Is it PetSmart or PetSmart? All right, YNT 28, YNT 30, Great White 45. Any Lou Reed, Velvet Underground, and Transformer. Tim, you never know watching this sale. I'm telling you, man. I don't know, you don't know, and nobody else knows. I don't even know. Next thing is Nirvana, Solarplex Studios on a waiting list. Now, the other night, we showed this. I feel like a lot of people wanted one, but they didn't want to go on a waiting list because they didn't know exactly when they would be back in. So if you was on the fence, I've got one extra. This is not a multimedia deal. This is all vinyl. 8 LPs, Nirvana Nevermind. It has live concerts. You get a 40-page hardback book and a bonus 7-inch, 77 total tracks on 8 LPs, and this is on sale. The MSRP is $274.99. They're $214.99. My distributor has these on sale. It says X amount of quantity left until deleted from catalog. So they're closing these out, and then they're not going to make them again. $214.99. It actually says 99 plus available before being deleted from catalog. So when these are done, they're probably not going to make any more. 8 LPs, $214.99. Nirvana Nevermind. Great White, $51. YNT 40. Billy Joel's a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants that. Solarplex and Nathan Myers wants a Nirvana. So that's sold and that's sold. Now, same thing. If anybody wants on a waiting list, I can get you another one. I've got 2 copies of Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime, $44.99 for Queensryche. 2 left, 2 LP, $44.99. Trivium. Uh-oh, I got a lot of Trivium tonight. The first one is Trivium, The Sin and the Sentence. Trivium's a Gatefold double LP, $39.99. And Joe Cocker, we had with a little help from my friends earlier. Here's his self-titled album, $33.99 for Joe Cocker. $33.99 for Joe Cocker. We got 2 of those. And then an Iron Maiden bootleg. Y'all know this here? Iron Maiden is live in New York on yellow vinyl. It's a well-known live Iron Maiden concert, New York, June 8, 29th, 1982, $29.99. Special order, America Holiday Harmony. Jerry, I think that's coming up. Didn't you just mark those, Tanner? America Holiday right there? Yeah, we got them. We're going to have them tonight. Billy Joel is not a master sound, no. Iron Maiden, $29.99. I got 2 copies of Trivium, Silence in the Snow. Trivium is $39.99. And another, well, let me pause there before we overload you. This is sensory overload. This is like, everybody's seeing all this vinyl and everybody's going, whoa, Chad, you're throwing a lot at us all of a sudden. YNT, Jeff Church has this at $40. Everybody else is out, including Scott Arnold. Scott Arnold says he's out. YNT, down with the count. One more look. Shrink wrap, hop sticker, OG, near mint minus, super clean, and that has a high bid of $40. Great White, Jeremy Rourke, $55. Jeremy Rourke, $55. OG original cover. That's the cover that's usually black and white. It's just black, and it's embossed, and it's outlined, and it says Great White. That's the one that you normally see here in the States, so that's why that one's pretty desirable, that original artwork. Our next Japanese auction is going up right now. Phil Collins, no jacket required. Phil Collins is no jacket required. It is in shrink, and that's a $35 start. There's the inserts, there's the cover, and Obi, okay? Nathan Myers wants an Iron Maiden live in New York. That is an unofficial release. Unofficial. Darren Wallace said, I bid $40 first. He did. Jeff Church, Darren Wallace bid $40 first. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you for telling me. Darren Wallace bid $40 and then you bid $40. So technically you're out. Fred Cardinale is still bidding on Great White. He hadn't set out either. And then here's another Iron Maiden bootleg. Y'all know this one too. Maiden Voyage. It's on cloudy vinyl. Awesome artwork. Nijmegen Holland, 1981. $39.99. And Queensryche Empire, that's on silver vinyl, $38.99. Queensryche Empire, $38.99 on Queensryche Empire, okay? Next thing is this. We have Great White at 58. He's out, so Darren Wallace, that $40 bid may do it. Black Sabbath is new and sealed, $33.99. And let's read through that again. A lot of cool stuff in there. Queen's Rock Operation Mindcrime, $44.99. Trivium was $39.99. Also, Joe Cocker, $33. That's new. That new reissue comes out tomorrow. Iron Maiden Live in New York, $29. We have Trivium for $39, and we have Maiden Voyage. These are numbered on the back. Let's give one to Nathan Myers. There's 2 left. He got both Iron Maiden bootlegs. And we have Queen's Rock Empire, double LP, $38.99. Great White at $60. Dwayne Worley's out. Phil Collins has a bid. And then Darren Wallace, that means you're getting Y&T for $40. Thank you. Jeff Church says he's out. So Great White's at 60. Phil Collins is at 35. James Bullock wants an Operation Mindcrime. All right. Now, here's the agenda. I've gotten us down. We started with 18, 19 crates of new vinyl. I have thinned us down to 5 crates left. Now, that's normally what we would have to start a show. So I'm about to start trying to balance it out. I've got to, here in a minute, do at least a crate of pre-owned. Okay? I've got to do at least one of these pre-owned crates that John's done, a vintage, so we don't have new vinyl overload. We have plus a big recap to do, because if you just now tuned in, you missed all the Rocktober stuff. We went through that early. Okay? And Laura will have a metal, adjacent metal crate for tonight. Amazing. So, wow, you got a lot to look forward to. Right now on the docket, 5 more crates of new vinyl, not counting recapping. 5 John crates, and Laura's working on marking some stuff too. There's a whole crate of metal auctions and a whole crate of Japanese over here next to me. Plus surprises. Who's ready for another surprise? I am. Guns N' Roses. This is a 1988 U.S. repress. Now, I sent this to see if that was a signature. JSA said that is nothing to do with a band member. It looks like somebody wrote JC. That's it. But that's just somebody writing on the cover. So technically it has some writing. It looks dang like an autograph, but it's nobody in Guns N' Roses, just some writing. It's an 88 US repress. It's not the original uncensored cover. It is a censored cover, but it's nice. It has the original inner sleeve, and it does not mention white beating. It says elephant gives birth to a midget and lies, lies, lies. $105 start. $105 for Guns N' Roses Lies. $105 for Guns N' Roses Lies. MT Matt chatted already get a Nirvana box. Not this week. If you got billed for one last week, then yes, but no, not this week. So if you need to go on a waiting list, let me know. Great White still getting bid. Phil Collins still getting bids. And Guns N' Roses is $105 start, okay? Yeah, I sent this. I was like, is this an autograph? And I was told by some experts, or I should say a expert, nothing to do with an autograph. I thought, man, is that like Slash or some kind of crazy way that, Axl signed or something? But no. All right, let's go through another crate. All right. Oh, man. Amazing. Full throttle tonight. I've got lots of, here's my reserve over here for energy. You ready? Monsters, brownies. Monsters, brownies. Oreos, Diet Coke. Oreos, Diet Coke. Monsters, brownies. Funkos. We got lots of Funkos over here. Let's do one more crate. And this crate here has interesting stuff in it for sure. Big titles, stuff I normally wouldn't order, and that new release that Jerry Stone mentioned earlier. So let's do this, then do a pre-owned crate, and then probably 2 more crates of new vinyl. Here we go. What time is it? Oh, it's only 8:18. Preview photo has uncensored. We're going to be selling it uncensored later. That's our second. That's one of 2 copies tonight. That's one of 2 copies we're going to be selling tonight. Okay? Any miss, not 45s. Yeah, Funkos. Tanner's marked probably about 50 Funkos, not new stuff from our distributors. And we got more comic books, but we probably won't have time to do a lot of that tonight. Probably won't have a lot of that tonight. We're going to be on vinyl for a while. Jeremy Rourke on 65. 65 on Jeremy Rourke, Great White. Fred Cardinale, it's all up to you. Phil Collins is at 50 with Mike Quadrini. Christopher Dean, it's all up to you. And Guns N' Roses is a final call for 105. First thing in here is Emperor. and this one's $33.99. The Discipline of Fire and Demise. This is on black, gray, blue swirl. Abbey Road Half-Speed Master of Emperor, $33.99. We got 2 copies. We also have System of a Down, self-titled. I've got their entire discography tonight, or at least about 5 of them. Everything that's in print, I have. System of a Down, there's the first one, $24.99. SOAD to abbreviate. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, back in stock, blue vinyl with poster, $29.99. Bark at the Moon. Also 2 copies here of Metallica Ride the Lightning. For Whom the Bell Tolls, everybody. Fight Fire with Fire. Fade to Black. $29.99. And Opeth Damnation. Opeth is $29.99, a 20th anniversary edition of Opeth Damnation. All right, so Phil Collins is sold to Mike Quadrini for $50. I've lost Fred Cardinale. Can't give it too much time. It's on the clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. $50 on Phil Collins. All kinds of great Japanese pressings coming up. Michael Wilkerson bought a System of a Down right now. The other night, he bought Toxicity. I remember that. And now Michael Wilkerson's getting SOD self-titled. James Lavender, look to the sky before you die. It's the last time you will. Wow, what an epic song. That is sold to James Lavender. Jim Sedal on Bark at the Moon. That is sold Tom Sullivan on Opeth. That is sold. And then Ivan R on PG. And PG for Ivan R was for which one? He might have got auto-corrected there. All right, I lost Fred Cardinale. That's unfortunate, but Great White is sold to Jeremy Rourke for $65. $65 on that. And then Guns N' Roses, a no bid. Who wants to pick it up? This was an unadvertised one for tonight. $105 on GNR. $105 on GNR Lies. It's an 88 repress. This album's not in print. It is the censored cover. Let's also go ahead and put up another auction. Speaking of Metallica, oh wow, Metallica. This is an 87 U.S. specialty, EX++, and look what we're going to do. Laura has took $5.98, and she's adjusted it for inflation for a $20 start tonight. 1987 OG specialty press. Wow, OG Metallica, let's roll it for a $20 start. The 598 EP, that's now up for bid. Metallica, let's go ahead and put up a CCR compilation. Creedence Clearwater Revival Gold, great track listing. Fantastic Japanese edition, $35 start. Near minus, insert, cover, and Obi, CCR. Next is Dream Theater, Images and Words. Ivan R, just let me know what PG is for. I might have missed that one. And then over here, we got Dream Theater, $29.99. Images and Words, that's on clear vinyl. System of a Down Toxicity, there it is. Chop Suey, Aerials is on that one, $24.99, and then 2 copies of Paradise Lost, $49.99. It's a double LP import. It's called 1 Second. I've been listening to Paradise Lost. I kind of like their music. $49.99. I'm just kind of skimming the surface. $49.99, $49.99 for Paradise Lost, and 2 copies of Metallica The Black Album. So far, no matter. $36.99. The Unforgiven. $36.99. Whoa, The Black Album. Da-da-dun, da-da-dun, da-da-dun. That was the opening riff to, Never Was. Will Be, Through the Never. Yeah, that's that one. That's a good one. Da-da-dun, da-da-dun. Never was, never will be. Something like that. Joe Delgado on System of a Down Toxicity. That is sold to Joe Delgado. Thank you on that. GNR is sold to Nathan Myers for $90. You got it. Sold $90. And then over here, Metallica's at $68. CCR is a $35 start. And our next auction is going to go up right now. And that one is going to be the Friday Rock Show. Oh boy. It's the Friday Rock Show on Thursday night. From BBC Radio, listen to these artists. Diamond Head, Sweet Savage, Black Axe, Demon Spider, Zero. It's an 81 German OG metal compilation. No condition notes, beautiful. A $20 start for the Friday Rock Show from BBC Radio. $20 start on that one. Next thing is we sold Toxicity. Metallica got up to $68, and Chad Talica. I prefer Chad Hetfield. It'd be a tough decision. Would you rather be born of the skill to play guitar like Kirk Hammett or sing like James Hetfield? But I would say this, Hetfield's not a bad guitarist. Man, some of the rhythm riffs he's laid down over the years have, golly. I guess the most talent in that band would probably have to go to him, wouldn't you say? I'd say he's the most talented person. He writes it. He's an awesome guitarist, and he's got one of the most well-recognizable voices ever. Enter Sandman. How many people have heard that song? Metallica's at $70. Nathan Myers on Dream Theater. That is sold to Nathan Myers. Rock Show has a bid for $20. And is Rock Show live? BBC Radio should be live, but I don't know. Recorded, yeah. I mean, if it's BBC, it should be live. Should be live. Damnation's $29.99. Yes, it was $29.99. Okay, over here we have 4 copies of. I forgot what this was. I ordered 4 copies of it. Maybe Laura, did you order this, Laura? Machine Girl Psycho Warrior. That might have been something Laura ordered. I don't remember that one. $29.99. Now, over here we have Opeth. Now, that was did they only send me 1 copy of that? Somebody already bought 1 copy. They sent me 2. No, they only sent me 1. Charlie, it might be here tomorrow if you want on a waiting list. Charlie Buck, right? They only sent me 1. It's already been claimed. And we're going to leave this for Laura's crate. I guess if anybody wants it, we'll try to keep all the Laura stuff together. But if anybody wants one, that's a sneak peek for the new vinyl Laura crate, hopefully coming by soon, whenever she accumulates enough, okay? Laura, I've set them out over here. What happened? Metallica's a 70 with James Bullock. That means Scott Fellows, you got outbid. Nobody bid on CCR. That's a $35 buy it now for CCR Gold if anybody wants on that. You can buy Machine Girl. We're not going to hold them back. Yeah, I mean, if anybody wants one, let me know. Glitter, Jeremy Bryant, or anybody else, you can go ahead and buy them now. We try to keep all Laura stuff together. We have a couple buyers who literally buy everything, at least 1 copy out of Laura's crate. So we try to keep them all together because they are curated to her musical taste. Metallica over here is Metallica's with James Bullock. Scott Fellows, you're out. One more time on this. It's an 87 USOG EX++ near mint minus. Okay, and then the Friday Rock Show. Did this get a bid? Michael Ruttman has it for 20. We got to sell it really soon. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. We're going to be mixing in non-metal stuff in the Japanese department, like with Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town. There's some cool songs on here. The Killing of Georgie, $35 start on that. There's this, there's that. It's complete. It's textured. It has an insert. And a Machine Girl is sold to Jeremy Bryant. There's 3 more, $29.99. Those will make another appearance next time Laura marks a crate, okay? Great White Fred, I lost you. I had to go ahead and sell it. Here's Opeth Blackwater Park. Opeth is $39.99. Charlie Buck says he wants on the wait list for Opeth. You got on the wait list. Opeth Blackwater Park. Here's a different Opeth. Make sure Charlie goes down for Damnation. And Opeth Blackwater Park, a 20th anniversary, white and black marble vinyl, $39.99. Rod Stewart has a bid for $35. And we got 2 copies of Fear Factory, obsolete, limited edition, 3,000, numbered on music on vinyl, clear and black marbled, $39.99. Tom Sullivan on Opeth. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. And here it is, America Holiday Harmony. This has been available on vinyl for the first time. America's Christmas album. I know Jerry Stone wants one. Jerry, if you change your mind, let me know, but they're $29.99. He asked about it earlier, and these are $29.99. And this is America Holiday Harmony, available for the first time on gold vinyl. That has never been on vinyl, $29.99. Fear Factory is sold to Red Cave Collections. Tom Sullivan on America, Donna on an America. There's 2 Americas left, and Metallica is sold. And Metallica is sold for $70, and that $70 bid is wanted to James Bullock. Thank you, James, on that one. Michael's out on Rock Show. You've had it for the longest. That $2 bump may have done it. Jersey Devil, that's sold to you for $22. It was almost about to be sold to Michael Ruttman, but that $2 bump did it. And then Rod Stewart has one bid with David Johnson at $35. That's Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town, $35. Jerry does get a America. Thank you, Jerry. And now, what an awesome crate of new vinyl. Lots of cool stuff left. But let's not forget back here, we have UTFO and Anthrax Lethal. An 87 USOG, UTFO and Anthrax Lethal. Look at that. $15 start. That is now up for bid. UTFO Anthrax Lethal. $15 start on that. Next is going to be Thor, Only the Strong. Thor is a Whoa, that's cool. An 85 USOG red vinyl. I just had a reissue of this not too long ago, and it was on red vinyl. I didn't know they did the originals on red vinyl. 85 OG limited edition red vinyl, EX condition. $35 start for Thor. Only the strong. Now up for bid. All right, so here's what's left in this crate, and we're about to do we're going to try to mix in one crate of pre-owned stuff quickly, probably John's check condition bin, before we continue with the other 4 crates of new stuff. And it's going to be fast, and you don't want to go anywhere, okay? Because it's going to be probably fast and furious, and I know a lot of people's tuned in right now ready to snatch up these new releases. We have Emperor. This one's called Prometheus, the Discipline of Fire and Demise. It is on colored vinyl, black, blue, gray swirl. Emperor's $33.99. I have not auctioned any Iron Maiden, no. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, blue vinyl, 40th anniversary, $29.99. Anthrax, Ride the Lightning's $29.99. Dream Theater, Images and Words, clear vinyl, their 1992 album, $29. System of a Down, Toxicity, $24.99. Paradise Lost, 1 second, $49.99 for Paradise Lost. Metallica, the Black Album, double LP, $36.99. Opeth is $39.99. We sold one left, colored vinyl. Fear Factory, we sold one left, colored vinyl numbered. And the New America Christmas album, Holiday Harmony, go vinyl, first time ever on vinyl, $29.99. David Johnson, congratulations on Rod Stewart. That is sold to you for $35. All right, done. David, boy, you've won what? A couple dozen Japanese pressings tonight? 20 or 30? This guy has 3 rooms in his house full of Japanese vinyl. We have over here UTFO. It has 1 bid for 15. 1 bid for 15. 1 bid for 15. 1 bid for 15. Anthrax, Ride the Lightning. Is that what I said? What did I say? Anthrax, Metallica. Sorry. Anthrax is at 15. Thor is at 35. Can I get the second Opeth? You can. This is sold to Charlie Buck, C. Buck, and he's on a wait list for Damnation as well. Oh, boy, I'm moving some words. Anybody keeping track of my... Boy, what happened to my Monster? Man, I don't even remember drinking that. It's empty. Oh, okay, I had to go get 3 more. Holy moly. Thor's at $36. Next Japanese pressing right now. You may ask yourself, Chad, at this point, what possibly could you else be putting up for auction? We are exhausted, and it's only 8:31. Don't worry, there's more. The Eagles Live. It's a double LP, 1980, Japanese pressing, gatefold jacket, and this is complete with poster and inner sleeves. It's got both Japanese inserts, both inner sleeves, and it has the really cool poster. There's like 100,000 people at this concert, it looks like. The Eagles Live, a $35 start, okay? Next thing is this. We have Thor 35, 436, UTFO 16, Anthrax 18. What tracks are on Fear Factory obsolete? We'll have to hand that off to Craig right quick. And then what Anthrax? What is Anthrax? Chad is on fire. More info on Anthrax. Chad, what is Anthrax? What is UTFO? And then somebody asked, could that possibly be an Anthrax record? Let's first jump right over here quickly to this first crate of new check condition or pre-owned or whatever else is over here and see what we got. This is non-check condition. That's non-check condition. And this is non-check condition. Could there be a check condition crate tonight? Could there possibly be? There is. A short and sweet one right here. Let's do it. A short but sweet check condition crate. Everything in here is going to be buy it now or best offer. They're graded as marked. First thing we have is Eagles at $35 and UTFO and Anthrax. Let's go ahead and look at this one more time. Nathan Myers has this for $18. This is UTFO and Anthrax, lethal. Nathan Myers has it for $18. UTFO and Anthrax, $18. I would figure it'd bring 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, somewhere right in there. But right now, for some reason, it's only at $18. Thor, only the strong. Thor is got a high bid right now of $36 with West Will. Cindy Yarborough, you've been outbid. It's an OG on red vinyl, $36 on that. The Eagles is a Japanese pressing 1980 live album, and that's a $35 start. And the Eagles does have a bid with Tom Kelly for $35. Here we go. First thing in here is the following. ELO time. Electrolyte Orchestra is EX edition, $17.99. OG with the original on her sleeve. Also, John Cougar American Full, VG Plus $14.99. Jack and Diane. Elton John's Greatest Hits, a German press. I live and breathe That Philadelphia Freedom, $24.99. Michael Jackson Thriller, VG Plus, $24.99. UTFO Anthrax, 20, 20, 22, 20, 20, 20, 22, 22, 21 with Jake Gold, 24 of Nick Bargeron. Thor has a new bid as well for $40. We have Eddie Murphy, EX, $12.99. David Jennings on Electric Light Orchestra, sold. Anthrax is at $32. Queen and Not the Opera. Unfortunately, someone took a blue Sharpie and made a mark, but it is VG Plus, $24.99. Is this real or is just this fantasy? Deep Purple in Rock, VG Condition, $12.99. Bad Company, I'm a Ready for Love. I can't get enough of your love. Bad Company, Till the Day I Die, VG Plus, $17.99. It's by Bad Company. It's called Bad Company. The first song is Bad Company. Kansas, Monolith, VG Plus, $14.99. Nick Bargeron on Eddie Murphy for $10. That's so to Nick Bargeron for $10. Boston, Don't Look Back, EX Edition, $32.99. The last bid on Anthrax was $32. The last bid on 4 is $35. And the Eagles is sold to Tom Kelly for $35. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. Done. Next thing over here is this. We have Red Cave Collections on BC for Bad Company. That is sold. James Davidson next. Also, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, VG Condition, $14.99. Blue Oyster Cult, Don't Fear the Reaper. He has some writing on his forehead, but that is more cowbell, please. VG Plus, $17.99. Our next Japanese pressing is Miles Davis, Sketches of Spain. It's a Japanese pressing, no condition notes on the vinyl. It is a $35 start. There's this, here's this, and here's this. Anthrax is at $38, and we have Thor. We have Thor and Thor. The last bid was Jeff Brinley at $45. We also have Pat Travers, Putting It Straight. Pat Travers is VG $9.99. Jethro Tull Stormwatch, VG Plus $14.99. The Blues Brothers, VG Plus $17.99. Jeff Beck, There and Back, VG Plus $14.99. Journey Escape, Don't Stop Believing, folks. That's all I ask you. VG Plus $14.99. Get the Knack, My Sharona. There's another blue Sharpie mark on that one. VG Plus $9.99. This must have came from the same place. Steve Martin, the Steve Martin Brothers, VG Plus $9.99. And Saturday Night Fever, double LP, Staying Alive, VG Plus $14.99. Anthrax is at $38. That's up to Nick Bargeron. Thor, though, is sold. Let me make sure. Wes Wilt 41. Wes Wilt 41. Jeff Brinley. Wes Wilt set out. So did Jeff Brinley for $45. Thor is so did Jeff Brinley for $45. Miles Davis Sketches of Spain is a Japanese pressing. No condition notes, looking for a $35 start. Our next auction is Icon. Icon, no. Do we want to sell Icon, EZO, Doro, Kicks, Venom, Saxon, Cro-Mags that's signed, Motorhead, Acro, Fea, Accept, Judas Priest, Demon, Dawkins, Accept, Testament, Dio, Death Angel. Death Angel. It's time. Death Angel is an 87 USOG with the original company inner sleeve with insert. $95 start for Death Angel. It has the insert and the original Enigma company sleeve. It's nice. The Ultraviolence out of print. $95 start for Death Angel. That's now for bid. Rebecca Barber got Saturday Night Fever. Tony Swanson, there's your Death Angel. We'll put Icon and Cro-Mags on deck. No Obi on Miles. Nope. Alice Cooper Goes to Hell, EX $19.99. Deep Purple Fireball, VG Plus $17.99. Waylon Jennings, theme from Dukes of Hazzard. Just them good old boys. VG minus cover, vinyls VG Plus $14.99. We have Men at Work, business as usual. VG Condition $12.99. UFO Lights Out, VG Plus $19.99. Nice America with a hop sticker that says Horse of No Name, this time a German press. I've Been Through the Desert, $14.99. Fleetwood Mac Tusk is EX $32.99. Billy Joe is EX $12.99. And Queen's Greatest Hits is VG $14.99. Let's go back to the top. So Death Angel 95, Death Angel 115, no Obi on Miles, Death Angel 125, Death Angel 125. Ryan Eaton offered 7 on the Knack. My Sharona sold to Ryan Eaton for 7. Tom Sullivan on W, and W was for Waylon Jennings, then Nathan Myers, and then Death Angel 135, Ed Riviera on Men at Work. Who can it be now? That is sold to Ed Riviera. UTFO and Anthrax. Somebody asked what it was. It's a final call. It's been bid on for a long time. Nathan Myers has it for $38. I'm not surprised, but I've lost Nick Bargeron. It's a final call for $38. UTFO and Anthrax lethal. Final call, $38. Next thing over here, Death Angel, $150. Tom Kelly on America, Living on a Riverside. Death Angel, $150. Lonnie Jolly on Queen for $10. Queen, not Clean. How about Queen for $10? Lonnie Jolly, Journey, Cosmo Kramer. Don't Stop Believing. That's sold to him for $10 as well. And then Death Angel, $160. If anybody wants a price on anything in here, let me know. Anthrax has a new bid with Nick Bargeron for $39. We have John Cougar, American Fool, Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2, Michael Jackson Thriller, Queen, Night at the Opera, Deep Purple in Rock, Kansas Monolith, Boston Don't Look Back, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, Blues to Cult Agents of Fortune, Pat Travers Putting It Straight, Jethro Tull Stormwatch, Blues Brothers, Jeff Beck There and Back, Steve Martin Brothers, Alice Cooper Goes to Hell, EX Condition 1999, Deep Purple Fireball, UFO Lights Out, Fleetwood Mac Tusk, and Billy Joe 52nd Street. If anybody wants anything in there, you're going to have to ask price, condition, or make offer, or go ahead and just say, Chad, I'll take it. I don't care what the price is or what the condition is. Go ahead and sign me up. I'm going to take it. I want it. Put it in my box, Chad. Put it in my belly. Next thing is this. Anthrax is at 40. Jeremy Rourke offered 11 for BOC. Let's sell that to Jeremy Rourke for $11. That is sold to him for 11. See, make offers, I'm going to take them most of the time. Anthrax has a new bid for 40. Nick Bargeron, you're out again. How much was UFO? Not UTFO. UFO. UFO Lights Out was VG Plus condition, $19.99. Death Angels at $175. Nobody bid on Miles Davis. This Japanese pressing of Sketches of Spain is a $35 buy now for this Japanese press, and the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Sketches of Spain. UTFO still getting bids, 41. Earlier, when that record was at $18, I was like, why doesn't somebody go ahead and just bid $55 on this Anthrax UTFO? We could have already sold it. It's at $41. It's going to get the 55, 60, 65, 70. It's at 41. Who wants to go ahead and just bump this thing up there? It's at $41. Death Angel. The last bid on this is $175. Next thing is Eden Riviere offered 14 for UFO. That's sold to Eden Riviere for $14. That's sold. Nick Bargeron got Miles Davis for 35. Anthrax has got a new bid for 46. Death Angel has a new bid for 180. And our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. This is, without a doubt, we just sold a Men at Work out of the crate. How about a Men at Work in the Japanese section? Men at Work cargo. Men at Work has the original inner sleeve. It has the insert, and it's a $35 star. Bob Riger, Elton John hits, $10. Bob Riger is going to live and breathe this Philadelphia freedom. That's sold to Bob Riger for $10. Done. New and sealed. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. No More Tears. Ozzy, $38.99. That's essentially a double LP, $38.99. Anthrax, $46. Nick Bargeron says he's out. Nick, a $55 bid, might have won it. You said you're out at 46. Nathan Myers has it. Final call. Death Angel still getting bid $185. And Men at Work's a $35 start. Slipknot, the new 25th anniversary edition, 2 LP, green jade colored vinyl with unreleased demos and alternate mixes. Slipknot, new double LP, green vinyl, $49.99. This is essentially an Ozzy greatest hits, Memoirs of a Madman, $38.99. We have Cave-In Jupiter. Jupiter by Cave-In is $29.99. It's a 25th anniversary. It's on neon violet colored vinyl. Cave-In, $29.99. Soulfly, $39.99 for Soulfly 3 double LP. And we have Metallica, Gimme Fuel, Gimme Fire. Fortune, Fame, Mirror Vein. Don't make me turn into Chad Hatfield again. $44.99 for Metallica. $44.99. What are the details on the Alice Cooper from the previous crate? Alice Cooper Goes to Hell is in EX condition. It has the original inner sleeve. That could be the first label. It does have a little bit of cover wear. VG cover, EX vinyl, $19.99. Death Angel, the Ultraviolence. Death Angel, tough to get album. It's an 87 USOG complete insert, inner sleeve, near mint minus vinyl, VG plus jacket. It's a nice copy. That's why it's at $205 right now. This is officially sold to Nathan Myers for $46. We're in a crate of brand new sealed vinyl. Brand new sealed. Everything in here should sell. If not, I'm going to be shocked. If everything in here doesn't get grabbed, I'm going to be like, I'm officially shocked, everybody. Next thing is 2 copies of the Oh Brother, Where Art Thou soundtrack. I Am a Man of Constant Sorrow, $39.99. There's the No More Tears album by Ozzy, double LP, $44.99 for Ozzy. We also have 2 copies of At the Gates, Slaughter of the Soul, Record Store Day, $49.99, Orange and White Splatter. I think this is a Record Store Day essential from Earache, $49.99 on that. Death Angel 205, Death Angel 210. System of a Down Hypnotize is $24.99. Metallica Kill 'Em All is $29.99. The Essential Stevie Ray Vaughan, $34.99. And Ghost Meliora. There should have been a wait list for that. Let me check. But first, here's Jason Wilski. He said he'll take the Alice Cooper. Nobody been at Work Cargo. Nobody bid on Men at Work at Cargo. So that's a $35 buy now. If anybody wants that, Men at Work Cargo, Japanese press of Obi, near mint minus and pristine. Men at Work Cargo. That can be bought right now. $35 buy now. They're still bidding on Death Angel. It's at $225. Now, I said I'd be shocked if everything in here didn't sell. Well, I'm at the end of the crate, and so far there's no claims for anything in this crate. There's one basic rule here at Coletco. When I show a crate, especially of new vinyl, if we can't sell at least one record in here, then I'm going to end the show. Show's going to come to end. I'm going to end the feed, and we'll all have to just go home and no more auctions. So surely we can find at least one person in here that needs one record out of this entire crate. I think what I did is all the new vinyl buyers took a little break because they thought I was going through vintage. Now they're outside walking their dog, and they have no idea I'm going through new vinyl right now. Death Angel is at $228. $228 on Death Angel, the Ultraviolence. Michael Freiberger says he'll take Men at Work Cargo, $35 on that. Next thing is let's put over here another new auction. Fred Craig says, Chad, I'll just see you later then. Good night. It looks like that's what's going to have to happen. Let's read through this crate again, but not before we put up Blue Murder. We have a 1989 USOG. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in shrink, folks. This is one of those crates. This is one of those records like Junkyard. The other night when we were selling... what was that other one we had the other night? Either way, this is one of those you got to be careful, okay? When you own a record like this, it comes with a lot of responsibility. I mean, a lot. You're going to have to be very careful telling people you own this record. You'll get attacked. People will try to break into your house to steal it. This is a dangerous record. It's Blue Murder. It's in shrink with hop sticker. It's an 89 USOG. It is beautiful. It's EX. It has the original on her sleeve. I mean, if I told everybody right now, hey, this Blue Murder, instead of auctioning tonight, you got to show up at the store and get in a boxing ring with somebody. You got to lace up some gloves and you got to fight. Last man standing gets this record. There would be people show up. There would be people show up and say, Chad, I am going to fight for this record. Now you can fight financially. $65 start. Let's go through this crate one more time. Surely somebody needs an Ozzy Greatest Hits. Don't do this to Ozzy. We have 3 copies. Surely. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. It's a double LP, new and sealed. $38.99. Crazy Train, Mr. Crowley, Flying High Again, Over the Mountain, Bark at the Moon, Ultimate Sin, Miracle Man, No More Tears, Mom, I'm Coming Home, and that's just half of the tracks. Ozzy's $38.99. Slipknot, self-titled, 25th Anniversary Edition, 2 LP, Jade Color Vinyl. Bonus tracks, $49.99. 2 copies here. Cave-In, Jupiter, $29.99. That's on neon violet colored vinyl, $29.99. Soulfly, Soulfly 3. It's a double LP, $39.99 for Soulfly. Metallica, Reload, a double LP, $44.99. Over here, Rebecca Barber wants an Ozzy. Rebecca to save the entire show. Otherwise, this show was almost over. Death Angels, a final call to C-Note, $233. $233. Blue Murders at $95. It should bring somewhere between $100 and $200. We'll see what happens. Next is a Chicago compilation. It's called Chicago Go Disc. Who wants it for a $35 start? Chicago, the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Blue Murders at $95. Blue Murder 90, already at $95. Really cool foil cover on the Chicago. Has a book with pictures and information and lyrics like questions 67 and 68. Waiting for the break of day. Da-da-da-down. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou is $39.99. Ozzy No More Tears is $44.99. At the Gate, Slaughter of the Souls, $49. System of a Down, Hypnotize is $24. Metallica, Kill 'Em All is $29. The Essential, Stevie Ray Vaughan, double LP, $34.99. And Ghost Meliora, $39.99. Let me make sure I didn't have a wait list for that Ghost. It is the new 10th anniversary edition on green vinyl, and it includes a Papa. It includes a Papa Buck. It includes a Papa Buck, and that is $39.99. Both of those are still available. Wow, thanks to Rebecca for saving the sale. She bought one record out of there. Shame on the rest of y'all. You should just go ahead and just go to bed at this point. Next thing is a whole nother crate of new vinyl. Let's bring it over right now and see what else is in this one. Hope everybody's ready. Hope everybody's ready. If you're not, you probably need to go ahead and button up your button up your bootstraps, or you can button up your butt straps too if you have any butt straps. Did you have that Chicago earlier? Not that one. No, I had a different one, but not that one. Death Angel was sold, and Death Angel was sold over here to C-Note for $233. Blue Murder's at $102 with empty mat. It's at $102 on that one. Tell me about the Nirvana box. 8 LPs, 40-page hardback book, new and sealed, $214.99. They'll be back in next week. It is amazing. Scott, you need it. It's an 8 LP box set. It has a 40-page book. It's mostly unreleased live recordings. You get like 3 full live concerts, and we have Chicago here. Go Disc, that's a $35 start. Next is Kenny Case Jr. says, you know what, Chad, I need one of those Slipknots. That way I don't feel as bad about you ordering all this stuff and me sitting here not claiming it, and I should be claiming it like everybody else. There should have been 2 or 3 people say, Chad, I'll take an Aussie. Chad, I'll take an Aussie. Chad, I'll take an Aussie. Give me one of those At the Gates. I need this. It's Metal Night. You rarely get in metal stuff. We need to buy this metal stuff. I need metal stuff. Icon is going up for bid right now. This is Icon. It is self-titled. It's an 84 US green capital label reissue. $25 start on Icon. What's in here? Caius. Welcome to Sky Valley. Caius is $29.99. Charlie Buck says, I'll take one of those Gates. See? That's what I'm talking about. Charlie Buck stepping up to the plate. He's hitting home runs. He's like, yes, Chad, you are right. I do need one of those. Thank you. And put one on my tab. Here we go. That is sold to Charlie Buck 0318. Thank you on that one. Chicago does have a bid for $35. Alcon has a bid for $25. Blue Murder $125. Next is Helmet, limited edition red and blue colored vinyl. Helmet is $38.99. Godsmack self-titled, first time available on vinyl. Self-titled debut $39.99. System of a Down, steal this album. If you do steal this, my mom will call the cops on you. But if you want to pay for it, it's $33.99. Icon $25. Chicago has one bid. We're about to sell it. And we have Metallica and Justice for All. Darkness, Imprison and Me. Shortest straw. $44.99 for And Justice for All, 2 LP remaster. Harvester of Sorrow, Sepultura Roots. Sepultura is $49.99, 2 LP remastered. Sepultura, $49.99. Michael Wilkerson on System of a Down. That one's a double LP, $33.99. Chicago is sold for $35, and that is sold to Patrick C. Smith Sr. Condition of Icon. VG Plus jacket, vinyl is EX. Are we done on Blue Murder? We're not. Nick Bargeron just bid $130 on Blue Murder. Be careful owning that record. Comes with a lot of responsibilities. I've said this before. You'll be walking down the aisle over there at the local, I don't know, I mean, you might even be like at a Waffle House or something, like eating breakfast with your buddy and be like, yeah, last night I picked up a copy of Blue Murder on Chad's auction, and then there'll be people in the Waffle House just all turn around and look at you. And they'll look at you really mean, and they'll be like, did he just say he had a copy of Blue Murder? And then you'll have to walk very carefully to your car and leave before anybody gets you. Emperor, this is Anthems of the Welkins at Dust. This is Emperor, $33.99. That's a picture disc. I've got 2 available. Godsmack 1000 horsepower, $33.99 on Godsmack. Icons at $30 with Scott Arnold, and Blue Murder's at $130, which means somebody got outbid. Somebody got outbid, and that's at $130. And then Kenny Case Jr. on Sepultura. That is sold to Kenny Case Jr. And then we have right here, we have Chevelle, and this one's called Wonder What's Next. Let me see if I have a waiting list for Chevelle. It's kind of like Chevrolet, but they forgot and left off some letters and added some, and they ended up with Chevelle. Wonder What's Next. Joseph Ellis was on a waiting list. Joseph Ellis was on a waiting list for Chevelle. Wonder What's Next. So this is sold, and there's 2 copies left. Over here, we have System of a Down, Mesmerize, $24.99 on that one, and Slipknot Volume 3. Before I forget, Slipknot, $36.99, and Ace Frehley, Space Invader. This is a, not sticker. These are supposed to be $34.99. It's a double LP. It is limited edition, and it is on clear and tangerine colored vinyl. Ace Frehley Space Invader, $34.99. Okay, let's put stickers on those. Tanner, strike one. You forgot to mark these. Ace is $34.99. All right, let's move right along. Blue Murder, I think we're done. I don't know who was the high bidder before Nick, but I've said it twice. Now I'm saying it 3 times. Nick Bargeron has Blue Murder for $130, and he's about to get it. Icon's at $32. Kenny Case Jr. on Godsmack. I'm assuming you want 1,000 horsepower then, right, Kenny? Thank you on that one. There's that. And then over here, let's throw up another Japanese. Oh, it's one of our favorites, folks. It's Toto. We love some Toto here. $35 start for Toto. Isolation, Japanese pressing, Steve Luthiker, $35 start. It has the book, Shrink Wrap Obi, $35. Michael Snared on 8th, Nathan Myers on Ace, Ace and Ace. You have Sepultura Chaos. That was one I did not order. Can you believe it? If you want me to order one, I can put you on a wait list. A Chaos and Beneath the Remains, and they have another big one. Those are not in stock tonight, but they very easily could have been ordered. Sepultura gets asked about a lot. They're kind of pricey. They're all like $44, $50 albums new, but we sell the heck out of them because they're pretty much impossible to get OGs. All right, Blue Murder. I don't know who had it for the longest, but now it's sold to Nick Bargeron, and Nick gets it for $130. He had it for 4 minutes, and that's sold. It was Fred Cardinale. $140. There's that. And then over here, let's jump over here. Kenny Kate said, yes, thank you. Thank you, Kenny. And then Icon is at $35.35. Andy Lane came in first. And then Toto's a $35 start. That last Ace Frehley is sold to Jeff Brindley. Anybody want on a waiting list for tomorrow? Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now. Oh, my goodness. Here it is, I think. Yeah. This is Pantera Far Beyond Driven. This is a OG 1994 OG limited edition double vinyl with exclusive artwork and gatefold sleeve, direct metal mastering to cause maximum damage. OG Far Beyond Driven collector's edition. It is EX++, parental advisory. That's a good thing. That means it's uncensored. You can hear Phil Anselmo saying the dirtiest, meanest stuff he can think of. Let's go ahead and start it for $125 start. $125 start. OG Pantera. OG Pantera. OG Pantera. OG Pantera. OG Pantera. OG Pantera, $125 start. Icons at $37. Andy and Scott Arnold, y'all are out. Here's what's left in here. Caius, Welcome to Sky Valley, $29.99. Helmet, limited edition red and blue colored vinyl. Helmet, $38.99. Godsmack, self-titled, $39.99. System of a Down, Steal This Album, $33.99. Metallica and Justice, $44.99. Sepultura Roots, $49.99. Emperor, $33.99. Godsmack, $33.99. Chevelle, Wonder What's Next, 2 copies left for $24. System of a Down Mesmerized, $24. And Slipknot's $36. That's on purple vinyl. Toto's a no bid. You can pick up Isolation for a $35 buy it now. Toto, $35 buy it now. Toto, $35 buy it now. That is available. Icon is out with Andy. That's now a final call, and that is at $37 of Tony Bradford. Pantera has one bid for $125. This should bring what, $200-$300? Pantera at $125. Let me start screaming at the top of my lungs to make sure everybody's awake. Austin Latham gets Toto for $35. Toto sold to Austin Latham. Icon final call. OG Pantera. How often do I say this? OG Pantera. Almost never. One bid, $125. Is this thing working? Test 1, 2. Let's bring over another crate and see what we can come up with, eh? All righty. Here's what we got. We got Black Sabbath lights too. Black Sabbath lights are back in. Kiss is on deck. They're not going to be in this week. There's a really good chance Kiss could be in next week, but we do have a restock of Black Sabbath lights. Pantera's at $150. That's more like it. All right, and let's go through this crate here. Icon is done. Icon is sold to Tony Bradford for $37. Pantera $155. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be the best of Accept. I don't recall seeing this too much. It is a 1983 German OG. The best of Accept, a $25 start, 83 German OG. The best of Accept, $25 start on that. Next thing, covers in VG. How about Chris Robinson Brotherhood? Chris Robinson from the Black Crows, $34.99. I've got 2 of those available. Also got 2 copies of Wasp Babylon. Wasp Babylon is $29.99. Pantera's at $155. Next Japanese pressing is Duran Duran Arena. This is live Duran Duran doing some of their biggest hits. It's going to go up for how much, Chad? Just a $35 start. Wow. Okay, I'll go ahead and bid. This is a $35 start. It has the book, it has the insert, it has the cover, it has the obi. Duran Duran is a $35 start. Nathan Myers on Chris Robinson. That's sold. Accept has a bid for $25. Pantera's at $160. Trivium, the Crusade. Trivium is $39.99. Awesome artwork on that. 2 available, 3 available, 4 available. 4 Triviums are available. We have Wasp Gagalatha. Sorry, that's a mouthful. $34.99. Shh. I feel like Jim Carrey on Liar Liar. This pen is Wasp is $34.99. I've got 2 copies of Albert King. Wow, out of nowhere, a really cool blues album, Albert King. I actually have a sealed OG copy that's listed on Discogs. It's not cheap. I have a new copy here for $24.99. And Lamb of God, Strum and Drang. Lamb of God is $36.99. Lamb of God, Strum and Drang, $36.99. Pantera's at $180. Donna on Albert King, except the last bid that came on except was 1 bid. J Nutra, $25. J Nutra, $25. Duran Duran, $35 starting bid. Nobody else has bid on the best of Accept. Next thing in here is Wasp again, this time Dominator, $29.99 for Wasp. Dio, Holy Diver, the new Joe Barresi remix. That's a great sounding record, $44.99. And Wasp, the Crimson Idol. What was the theme of that crate? Wasp. Lots of stingy insects. Wasp is the majority of that crate. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Run do do do. Run down down. Down. Okay. Albert King, so to Donna, Accept has a new bid for $30. Jay Nutra, you're out on Accept. Jeff Brinley's out on Pantera. OG Pantera's at $180. Jerry Stone wants Albert King. Cameron wants 1 each of Wasp except Dominator. So that means he gets a Crimson Idol. That means he gets a Galagatha. And that means he also gets a Babylon. 3 Wasp for Cameron, okay? What is Accept at? $30. And we have Kenny Case Jr. on Lamb of God. Strum and Drang. I was humming. That is strumming for Lamb of God. Accept has a new bid for $30. And we have, which Trivium is that? Trivium the Crusade. I think we sold a repress the other night for a lot more than $39.99. And for some reason, you can buy a brand new sealed copy right now for $39.99, and nobody's bought it. Master of Reality is sold to Scentless Apprentice. Thank you on that. Scentless Apprentice. Scentless Apprentice. That is sold. Thank you on that. Let's find something to replace that with. Let's find something to replace that with. How about one of the new Rocktobers that I'm about to show again? Who needs a copy of Dream Theater Systematic Chaos? 2 LP clear vinyl, Dream Theater, $39.99. I have not listened to much Trivium before. No, everybody's telling me I need to definitely take time to listen to them. Pantera, Jake Gold has it for $180. Final call. It's an uncensored OG Gatefold Collector's Edition, 1994. Very cool. Has the lyrics. It has the original on her sleeve. It's real. It's official. And it's nice. It's EX++, near mint minus. EX++, near mint minus. Pantera, $180. Except the last bid that came in was Nathan Myers, $35. VG cover because of some stress creases. The vinyl is near mint minus, and it's a German OG compilation. Now it's at $36. Nobody bid on Duran Duran. Arena can be bought for a $35 buy it now. Arena, a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now for Duran Duran. 35. Let's read through this crate again. I think some people took a quick intermission, and there's not much in here. I'm about to do some condensing, and we're about to take care of some of this, okay? So the first thing we have in here, there's one copy left of Chris Robinson Brotherhood for 24, Wasp Babylon's 29, Trivium, the Crusade. Yeah, Lothel just bought like a repress of the night at auction for $55. Everybody was wanting it. Everybody was asking for it. I looked it up, and I was like, wow, there's a new reissue in stock, and here it is for $39.99. Now, if I open this up and put it in a lower crate for $39.99 and said it was pre-owned, somebody would buy it. It's the curse of the sealed record. Go ahead and claim it. Open it up and listen to it. Open it up and listen to it. Trivium, $39.99. Nathan Carter wants Dominator. That was this Wasp album right here. So to Nathan Carter. Next thing is this. We also have Wasp Golgotha, $34.99. Lamb of God is $36.99. One Wasp Dominator left, $29. Dio is $44, and Wasp the Crimson Idol. And that's a new double LP half-speed master, okay? Jake Gold, thank you on Pantera. Nice. I'm sure you're glad to check that off your list. $180. You're going to be playing that so loud, your ears are going to be bleeding. That's so due for $180 on that. And then next thing I have is Accept. Trivium Ascendancy. Did we already have that tonight? I've already shown 2 or 3 other Trivium albums tonight. That's like the 3rd or 4th Trivium I've shown. This one's called Crusade, $39.99. Accept is still getting bids. We got great auctions. Nathan Myers, you're out. Alonzo has it for $36. Nathan Myers, let me know if you want back in on Accept. Judas Priest, our next auction. Judas Priest, Ram It Down, is an 88 OG. I love these words Laura has put on here. Are you ready? Top copy, which means the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has an inner sleeve. It's in shrink with hop. It's a top copy. 35. It's pronounced Golgotha. Thank you. Yes, the place where Jesus Christ was crucified. Golgotha. 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 I can say it. I just got to get some phonics. All right. Here we go. Let's put this here, and let's put this here. Okay, let's put this here. Let's put this there. Let's put this here. Let's put that there. Let's put this here. Let's put that there. And let me put this right here. Here we go. Accept. Nathan Carter out. Let's go back up to the top. Okay. First thing we have is Accept. The last bid was Alonzo at $36. I was going to make sure Nathan Myers was done. Nathan Myers bid 38. Chaz Gordon bid 40. Jason Waltman wants one each of Wasp. Now, one of those sold out, but let me see what I had left over here. One of those, in fact, did sell out, but let me see what I have left, and then I can put you on a waiting list for the others. But I got you down for Crimson Idol. I got you down for Dominator, Golgotha, and Babylon. No, I think there's one each of all of them left. Yeah, there is. Okay, and that means we have one. Yeah, that's it. All right, so Jason Waltman. Let me just start a new crate. So I got you down for one each of those. There was some Wasp in another crate shown earlier. Wow, that's already our 8th full crate sold. I'm changing out crates. 8 full crates already sold tonight. I told Tanner earlier, I said, if this pace continues, we might have one of our best record-selling nights ever. No pun intended. These are all sold. It's got to get some more auctions up. Stick with me. Stick with me. All those are sold to Jason Waltman. Jason, you bought before, right? And then Judas Priest 45, Accept 40, Accept 40, Accept 43, And here we go. All right, so Accept is at $45. Wow, this top copy, Judas Priest, is at $45. And Bob Riger says, give me a Trivium. Let's do it. Trivium, Crusade, sold to Riger. That's not just any Riger. That's Bob Riger, folks. And he's getting a copy of the Crusade. There's 3 copies left. I saw that in stock. I went ahead and grabbed 4. I went ahead and grabbed 4. Trivium, the Crusade, okay? Now, this was a pre-order. The Ministry album, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. It's a new, expanded 2 LP Ministry, $39.99. The pre-order's already been pulled. If you don't have a Ministry, it's $39.99. That comes out tomorrow. It's a new pre-order, a 2 LP Ministry. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste, $39.99. We have 3 Triviums left, and that's $39.99. Judas Priest, let's look at this again. It's an OG top copy of Ram It Down, shrink wrap, hop sticker, inner sleeve, near mint minus, and Chaz Gordon has it for $46. $46. The best of Accept. Accept over here is at $47 of Nathan Myers. Nathan Myers wants a Ministry. As you can see, I've got several in stock. I also have a new Warren Zevon, Rocktober. This was a pre-order. They've already been pulled. Learning to Flinch, Warren Zevon is $38.99. It is $38.99. I think it's kind of like a Warren Zevon Unplugged. It says stripped down versions of his classic songs. So that's also new. That also comes out tomorrow. Ministry as an expanded edition has never been released. This Warren Zevon has been out of print or never been released, one of the two. Over here, Scott Dwallow on Trivium, that is sold. Accept still getting bids. Judas Priest still getting bids. That's a new Warren Zevon for tomorrow, $38.99. We have those in stock. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing right quick. And that next Japanese pressing, I think we had one of these a moment ago. It's a great Rolling Stones compilation. When you see the track listing, you'll be like, yeah, Chad, I'm in at $35. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of the Rolling Stones. And I think it's technically called Golden Prize. It is. Golden Prize, Rolling Stones compilation, $35 start on that. Except the last bid was Nathan Myers at $47. Chaz Gordon, you're out. Chaz, let me know if you want back in. You're also outbid on Judas Priest. Also, there's 3 copies of Dream Theater. Dream Theater is a 2 LP, Train of Thought. It's their 2003 album that's been out of print. Dream Theater, $39.99. Train of Thought, Rocktober, $39.99. This is also new for Friday. That was a pre-order. That's already been pulled. And then Fleetwood Mac Tusk. This was a pre-order. It's already been pulled. It's a new Rocktober exclusive blue vinyl, Fleetwood Mac Tusk, $38.99 for Fleetwood Mac Tusk. And Mr. Bungle, and this one is called Disco Volante. The first time it's had a reissue by itself since 2009. $38.99, and it's on transparent blue vinyl, remastered on 2 LP, Mr. Bungle, $38.99, and we've got 5 of those left. The pre-order's already been pulled. So Mr. Bungle, Fleetwood Mac, Dream Theater, Warren Zevon, and Ministry. That's all brand new stuff for October, big pre-orders, and that's all the leftovers. He's done on Accept. This thing is finished then. Nathan Myers, $47. Priest is still getting bids. It's at $50. Let's put up some other auctions, okay? Judas Priest is at $50. The Rolling Stones, we're looking for a $35 start, and somebody has requested to put up a Warrant album. We still got Testament, Dio. We got Warrant, Great White, more Pantera, OG Danzig, OG YT, Iron Maiden, OG Guns N' Roses, OG Ozzy, UK edition. This is Warrant. Now, this isn't Cherry Pie Warrant. This is a different Warrant. This is Warrant the Enforcer. And this is a 85 German OG, completely different band than She's My Cherry Pie. An 85 OG, super clean, near mint minus vinyl, and a top jacket. That's going to go up for a $55 start. Thank you for whoever bought a Ministry. I got Mr. Bungle. I have Fred wants Tusk and Mr. Bungle, if not pre-ordered. Oh boy, Fred. I have no idea. Earlier, I read off hundreds of pre-orders. I would have to check right quick. Let me see if I can do that quickly. Because I would love to sell you a copy, but I also don't want you to end up with 2. Let me see if I can check this right quick. Tusk, Fleetwood Mac Tusk. I will try to check as fast as I can. And we have Fleetwood Mac Tusk, blue vinyl. Fred Cardinale, you did not get one. Sold to Fred Cardinale. And then over here, Mr. Bungle, Disco, and Mr. Bungle Disco. Let's see here. Bungle. Fred Cardinale did not get one. Sell one to Fred Cardinale. And then what is the ministry? The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. New expanded. It's got unreleased tracks on it. $39.99. You know you need one, Fred. Just say ministry sold. I know you need one. Warrant is at 55. Judas Priest is at 56. Final call to get a bid on the Stones. So that was crate number 1 of Rocktober's. And then let's go ahead and knock this one out. And here's the other one very quickly. And here is the other one. The next one is right here. It's another Mr. Bungle, California. That's on red vinyl, a double LP remaster, Mr. Bungle, California, $38.99. The other Mr. Bungle is self-titled, orange vinyl, $36.99. So more Mr. Bungle. We just had Disco Volante. There's California. There's self-titled. Jethro Tull, the new 50th anniversary of Minstrel in the Gallery, marble vinyl, $29.99. We've been through one crate of vintage. We're about to go through another. Judas Priest 56, Judas Priest 59. Warrant is gotten multiple bids at $55. The Rolling Stones is a no bid. That's a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. Let me go ahead and grab a sleeve for that. This is the Rolling Stones. It's a gatefold, $35 on that. Pre-orders. Well, these Rocktobers, there was about 50 pre-orders posted in one day. There was about 50 pre-orders posted probably over the course of a couple days, I'll say. That was all the Rocktober stuff. So a lot of people didn't see these because of the way the Facebook algorithm works. That's why I always say go to the group, click on my name in the group. So if you go to Whole Lot of Records and you click on my name, that will pull up my profile, not my normal Facebook profile. It will pull up my profile within the group. And of course, I have a very public account. I have everything turned on public. So anything that I post, anybody on Facebook can see it if you have an account. And I think my personal page is like that, and I think everything in the group is like that. So if you ever click on my name, you can scroll, and it might take a while, but you can see all the pre-orders. Essentially, the way the website works on there. And then this is available. Systematic Chaos. Yes, $39.99. Mr. Bungle, California, Soda Shakedown. And then there's the new Jethro Tull, $29.99. Stone Temple Pilots. Hey, I take that back. I thought we had our last one earlier. We got more copies on red vinyl. Stone Temple Pilots is $29.99. There's the other Dream Theater, 6 Degrees of Turbulence. Dream Theater on clear vinyl, $39.99, and Dream Theater Octavarium. So there's 3 Dream Theaters. There's that Dream Theater, Edwin, if you want it, there's more copies. There's this Dream Theater, 6 Degrees, and Octavarium. Those are all available. Janet wants the Stone Temple Pilots, and now we have 3 copies left. The last bid on Judas Priest was Chaz Gordon at $65. Chaz Gordon at $65. Jim Cooper has Warrant, W-A-R-R-A-N-T, and this is at $56, and that means that Jeff Brindley, you've been outbid, okay? So there's Judas Priest, there's Warrant, and we also need to go ahead and put up Demon. Let's go ahead and put up a Japanese pressing first. We already got 2 metal auctions up. Let's put up Culture Club, Waking Up with the House on Fire. Culture Club is a $35 star. Waking Up with the House on Fire, Culture Club. There's 1 LP, there's the insert, there's the cover and Obi, Culture Club. First thing is Fred Cardinale on STP. That sold. Dream Theater is sold to Ed Riviera. That was Systematic Chaos. And Dream Theater Octavarium is sold to Dean Tedford. The only other record in here is Warren Zevon, Mr. Bad Example, his 1991 album, $29.99. So this is all Rocktober stuff. Warren Zevon, Dream Theater, STP, Jethro Tull, Mr. Bungle. Got a lot of extras in case some of this stuff goes out of stock. If it does, then we're going to be wishing we had more. If they ever say, well, we're pulling the licensing on that, or we're not going to make you more on that, we're going to wish we had a lot more. Here's the other ones. Warren Zevon, $29.99. That one is called Mutineer, and there's more copies of Systematic Chaos. Okay? There's more copies of Systematic Chaos, $39.99. Dream Theater, Systematic Chaos, and the other Warren Zevon albums. So that's it. And let me put these right over here. Let's bring over another crate quickly. Got all those down into 2 crates. That's amazing, honestly. That means we've sold a bunch. And Warren Zevon Mutineer is sold to Beast Smoker. That was the one of the last copies I had of that, I think. Nope, I had, 1 copy left of that one. Mutineer, that is sold. Let's update these other auctions. Next is Judas Priest out. So final call, Chaz Gordon, $65. One more time, ram it down, inner sleeve, top copy, shrink wrap, near mint minus, beautiful. It's OG top copy, Chaz Gordon, $65. Seems like a great price. Warrant has a new bid for $60. Final call on Culture Club. The Flanagan auction for charity. Yes, I have a record over here that's signed, Cro-Mags. It's signed by Harley Flanagan. We have it up for bid here in just a second. Brian Call sent it to me. He said he wanted me to auction it off and donate the money to a charity of our choice. And I've got it right here. It's on deck. I figured I'd do it during prime time. Right now is definitely prime time. So we're going to do that probably as soon as one of these two sell, which is going to be any second now. All right, so we knocked that one out. We've knocked those two out. And it is time for me to restack these. And we need to breeze through this one more time. Probably that one. I hadn't done that one a second time. And let me bring the Black Sabbath lights a little bit closer. Why don't you stay just a little bit closer? Yeah. All right. This is probably going to seem pretty recent, but it is. But for my OCD, let me read through them one more time. That way I'm doing it all in order. I was going to jump back over here to another metal crate. Let me do this to so my brain doesn't explode, and then we're going to do a pre-owned crate. New pre-owned vintage coming. Buy it now, best offer. Here we go. Here we go. So, very simply, here's what happened. Judas Priest is sold. And that is sold to Chaz Gordon for $65. Thank you on that. $65. That is sold. Warrant is sold. And Warrant is sold to Jeff Brindley for $60. Jim Cooper it looks like he was about to or try to bid. Jim, I thought I lost you. I got to go ahead and sell that. And then Culture Club. Culture Club is a $35 buy it now. Waking up with a house on fire. So very quickly, our no bids tonight are the following. The no bids we have tonight are Culture Club, waking up with a house on fire. This is $35 on this. So you're going to do any other bands besides Black Sabbath and Kiss on the Lights. Metallica's coming next. Oh, don't worry. We got them all coming. It's just trying to make sure we get the pre-orders up, etc. I've got special requests. I've got a list going. I'd say before the end of the year, we're going to have at least 20 different bands where you could order one from us. Culture Club, $35. Billy Joel, $35. Rolling Stones, $35. Duran Duran, $35. And Creedence Gold, $35. Those are all the Japanese no bids. All are complete, beautiful Japanese pressings. CCR, Duran Duran, Rolling Stones, Billy Joel, and Culture Club. $35 a piece on all those. They're no bids, and they're real, and they're spectacular. All right, let's put this up. So Brian Call sent this to me. He said, I want you to auction this and donate the money. I was like, sure thing. Harley Cro-Mags Flanagan, their original Cro-Mags demos, 1982, 1983. And this is signed by Harley Flanagan. And it's sealed. It's either on red or black vinyl. Let's put it up for a $55 start. And here's what I can do. JSA is, I'm going to have stuff authenticated on Sunday. So I'll pay for it. I'll even have it JSA authenticated for you, okay? So this will come with JSA authentication, because I can have it done before it ships out on Tuesday or Wednesday, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, okay? So signed Cro-Mags, and hey, if it sells for $300, if you want to put in a bid more than what you normally do, I'll even let y'all tell me where to send the money. So let's say you pay $100 for this, and you say, Chad, I want you to donate that money to breast cancer awareness, or if you want to send it to the Ronald McDonald House. You tell me where, I'll send the money there, and then I'll send you the record, okay? That's $60. $60. How is it signed if it's sealed? It's been peeled back. The shrink's been peeled back right there. So it's sealed, but it's been peeled back, okay? And then probably what we can do for JSA, they will probably peel back this little piece here, and they'll probably put the sticker right back there on the back, okay? So there's that. So wherever you want the money spent. So if you pay $450 for it and you're like, do that, That's where we'll send it, okay? So Scott Fellow, $60. That's the starting bid. Good luck to everybody. And we have a claim on the Rolling Stones comp. That is sold to Jeff Brindley, and Fred asked what it is. It's already sold to Jeff Brindley. Sold for $35, okay? That is sold for $35. There's that, and here we are. So next thing is the following. Let's put up another auction over here. Man, we got some cool metal auctions to do. How about we go ahead and do Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill. I repeat, OG Pantera. I repeat, OG Pantera. I repeat, OG Pantera. Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill, is a 1996 OG limited edition with insert and super clean. Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill. This is a limited edition, near mint minus and pristine, $150 start. Whoa, OG Pantera. Holy moly. Can't believe records like this are still on the back and we just casually put them up like it's nothing. One quick read through here, and then we got best offer stuff to go through. Metal Church, $39.99. New and sealed Metal Church, $39.99. Music on vinyl. Andre Bocelli, Romanza, $39.99 for Andre Bocelli. Also, we have Charlie Brown, Vince Guaraldi, the Christmas Zoetrope picture disc, $38.99. We have Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Greatest Hits, $44.99. We have Soundgarden, $44.99. That is a Super Unknown with Black Hole Sun, Spoon Man. That is such a great album. Chris Cornell, $44.99. Nirvana, Nevermind, that's self-explanatory, $36.99. The Doors, Greatest Hits, Rhino, all analog, $36.99 for that. And Pink Floyd, The Wall, all in all, is just another brick in $49.99. Hey, for those that was buying all the Wasp earlier, here's more Wasp. Wasp, The Last Command, $33.99. And Joe Cocker, with a little help from my friends, he did that iconic cover of the Beatles song. That's a new sealed reissue, $33.99. Harley Cromax Flanagan is at $95. J Nutra on Wasp. J Nutra on Wasp. So did J Nutra. Here, we'll even make this more interesting. Whatever it sells for, I'll personally match the money for the charity you pick out. So let's say it sells for $300 here in a minute. Whoever wins it, I'll take your $300. I'll send $300 with it of my own money, and we'll write a check to whoever you want it to go to. That's now at $95. So your bid is going to get matched by Collectco, $95. Also, we have Wasp, J Nutra getting a copy. This is right here, and did I already pull one of those out? What happened to that? I just had it, didn't I? Did I already pull them out? There was only one copy. Wasp. Yeah, right here. So Wasp is with J Nutra, and then Cameron, you were second, okay? So I'll put you on a waiting list for The Last Command. Did I skip over a Lamb of God? I did. I thought that was another copy of Wasp. It's actually Lamb of God self-titled. I thought that was a second Wasp. It's actually Lamb of God, $24.99. Okay, I'm going to have to bring out my Pantera horn. Let me bring out my Pantera horn. Here we go. You ready? Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill. Pantera. Pantera is a 1996 USOG limited edition. This is OG. This is not a reissue. This is a 1996 OG Pantera, $150 start, and there's not a bid right now. The signed Cro-Mags is at $125, technically at $250 for the donation. Lamb of God is sold to Scott Arnold. That is sold to Scott Arnold. Lamb of God. Plus, I'm going to pay for the authentication fee. And I'm going to pay for the authentication fee. You don't have to worry about that either. And of course, we know it's live and we know it's good, but some people like to have that, especially, 20 years from now, if you want to sell it, it would already be authenticated. Okay, next thing we have is we're ready for some pre-owned stuff. So before I do that, let's knock out this Black Sabbath light. So as y'all know, we've been selling a ton of these sweet Black Sabbath lights, and we have a waiting list. And the waiting list right now are the following people. I have Black Sabbath lights. I've got 7 people on a waiting list at $55. First thing we have is Treadkill has a bid for $150. J Nutra wants a copy of The Wall. I have a feeling my hand felt just like 2 balloons. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I have become comfortably numb. I just knocked over a bunch of crates. Okay, here's Black Sabbath. We have them in stock. So if you've been waiting to grab one live, we have them ready to go. They're going to be on your invoice this time. I'm going to make sure they don't forget. These are $55. $55. They've already got them bubble wrapped and ready to be put into your, have y'all seen these? They're awesome. Anybody watching that's already bought can vouch. You plug them up. You'll have to get a power adapter. They change colors. They're amazing. I think you can sync them to music. They come with instructions and everything. They're $55, okay? Kiss is up for pre-order. Kiss is $59.99. Those should be in next week. 7 people on a waiting list. John McPatriot, Danny Thomason, Josh Cornabias. That must be somebody under a different handle because I've never heard that name before. I'm sure they know who it is. John McPatriot, Danny Thomas, Josh Cornabias. That's probably why he's under a handle, because he knows I can't say his name. Sherry Darnell, Brandon Jones, Scott Dwallow, and Melanie Clausen. So John McPatriot, Danny Thomason, Josh C., Sherry Darnell, Brandon Jones, Scott Dwallow, and Melanie Clausen. 7 Black Sabbath lights. If you don't have one already, if you don't have one already, this is your time, okay? This is your time. They're $55. I need 7 already here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and here is number 7. Okay, and that means I have for sale right now tonight, I have extra Black Sabbath lights. I've got those 7 are sold, and I'm going to go pull up the post and make sure nobody else commented on the post, but I have them. I have them. I have them. They're in stock, and I'm going to try to plug one. I'm going to go up front and get the one up front, and I'll plug one up. And when y'all see them, you'll want to buy them. Okay, we'll plug one up to keep it going tonight. They're really cool. And then we'll sell a lot more and then probably have another waiting list. So these are also, let me go start this miscellaneous pile in here on the table. Miscellaneous pile in here on the table. So that is done. There's that. And what is next? What is next? Black Sabbath lights, okay? What else is going on? First thing is this. We sold, Scott Arnold does not want Lamb of God. I have Strum and Drang, Scott. Strum and Drang is $36.99. It's in stock tonight. Treadkill, $150. Kenny Roll wants a Black Sabbath light. There's one sold for Kenny Roll. Info on Pantera. Give me 1 second. What Kiss? Are you on Facebook? I'll send you a link. And then Jersey Devil on Black Sabbath light. That's sold to Jersey Devil. We might need to make a copy of instructions and send it to Gerald Whitworth. Jersey Devil gets a Black Sabbath light. And then that's Red Cave Collections. Okay, Red Cave Collections, Pantera 160. They are wired. They come with a USB, so you'll have to get a USB to power adapter. Those are, you can find those anywhere. Gas stations, they look like this right here. They look like this right here. If you're like me, I have them laying around everywhere, so I just, I guess that's me assuming everybody just has these laying everywhere. I feel like maybe because we're a business, but I bet there's 200 in random places throughout this building. See, here's 2 more. I've got, and then that size, we got those kind of things everywhere. A lot of things come with that now, and they don't include the actual power bank. It's just, so unfortunate. But, okay, what happened on the Cro-Mags? This signed Cro-Mags, which is going to be matched for charity, Tony Swanson had it for $125. I think Scott Fellows went out, but this is a final call. Signed Cro-Mags, $125, okay? $125 signed Cro-Mags. Charity auction, going to be matched by Collectco. Final call on that. Final call on that, okay? Now, Pantera. This is OG. Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill, a 96 OG limited edition. This was scarce on vinyl. In 1996, Pantera's label was not promoting this on vinyl. They were definitely not promoting this on vinyl. This was a CD album. So vinyl was limited edition. Whoever was buying this on vinyl was probably in the last 1% of people buying vinyl in 1996. So that's why it's pricey, and that's why it's so desirable now. The link for Kiss. I got to pull up Black Sabbath anyway, so let me do that for you right now. We've kind of hit a lull here in the sale because we're doing the Black Sabbath lights, etc., etc. But let me make sure nobody else is in on the Black Sabbath light. I have a feeling there's some new comments. Okay, now, and then I'll explain the whole business of the lights in 1 second. Okay? Melanie Clausen got one. Should have already. Melanie Clausen, Scott Dwallow. Melanie Clausen, do you need one, Melanie? Are you watching, Melanie? Did I have her down? John, Danny, Melanie. Okay, I didn't have her down, and I don't have her comment locked over here. I got Scott Dwallow, right? Okay. I got Scott Dwallow. And I got Melanie. Okay, Melanie already got one. I have 2 extras. I actually have 3, but we're missing a cord for one. Okay, but we're missing a cord for one. I've got 2 left. So let me explain this right now. First, let me share the pre-order for KISS, because you can buy a Black Sabbath right now. There's 2. There's 2. And they're $55, okay? I bet I'm approaching, what, 50 sold? 100? I don't know. I've sold a lot. And if you want in on the KISS, copy link. I might have to go with Coletco. And these are what we're doing right now, okay? Give me 1 second. Bear with me. I'm about to explain literally probably an entire dissertation on the LED lights, okay? And hopefully I can answer everybody's question in one link. There's the KISS light. Now, there's 2 left if anybody wants them. Technically 3. Let's say there's 3 left. There's 3 left. And we have to pull this up again. I'm going to show you a video so I don't have to go get extension cords, power adapters, and do all this. I'm going to show you exactly what these look like right now. Here's a good look at these. There's one lit up. There's one changing colors. I mean, it does red, green, blue. It flashes. They're amazing. You're going to want one, okay? Let me do a Jedi mind trick on you right now. You will buy one of these. There's 2 left. A lot of people already watching already has one. You will buy one. That's all I'm going to say. There's been a lot of questions. People's on the fence. They're cracking their knuckles. They're like, oh my gosh, I've got to have one of these. Chad, give me one. That's all you got to do. Just say, Chad, I'll take one. You're not going to regret it. How could you regret something like this? Name a situation in which you're going to regret buying a light, a Black Sabbath light. How are you going to regret that? You're not. You're going to be like, I'm in. Now, the next question is, Chad, what about Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, Rush, Iron Maiden, Pearl Jam, The Cure, Taylor Swift, Porno for Pyros, Dream Theater, Faces, David Lee Roth, Pantera, Led Zeppelin, Lamb of God, Pink Floyd, Nirvana, Warren Zevon, Creedence Clearwater Revival? What about Tool? What about this? Diet Coke, Coca-Cola, Mountain Dew? They're all coming. I promise. King Diamond, Ozzy, Chevy Chase, Tiger Woods. Give me a second, okay? Can I say one tonight? I cannot. Can you give me 3,000 recommendations? I'll take them. Send them my way. Start naming every band you can think of. Right now, there's Black Sabbath and KISS. You tell me which one you want. If you want a KISS, go comment. Cameron wants a Black Sabbath light. Now there's 1 left. There's 2 left. They're $55. $55, okay? Now, sorry for the delay. The lights always cause mass hysteria. That's why I have to literally stop the show, because these blows people's mind. They're awesome. They're like, holy crap, Chad, these things are freaking sweet. How do I get one? And I'm telling you right now, they're $55. All you got to do, we can even make one that says Tony Hawk, Nintendo 64 logo, PlayStation, whatever you want. Pantera. the last bit on this, let's get back to selling vinyl. The discussion for the lights, I will unfortunately have to bring it to a close, okay? Meeting adjourned. The only ones I'm selling right now are Black Sabbath and Kiss. That's it. Kiss is not in stock. It might be in next week. There's only 2 ways to buy it. You got to go post on the Facebook that I shared the link. If you don't want on that link because you don't have Facebook, then you need to let me know. Chad, I'm on YouTube only. I want on the pre-order for Kiss. Okay? That's the only 2 things I can sell you right now. Black Sabbath and a pre-order for Kiss. Jerry Stone gets the next to last Black Sabbath. There's 1 left, and I got to get a cord for it. We had 1 shipped without a adapter, okay? One was shipped without an adapter. That's that one right there. 1 left. And now, unfortunately, I got to bring the light discussion to a close. Otherwise, some people that are here wanting to buy records are about to leave because they're like, is this dude going to stop talking about lights? Pantera's at $200. There's 2 I can sell you, Black Sabbath, or you got to let me know you're not on Facebook and you want to pre-order a Kiss. Pantera is an OG pressing at $200 with Gregory Roberts. This is Pantera. 1996 OG, limited edition, with insert, near mint minus. It is OG. It couldn't honestly get any better. This really could not get any better. Pantera is at $200 of Gregory. He has the high bid, and we're about to sell it to him. $200. Jake was still bidding, and now Jake's bid $202. That auction is back on. We had to take a pause. And then, man, this thing has been up for a long time, too. Who else wanted one of these? Who else wanted one of these? The last bid was Scott Fellows at $135. Tony Swanson's out. Scott Fellows has the charity auction, $135 signed, and we're about to sell it. Okay? We're about to sell it. Next thing, Pantera 202. Are we done? Here we go. Next thing, we're about to sell that. Pantera's still getting bids. There's 1 Black Sabbath light left. Here in a minute, I'll go get the one I have up front behind the counter, and we'll look at it. There's been about 3, I would say probably people wanting a special light made. We're up to about 50 requests. Every grunge band, every classic rock band, every metal band, most pop stars, and any kind of musical logo or icon that's ever existed. I think I've had somebody said, Chad, I want one. So I have a tall task ahead of me. We're going to have to go start a show on Sundays just to sell LED lights, it looks like. Gregory, you were outbid on Pantera. Jake's had it for $202. He has it at $202. And then let's go ahead and sell this. And thank you. And this is so to Scott Fellows. And Scott, you just tell me where you want me to send your money, okay? So you're going to send it to me, and then I'm going to send it to somebody else. That's so to you for $135. Gregory, you were outbid. It was up to you and Jake. After I told you, Jake, he had it for $202. I never did call out your $200 bid. So that was the problem. Right when Black Sabbath started getting showed, I never did call out your $202 bid. Or your $200 bid. So basically that thing's been paused for 10 minutes. Next auction is Saxon. Saxon is Destiny. It's sealed with hop sticker, back to selling vinyl. A 1988 USOG sealed, a $25 start. An 88 USOG sealed, Saxon Destiny, $25 start. Saxon Destiny, $25 start. Can we make the lights battery operated? No, they have to plug into a USB power adapter as far as I can tell you. Elvis, add Elvis to the list. I bet we could sell 15 or 20 Elvis LED lights in 10 seconds if I had them in hand right now. There's that. Pantera 2025. Saxon 35. Jake, you've been outbid on Pantera. Sorry for the delay. This is why, trust me, I'm not trying to ignore you. I'm trying to sell as much stuff as possible. But if I show something other than vinyl during a busy sale like tonight, I apologize. It just causes a lot of chaos. It's good chaos, though. But I'm like, oh, no, I got to show the Black Sabbath lights because it causes a lot of chaos. just like we just sold a bunch of them. A bunch of people have requested ideas, and we're going to get all that done. But the problem, unfortunately, sometimes is everybody's like, holy crap, what has Chad brought out? I got to have one of these. And then that's when we run into a lot of trouble. There's one left in stock. I will get you a cord, obviously, but there's only one left in stock with Black Sabbath. Now, we're back to vinyl and maybe some other miscellaneous stuff for the rest of the night. Maybe a couple Funkos and stuff. Tanner's marked an incredible collection over here. So here we go. Yeah, I have a bunch of requests for Saxon. A couple people have already mentioned King Diamond tonight. 2 or 3 people, including Danny. There's now 3 or 4 people wanting King Diamond, Iron Maiden, you name them. Like I said, you could name any band. I've had somebody say, I want a lot with their logo. I mean, any top 50 band, top 100 band. There's been somebody say, Chad, I want their logo. And I have a feeling at some point someone's going to have a wall with like 100 of these lit up like a, it's going to look like their house. It's going to look like Christmas Vacation when they plug them all in. They're going to plug all these in. There's going to be somebody with like a whole wall of these things. They're going to plug them up, and it's going to drain the power grid. All right, here we go. Yeah, Saxon. I've already got some stuff going up. We got Pantera, $250, and Jake Gold, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. And then Saxon. Wow, Saxon just has one bid with Alonzo, $35, going once, going twice. Easy O has not sold. New vintage stuff, buy it now, best offer. New vintage stuff, buy it now, best offer. We have going up right now, though, without further ado, Jeff Beck with the Jan Hammer Group live. Jay Gold, it's back to you on Pantera. This is Jeff Beck, a $35 start. It's near mint minus and pristine. It has the booklet. It has the inner sleeve. And there's the cover and Obi, $35 start. Here we go, here we go. First thing is Pure Rock. K-Tail alert, K-Tail alert, K-Tail alert, $9.99 for Pure Rock. That is a firm price, too. John Cougar, that is $19.99. Pantera has a new bid, $255. We're not done on Pantera. Gregory, we're still bidding. Gregory, we're still bidding. Also over here, we have what? We have Kansas. It's the point of no return. Kansas is $19.99. And Little River Band, it's a long way there, $75 to $79, $14.99. First thing is this. Saxon, $38. Pantera, $255. Saxon, $40. Stacy on Pure Rock, sold. Saxon, $45. And then Scott next on Pure Rock. Also, we have Gordon Lightfoot, Summertime Dream, $19.99. It has the original inner sleeve. It has the original inner sleeve. Gordon Lightfoot, $19.99. Gregory is done on Pantera. Jake Gold has it for $255. The Great Southern Trendkill is a 1996 USOG limited edition insert, near mint, super clean. The high bid is $255. The last bid on Saxon, Alonzo, $45. Jeff Beck, Japanese, $35. This is a buy it now, best offer crate. Yes, these are brand new arrivals, all EX Plus or better. We still got a whole crate of metal. We still got the bonus auctions. I still got Japanese, and there's still stuff to show you. There's still stuff to show you. Next is Bad Company Straight Shooter. Bad Company is $24.99. It has the original inner sleeve. Bad Company, $24.99. Boston, third stage. Boston is $34.99, and 10cc Bloody Tourist. 10cc is $19.99. It does have a little bit of a cover damage back here on the back. Also, we have Thin Lizzy, Live and Dangerous. A UK copy. Boy, this looks cool. $44.99. Huey Lewis on harmonica. $44.99 on that. Some nice looking records in here. Great titles too. Gordon Lightfoot sold to Patrick C. Smith for $15. Pantera is sold for $255 to Jake Gold. The last bid on Saxon was Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr. for $45. Nathan Carter, it's up to you. Jeff Beck can be bought for a $35 buy now. Jeff Beck with Jan Hammer Group live, $35 buy now for Jeff Beck. If anybody wants it, it is available. $35 buy it now on Jeff Beck, Jan Hammer Group, okay? Next thing is, let's put this right over here. First thing we have is Little River Band sold to Kevin Cassidy. That is sold. Also over here, we have an Officer and a Gentleman soundtrack, $19.99 on that. And the Best of Paper Lace. Wow, $19.99. That's interesting. Best of Paper Lace, $19.99. And Boy, that didn't come out correctly, did it? The best, I messed up again. Jethro Tull, thick as a brick. This is a Mexico press. Wow, look how interesting that is. Grueso como en la redolito, which means to be thick as a brick. It is a gatefold newspaper cover. How interesting. Well, let me make sure it's a newspaper cover. It's a gatefold. I don't guess it's a newspaper cover. No, it's just a gatefold. A bizarre Mexico pressing of Thin Lizzy. Judas Priest. Jethro Tull. Boy, what is going on in my brain right now? Jay Nutra gets Thin Lizzy for $35. I lost Nathan Carter, so Saxon is sold Alonzo Breezy Brisno Jr. for $45. Our next auction is Easy O. Easy O is in shrink wrap, gold stamp promo, an 87 USOG. This has the original sleeve. It's in shrink wrap, a $35 start. There it is. There's the cover, and Easy O is a $35 start. Jerry Rock on Jethro Tull. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in for Thursday Night Metal Night. There has been some slobber knockers already. It's already 9:48. We got insane auctions still to go. Sometimes I don't even know who I am. And this is a 2000 OG sealed copy. Oh my gosh. This is another sealed Pantera with hop sticker from the year 2000. You've got to be kidding me. Sealed with hop sticker, $175 start. Oh my gosh. Sealed with hop sticker, OG from 2000, $175 start. Easy O's at $35. Next is Richard Pryor, live on the Sunset Strip. Richard Pryor's $14.99. How much is Boston? Boston's $34.99. Also, make a note, Gonzo American on YouTube wants on the pre-order for the Kiss Lot. I'll go ahead and comment your name on the post, actually, okay? Let me go ahead and comment your name over here on the post so we don't forget about you. This and Kiss Lot. And the Kiss Lot's going to be awesome. I don't know if y'all have seen that yet. Here's the video of the Kiss Lot. I mean, it's pretty dang sweet. It's die cut like the logo. It looks like, you know, what kind of hung behind their stage, you know, back in the day. It's like one of the like little bulbs or something in it, so that's pretty cool. 47 pre-orders. I think I've got like 75 of them on the way whenever that happens. So let me go ahead and type in Gonzo American. If you're on Facebook, I need you to go ahead and comment so that way you can get in line in case for some reason we're shorted or something. Pantera 175, now Pantera 180. Todd Saw got Richard Pryor, that is sold. Easy O has a new bid for 36. And we have Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain. Never seen that before. I bet it's UK. $24.99. It's a UK. Charlie Daniels, Fire on the Mountain. The South's going to do it again. Pantera, $200. Easy O, $38. Elton John, Honky Chateau. It is an MCA reissue. I'm a Rocket man. There is some tape on the bottom of the jacket. $14.99. Elton John and the Best of Iron Butterfly, $19.99. And Greg Kihn Band, Contagious. Greg Kihn is in shrink wrap. Nice copy. $19.99. Our next auction is going to be put up right now, and that's Ozzy, and that's Ozzy Bark at the Moon. Look at the colors. UK edition, look at that. Ozzy Bark at the Moon, alternate colors. It's a blue text cover from the UK. It's near mint with the insert, and it is super clean. $125 start. That's different colors used in the UK than here in the United States. Okay, first thing, Kristen start, there's two offers on Charlie Daniels. Yours for $15 and yours for $17. Yours for $15 and yours, and Danny offered $17. So Kristen, that could be yours is what I was trying to say if you want it for $17, okay? Next is Pantera's at $200. Chase already bid $200. So Scott, you're out, and Jake Gold, you're out. Fred Cardinale wants on the Kiss Lot. Dan Elsrath, Gonzo America, put me down for Kiss, okay? That's Dan Elsrath, you got it. And then Fred Cardinale wants one as well. Fred Cardinale wants one as well. Next thing over here is the following. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Next is Kristen said he will take Charlie Daniels for $17. Pantera at $205. EZO, what was the last bid on EZO? $40 of Steve McGee. Aussie's $125 start. Also, Peter Frampton, where I should be. Peter Frampton's in shrink wrap, $9.99. And 38 Special Forces and 82 UK in shrink wrap. Looks like John got into some of that new collection, all these UK imports as well. Same thing that Paul and Laura was marking last night. And these are nice, $24.99. Brian Call on Greg Ken for $15. That is sold. Thin Lizzy Renegades. Whoa, another one, $34.99 for Thin Lizzy. Vertigo label. Also UFO Mechanics, another UK copy, $29.99. And then James Taylor, Greatest Hits, $34.99. Next thing is Pantera. That is now Pantera. And Peter Frampton is sold to Brian Call. That was shrink wrap hop sticker. Aussie Info. This is an OG UK edition. Blue text cover, 83 UK, near mint with the insert. Top copy, $125 start. J Neutral on Thin Lizzy for $28. Sold. Also over here is Billy Thorpe, east of Eden's Gate. Billy Thorpe is $19.99. It does have a saw mark here, $19.99 on Billy Thorpe. And Pat Benatar, $14.99. Pantera still getting bid, $220, now $230. What did I say the last bid on EZO was? Steve McGee at $40. I was going to make sure Brian Reynolds is out. Brian Reynolds said out. Aussie, I'm looking for a starting bid of $125, and it's supposed to go up from there. But right now, it doesn't hit that minimum threshold. I'm waiting for it to. Next thing, Billy Squire, Signs of Life, shrink wrap, $19.99. Almost everything in here is like UK. I mean, almost everything in here, $19.99. There is so many UK imports in this collection. John couldn't even mark them all, it looks like. BG's Gold is $9.99. And Jefferson Starship, Winds of Change, $14.99. Once again, a German press. I mean, yeah, like everything in here. Almost. I mean, you might want to ask, but see how that's a German press? $14.99 on that. Let's check this over here. Aussie Bark at the Moon has Rock and Roll Rebel, Bark at the Moon, You're No Never. Now you see it, now you don't, forever. So tired, Waiting for Darkness, and Spiders. And I think that's different tracks that's on the U.S. edition. I think that's different tracks. And that has a high bid, or a starting bid, we're looking for $125. Pantera's at $250. And then EZO is officially sold. EZO is sold to Steve McGee for $40. Let's put that away. Thank you on that. So yeah, awesome crate here. I'm going to try to notate. If John hadn't notated it, I'm going to try to notate whether UK or not. So UK, German presses, yes, those are all usually typically better quality than US. I would say anything made in Germany is right up there next with nearly Japanese quality. They don't sometimes demand the money, but they're up there of quality for sure. Kevin Cassidy on Pat Benatar, that's sold to Kevin Cassidy. And then we have Casey and the Sunshine Band, Greatest Hits, $19.99. I'm Your Boogeyman, Shake, Shake, Shake. Shake Your Booty. Also, Greg Ken Band continued. Greg Ken Band is $14.99. Brian Call on BG's Gold for $7. So to Brian Call, Pantera $260. And our next auction is Doro, Force Majeure. Doro is an 89 USOG promo copy with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. How about we roll Doro for just a $20 start? Aussie is a $125 buy it now. Who wants it for a $125 buy it now? Pantera $260, Pantera $270. Kathy on KC and the Sunshine Band, that is sold. And we have Jefferson Starship Earth, $14.99. D-Kong gets Aussie for $125, sold. Also, Uriah Heep, The Magician's Birthday, a German press. Uriah Heep, The Magician's Birthday, a German press. Very nice. Look at that. Yeah, I mean, these are just beautiful. Anytime that is amazing. Plus, I think it's slightly different colors, too. I don't think that's in red on the U.S., or am I crazy? $24.99. Info on Aussie, already sold. I can't believe it didn't get but one bid. We got more pre-orders for the Kiss Lots. We got Fred Carnell. Your name is down. And then Nathan Carter wants to. Nathan Carter on ×2. Okay, and that's some people that don't have Facebook. Well, Fred does, but I'll go ahead and take down his name. Okay, and then next is that, and then info on Oz. You already sold Jerry Rock on Jefferson Starship 10. You're getting a beautiful copy there for $10. Charlie Daniels Band Windows, $24.99, U.S. edition there. George Thorogood with Hop Sticker. I Drink Alone, Maverick. These are really clean records, $19.99. Boy, what over on Pantera? Pantera, Jake Gold, it's up to you. The high bid is $270 with Chase Arnold. Doro does not have a bid yet. We're looking for a $20 star. Jerry Rock, I'll counter you on that one. Let's do Uriah for an even 20. That was one of the nicer copies I've seen in a while. Jake's back in on Pantera at 275, and let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be Born to Metalize, which I think is a compilation from Megaforce. It is. Born to Metalize is a Megaforce compilation. $15 start. It has The Beast, Sneak Attack, Tortured Dog, and Hades. That's some of the bands. $15 start on that. Jay Nutra, if you want George Thorogood, it's yours. It will be $19.99 because George Scherer claimed it as sticker. Next thing is Robin Trower, In City Dreams. Robin Trower is $19.99. Toto in shrink, double hop sticker, hold the line, and the informational sticker on the back, $24.99 on that. 2020 is $19.99, and we have Simulation Billy Thorpe. Simulation Billy Thorpe, $19.99. He passes, so George Thorogood, you do get George Thorogood at sticker. $20 on Uriah Heep if you decide you want that. Jerry Rock. Did Doro get a bid? No bid yet on Doro, $20 start. I find that very surprising. The compilation, $15, and they're still bidding on Pantera. Chase Arnold has Pantera at $280. Annie, a new musical. Annie is $19.99. Brownsville Station, yeah, $19.99. Travis Woods gets Toto for $20. That was a really nice copy. Jeff Lorber, Private Passion. Jeff Lorber, $14.99. 38 special. A Holland Press, another UK import, $24.99 for 38 special. $24.99. Uriah Heep is so to Jerry Rock for $20. Michael Snared's in on Doro at $20, so that's a final call. Jake Gold, it's up to you on Pantera. Alvin Lee is in shrink wrap, nice copy, $19.99. And the Commodores Anthology. Folks, we're talking about Lionel Richie here. We're talking about Easy Like Sunday Morning. We're talking about She's a Brick House, $24.99. And Molly Hatchet, there he is. Frank Fazetta artwork, beating the odds. Molly Hatchet, $19.99. Another $20 bid on Doro. And Pantera is on its last lap. It's coming around to the checkered flag. It's on turn 3. Chase Arnold, $280. This is a 2000 US OG sealed, unopened with hop sticker. No saw marks, no punch holes. It's real. It's official. It's sealed. It's OG and it's first press. $280. Now Doro's up to $25. The metal compilation does not have a bid. We're looking for a $15 start. Travis, the Commodores will be yours. It will be $20 though. If not, I'll sell it to Sheldon Bergenhire. Patrick Lear on Alvin for $12. Sell that to Patrick Lear. We have Long Distance Voyager, the Moody Blues, $14.99. And Humble Pie's Greatest Hits with Peter Frampton, Steve Marriott. I think this is a UK. It is. It's a NIMS. $19.99 on that. And the best of Firefall, the best of You Are the Woman, Just Remember I Love You, Cinderella's on here, Mexico, $9.99. Travis gets Commodores for $20. So Sheldon, you were second. How about Peter Frampton, The Art of Control? Peter Frampton is $9.99. And Foreigner 4, a classic rock album, Jukebox Hero. I've been waiting for a Monster Energy drink just like you. $19.99 on that. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Pantera sold to the following person. Chase Arnold, $280. Humble Pie, $16. Todd Saw was first sold. Kristen, you were second. Doro, $25 with Patrick C. Smith. Everybody else is out. And this comp can be picked up for a $15 buy it now. Born to Metalize, $15 buy it now on that one, okay? All right, and now he's out. That's sold, and then Scott gets Foreigner for $15. What a great crate. And guess what? There's like 2 more like that I'm about to go through, but not before we put up some more auctions. How about we do this right here? How about Dio? Laura's got this over here in the high-end tab because I think it's a tough-to-get bootleg. Where Eagles Blair. This is Dio. This is a live in Milan, Italy, a double LP vintage bootleg. This bootleg was actually made in 1987. Man, they did a great job with it. $55 start for this vintage original Dio. Live double LP full show Netherlands. Or made in the Netherlands, made in Holland. It's live in Italy, 1987. $55 start on that one. Next over here is Doro, and that is at $25 with Patrick C. Smith. Edwin bid 28. Patrick's out. Doug Reeder on Metal Comp for 15. Danny was next. All right, we need at least one more third auction, and the next third auction is going to be a Japanese press. And don't forget, I'm down to about a half a crate left of Japanese, and I even got stuff in here like if it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break, and that's Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin's a Japanese pressing, no Obi. This is a $35 start. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. It has the original inner sleeve. Awesome jacket. Incredible artwork. One of my favorite album jackets, not just because it's Led Zeppelin, but I was always mystified by it, I think just like a lot of people. $35 start on that. Doro then, let's go ahead and roll that for $28. And Chad, what is NEMS? That is NEMS. NEMS is a foreign, a UK label. Typically, that's like stuff that was on, that's like EMI. EMI was like the label in Britain, and then the Beatles here in America was on Capitol. So there's like UK labels and there's US labels, but they're under sometimes the same big umbrella. They're just different companies in different countries. NEMS was one of the large UK labels and manufacturers, just like, you know, you hear EMI or Parlophone for the Beatles stuff. That's about the best way I can describe it. Most of the Black Sabbath foreign stuff is either on Vertigo or NEMS. The NEMS were later reissue labels. So we hear Black Sabbath NEMS. I don't think there's anything OG Black Sabbath on NEMS. It's all on Vertigo. But NEMS was a label they were on. It's a UK label. Yeah, NEMS. NEMS. It's a UK label. Peter, let's sell that for $6.99. I'll tell you why. Because if you don't buy it now, I'm going to put it in a $6.99 crate and it's going to sell. So I'll sell it to you for $7, or we'll say $6.99, okay? I had it marked $9.99. What a great crate. That crate's definitely worthy of a recap. No bid on Dio, $55 start. No bid on Dio, $55 start. Led Zeppelin, $35. And how about Kicks? Yeah, Kicks. Cool kids. Kicks is a 83 US specialty. 83 US specialty, a $35 start. $85, or excuse me, an 83 US specialty OG EX condition Kicks, a $35 start. Nathan Carter, I was waiting for somebody to get Molly Hatchet. I was just talking about Frank Fazetta artwork last night. $15 start to Nathan Carter. Peter Haas on Firefall for $6.99. $6.99, Peter Haas, okay? There's 3 auctions. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in to Thursday night Metal Night. What an epic. Well, this is, what, the fourth Thursday in October, because last week would have been the 3rd, because I know Tennessee and Alabama play on the 3rd Saturday, so this is the 4th Thursday. We've still got crazy stuff to put up. Chad is extremely thirsty, so he's coming up here for a drink. By the way, I'm Chad. I'm going to grab this Monster. I'm going to grab a bottle of water. Well, actually, Laura already had me one back there, so that's good. Let me grab a couple of these Diet Cokes. I'm going to take them out of the main fridge, and I'm going to put them in the ice-cold fridge. They're cold here, but I have another fridge over here that keeps things like nearly frozen. I'm talking about like ice cold. I'm talking about like vanilla ice. I'm talking about like ices. I'm talking about like slushies and ices and really good gas station stuff like hot dogs. I don't know about y'all, but I wear out gas station hot dogs, gas station pizza, gas station coffee, gas station chips. If you're not eating at a gas station, you're not living. Someone said, Chad, name the top 5 most American things I can do if I'm coming to America. Number 1, go eat at a Waffle House. Number 2, go eat at a gas station. Number 3, buy from Coletco. Okay, Molly Hatchet 15, sold. Dio 55, Kicks 35. Is there a book of all this type of information, label, history, pressing facility, quality, rate, all the things that I had no clue about? Sounds like I need to write a book, right? Sounds like I need to write a book. I mean, no, I mean, there's forums and stuff. There's not really a collector's guide 101. But I can write you one. Sounds like I need to get with Barnes and Noble. Barnes and Noble. Okay, here we go. And lower crates on the way too. Here's what's left in here. John Cougar Mellencamp, $19.99. Kansas, it's the point of no return. And this is UK. This is UK. Yeah, UK. Kansas, UK. Let me check all these. John Cougar Mellencamp. This is a U.S. original. Kansas looks like a U.K. original. Bad Company Straight Shooter. This is a U.S. original, $24.99. Classic album. Love that cover. 10cc is $19.99. Officer and a Gentleman, $19.99. These are all buy it now best offer. The Best of Paper Lace, Boston Third Stage. Also Elton John Honky Chateau, The Best of Iron Butterfly, 38 Special in shrink wrap, an 82 UK original with the original inner sleeve. Laura has just delivered a Laura crate with an amazing Laura crate sticker. Holy moly. What is the Dio? The Dio is a live unofficial. It was supposed to be a $55 start. It has one bid for $55, a bid for $56, and it's a final call for $56. It's an unofficial. It's a bootleg, vintage, 1987 concert made in Holland of an 87 Italian show. And over here, we have this. Led Zeppelin, an Obilus Japanese press, a $35 buy it now. An Obilus Japanese press, $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. I guess instead of a video, I probably just need to make a lot. I've made some shorts before, you know what they call reels or shorts. I started making those about a year ago, and then I was spending hours making a 30-second video, and I realized I need to hire somebody to help me, so never did finish that project. But I've made several on labels like Reprise and Atlantic and Columbia. I think they're on our YouTube, and they might be on our TikTok. But they're out there. I just hadn't really finished making them. Paul was taking pictures for me. We really had a system going, so I just don't have it all finished. Plus, that stuff can change and update. If you get an old information, people find out about, and of course, a lot of it's opinionated on quality. It all depends on where you're on quality. Laura just delivered a whole crate over here. Wow. Price on Kansas. Kansas was $19.99, and then over here, Johnny, I'm going to go ahead and take your offer on Bad Company for $18. It was marked $24.99. That's sold to Johnny Hancock. DO58, DO58, and 38 Specials also it's $24.99. And DO out, DO's at $60. Kicks just got one bid. Wow, $35 on Kicks for Alan Hagen. Let's go ahead and sell it. Led Zeppelin's a buy it now for $35. And over here we have our next auction, and this is Dawkins, Breaking the Chains. Dawkins in shrink wrap with the hop sticker. It's an 83 USOG specialty. Boy, I love when Laura writes these words. She wrote top copy in shrink with hop sticker, near mint minus vinyl. It has the inner sleeve, and it's a $35 start for Dawkins. Dio is a final call for $60. And we have 38 Special. Sold to Scott for $18. Edwin, let's do 15 on Kansas. It is a very nice UK copy. 15 is yours. DO62, UFO Mechanics, another UK pressing, $29.99. James Taylor's Greatest Hits, $34.99. Billy Thorpe, it does have a saw mark, $19.99 on Billy Thorpe. Billy Squire was a UK press. Billy Squire was $19.99. Jefferson Starship was a UK press. Greg Ken Band Continued. Charlie Daniels Band Windows. Robin Trower and City Dreams 2020. Billy Thorpe Simulation. Annie, a new musical. Brownsville Station, yeah. Jeff Lorber, Private Passion. 38 Special again. Rockin' Into the Night, $24.99. Ed Riviera on Kansas for $15. Also, Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager, and Peter Frampton, The Art of Control. Man, we've had some cool stuff tonight. Man, Dio is sold for $60 to Mike Strauss. Man, there's a Laura crate on deck. Holy moly. Unbelievable. We've had a lot of content come through here tonight. Over here, we have James Chilcott on Dawkins for $35. And this is in shrink hype, OG top copy inner sleeve, and it is nice. $35 on that. Scott Arnold on 38 Special for $18. That's sold to Scott Arnold, okay? Calvin says flag on Dio. Uh-oh. Oh, he did get a bid in for $62. My bad. Calvin was on the board. He was. $62. $62. Mike Straws, you're out. Mike Straws, you're out. Sorry. Billy Thorpe. First, it's Alan Hagen. I'm assuming you want simulation, right, Alan? That's so do you. Billy Thorpe, so to Alan Hagan, and then Jeff Lorber. Donna, $14.99 with Karen White and Michael Jeffries. $14.99 on that one. Lower crates on deck, and then 2 more John. Boy, the John stuff's been obliterated. I hope I have enough inventory upcoming weeks for leftover John discount flip crates. I'll tell you why. He's been marking some killer stuff from these new collections, and most of it's getting wiped out on the first read-through like this. Jeff Lorber, so to Donna for 10. I mean, here's all that's left. Peter Frampton, Moody Blues, Brownsville Station, Annie, 2020 Robin Trower, Charlie Daniels, Greg Ken, Jefferson Starship, Billy Squire, Billy Thorpe, James Taylor, UFO, Iron Butterfly, Elton John, Boston, Paper Lace, Officer and Gentleman, 10cc, and John Cougar. And it's not like those are bad titles. Those are just really popular titles. Probably a lot of people already have them. But there's a lot of upgrades in there. There's a lot of shrink wrap. There's a lot of UKs and foreign presses. Now, Laura has marked a legit metal crate. She's also made an incredible sticker. She's made an incredible sticker. So let's figure out where we're going to put this sticker. Oh, man. Yeah, this is like a legit metal crate here. Ooh, Laura, we might have to veto that. I have vetoed one record. I mean, I'm sure it's priced fairly, but that is a cool item. I'm leaving everything else in here. Am I? I'm going to leave that. I only vetoed one thing. Okay. Here we go. Lower crate. Oh, I got to figure out where I'm putting the sticker, though. Hold on. I'm going to put the sticker on. I'm not telling you. How about that? Y'all are not going to find out. I'm going to put the sticker on. I've made my decision. I've made my decision. Y'all can't see me, can you? Where's my hand at? Okay. Right here. Okay, good. Y'all can't see me. All right. There it is. And it will be hidden right there until that. Donna wants to put back Jeff Lorber. That's only a $10 trillion restocking fee, Laura. $10 trillion restocking fee. Okay? Or you can just send me a private jet. We'll trade restocking fees for private jets. Now, which bottle of water is colder? All right. One bottle down. Two bottles down. Next, my monster. As soon as I get as soon as it's settled. Okay, here we go. I'm about to inhale about 400 ounces of fluids. No bathroom breaks either. That's against company policy. Now, first thing is this. Let's run down. The first thing was Donna put back the Jeff Lorber, no problem. Nathan Myers wants UFO from the last crate. Sold to Nathan Myers, the UK copy of Mechanics. Thank you, and sold to Nathan Myers. Next is Dawkin, got a new bid for 40. Dawkin got another new bid for 45. Dawkin got a new bid for 46. Alex Kane wants 2020 from the last crate. Thank you, Alex Kane. Alex Kane got 2020 from the last crate. That is sold to Alex Kane. That is son. I wanted the Billy Squire album, not the one you gave me. He wanted Billy Squire, not Billy Thorpe. Alan Hagan. I had you down for Billy Thorpe. He wanted Billy Squire, Signs of Life. The UK copy here that was in shrink with the original UK price tag. Sell that instead to Alan Hagan, not Billy Thorpe, right? Okay. Dawkin 48, Dawkin 49. Now, we have over here Dio. The last bid on Dio that came in is going to be sold to whoever's the high bidder. The last bid was Calvin, then Mike went out, sold to Calvin for $62. Calvin got Dio for $62. We found the right home for that. Dawkins at 49. Nathan Myers, you're out. It's breaking the chains. Shrink wrapped, hype stickered, original Sound Warehouse price tag. We're about to get started with the lower crate. Not before we introduce another auction. Danzig. Danzig is OG. It's a 2004 Swedish OG pressing. It is limited to 440 copies on clear vinyl. It's in shrink and it's near mint. Danzig. And you even have an OG Danzig sticker from Laura. $295 start. $295 start. The next auction we have is Testament. Testament is the new order. Testament is an 88 US Specialty OG with the original inner sleeve, EX edition, Testament, a $50 start. It also has the original inner sleeve, $50 start. So OG Danzig, OG Testament, and Dawkins a final call to James Chilcott. There's a lower crate sticker at play. Everything in here is available. Dream Theater, A View from the Top of the World. These are all newly priced. They're sticker price, no more, no less. Dream Theater is $99.99. It's a 2021 Euro reissue, limited to 4,000. 2 LPs on gold vinyl, 2 CDs, a Blu-ray, an art book, art cards, a poster, a Zoetrope slip mat, a keychain, and a beanie. Wow. All that for $100. Seems like that's a pretty good deal. Skid Row, Besides Ourselves. Skid Row is $22.99. A Record Store Day exclusive on yellow black vinyl. $22.99 for Skid Row. Volbeat, Let's Boogie, live from Tequila Parkin, excuse me. 3 LP, $34.99 for Volbeat, Let's Boogie. Next thing over here, we have, Chad, you know I wasn't trying to order another Black Sabbath light, right? Next thing is Dawkin. Dawkin is at $49 with James Chilcott. $49, and that's sold to him. We're looking for a $295 start on Danzig. There is no bid as of right now. Testament is also up for bid. Testament is a 1988 U.S. Specialty original EX condition. That is now up for bid. First thing is Nathan Myers on Skid Row. Sold to Nathan Myers. Ed Riviera second. Nathan Myers first on Volbeat. James Lavender next on Skid Row. Then Jeremy Vork. Then Scott Dwallow next on Volbeat. And Patrick next on Skid Row. Scott, I'm not for sure what you mean by your comment. You put Chad. You know I wasn't trying to order another Black Sabbath light, right? And then Amon Amarth, The Avenger, is on orange red vinyl, $24.99 for Amon Amarth, The Avenger, and also Slash featuring Miles Kennedy and the Conspirators. Slash is on red vinyl, $19.99, and also we have Baroness, the yellow and green album, $29.99 on Custom Galaxy Merge, $29.99. Also, our next auction, we need to pull one from the Japanese department. The next Japanese pressing I have over here is going to be Duran Duran 7 and the Ragged Tiger. Duran Duran is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Duran Duran, 7, and the Ragged Tiger. There's this, there's that, there's that. Hiram Aponte on Amon Amarth. That is sold. How is the Testament cover condition? Mark Stanley first on Baroness, Edwin next on Amarth, and Patrick first on Slash. Now, let me put this right over here. I'm going to say that's our 9th full crate of vinyl tonight. I'm going to put that right here. And we're going to have this crate right here. A new crate to fill up, okay? First thing was Baroness Mark Stanley and Patrick C. Smith on Slash. The only thing on Dream Theater. I saw that you liked my comments about wanting one, but I've already gotten one. Okay, so let me make sure I didn't have you down on a list. Okay, and let me grab this right here and see what it says. This says over here, you're going to be tagged for one tonight. So let's not, I'm going to take his name off. Let's bring a Black Sabbath light back. And that means I've got 2 Black Sabbath lights in stock right now. Plus the one up front that's been on and playing for, we got one up front that is behind the counter. It's been on for like a month straight. We never turn it off, and it's behind the counter. So we got 2 in stock if anybody wants one, because Scott, you were tagged for one tonight. $55 on the LED Black Sabbath lights. We technically have 2, 3 available, because I don't mind selling the one up front either if we really need it for tonight, okay? Now, the Testament cover. I would grade it VG. It just has these little bit of color breaks around the edge. It has a little bit of shelf and edge wear. I'd have to call it VG. It has one bid for $50. We're about to sell it. Danzig is a $295 buy it now. That is OG Danzig, and that is, I guess, self-titled, right? Yeah. Evil, what is this one called? That's the label. I think that's just, no, it's Circle of Snakes. Circle of Snakes, OG. Over here on the shrink, there is a piece of tape, but that is OG Danzig. $295, no bid. Testament, it has a new bid of $51. Duran Duran's a $35 start. Awesome crate so far. About time for another auction right after I show you Motorhead Bastards. Motorhead is numbered 833 of 2500 on colored vinyl from 2022. Motorhead 1999. Soulfly Ritual. Soulfly is on Go Vinyl, $24.99. Also, we have Uncle Acid and the Deadbeats, Bloodlust. Uncle Acid's a 2015 reissue, $39.99 on that one. Motorhead is sold to Bradley Smith. And then our next auction is going to be a Motorhead. And that is this Ace of Spades. That is going to be this Ace of Spades 2020 Record Store Day picture disc. This is one of the ones I vetoed over here. I thought this was pretty cool. This is Motorhead, Ace of Spades, that's shaped like an Ace of Spades. They don't make a lot of new cool stuff like this much anymore, like they did back in the day. Ace of Spades and Dirty Love. Motorhead's a $20 start. Awesome display piece there. Awesome to play. Motorhead, $20 start. Testament 51, Testament 53. Bradley got Motorhead. Edwin was next. And then Tony, we still got Soulfly, Dream Theater, and Uncle Acid. The Accused, The Curse of Martha Splatterhead. The Accused is $22.99. We also have Volbeat Hocus Bonus. Volbeat is $27.99, a 2020 Record Store Day exclusive. Uncle Acid price, that is $39.99, a 2015 reissue. $39.99. Motorhead's at $20 with Chris Frazier. Going to once, going to twice as soon as Chad stretches. Got to go down for a second. Chad is going down for a second. Oh, man. Okay, sorry. I've been pretty much nonstop for about 4.5 hours. I had to take a breather for 30 seconds. Jeremy Rourke on V for Volbeat. Motorhead 20, Motorhead 20. Testament still getting bids. 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. Motorhead 25. This is Graveyard Piece. Graveyard's on blue vinyl, $22.99. We have Halloween, Master of the Rings. Halloween is $27.99. We have Slave to the Grind, Skid Row. This is $29.99. Skid Row, Slave to the Grind, $29.99. Fred Carnell got Uncle Acid. I'll make sure Mark Stanley didn't want it first. We're going to go ahead and tag it for Fred. We have Graveyard again. Hensingen Blues, and this is on really cool blue and black splatter, $22.99. Motorheads at $25. Chris out. Jeremy, you're out. Ed Riviera on Skid Row. That is sold to Ed Riviera. And then Ed Riviera on H for Halloween. So he got Skid Row and Halloween. Hiram, your pick on the 2 graveyards. They're still available. Duran Duran's a no bid. 7 of the Ragged Tiger is a $35 buy it now if anybody wants that. Available. That's Duran Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger, $35 buy it now. New bid on Motorhead, the Ace of Spades picture disc is at $30. I think that's one of the cooler picture discs I've seen come through here in a while that's, you know, reissue. We have some amazing OG ones every once in a while, like those Iron Maidens. Testaments at $56. It's up to one person, David Baber. And David, it's all up to you. Motorhead's now at $30. Hiram's pick on Graveyard. He wants this one right here. I had a feeling. That is sold to Hiram. Also, we got Volbeat, Servant of the Mind. Volbeat's $24.99, a double LP. Volbeat, Servant of the Mind. Now David's back in on Testament at $57. Motorhead's at $30. Fred Carnell, you're out. And then let's put up another auction. Y&T 10. Oh boy. Y&T 10 is a 1990 USOG sealed Columbia Clubhouse. It has been out of print ever since, never reissued since 1990. It's a club copy. Y&T 10, tough to get. Sealed, a $75 start. Sealed, $75 start. Motorhead was at $30. Testament, $57. Tony Swanson on the Accused. Volbeat, $36. Volbeat is $24.99, Nathan. It's a double LP, Servant of the Mind, if that's the one you're talking about. Also is Amon Amarth, Jonesving Viking. Amon Amarth is on green vinyl. Looks like it has a CD with it. $34.99 on that. And then Testament is still getting bids. It's at $57. It's up to Fred Carnell on Motorhead. And Y&T has bids for $75 and $75. Next is Baroness, and Baroness is Blue Record, which is on red vinyl. Baroness is $24.99. And we have Soulfly Savages. Soulfly is on tan-colored vinyl, $32.99. Nathan Myers on Volbeat. He was trying to give me a $12 tip. We'll just go ahead and sell it to you at sticker price. Mark Stanley picking up Baroness. I'm not surprised. Autumn Betts on Amon Amarth. Sold. And then Ed Riviera next. Testament still getting bids, $59. I've lost Fred Carnell on the Motorhead picture disc. I'm going to have to sell it to Chris Frazier for $30. Y'all are tied on Y&T. Tony's bid came in first, and Sheldon, you tied them right here. So right there. Tony bid $75. Sheldon bid $75. That's where we're at. Okay, now Testament still getting bids for $60. We're right in the middle. Hot and heavy Allura metal crate. Probably one of the only pre-owned metal crates we'll have tonight. But don't worry, earlier tonight, I flew through all of the newly priced metal for tonight. We're going to revisit that in just a second. Plus, we got new pre-owned records and plenty of other auctions over here. We still got Great White, Iron Maiden, Guns N' Roses. Got some big stuff coming up. What's the next record? Speaking of Iron Maiden, Made in England, 88. This is the double picture disc. It's sealed, which is at a great price for $39. That's Iron Maiden Live in 88 as a double picture disc. Sealed, unopened Maiden. $39.99. And we have Volbeat again. Rewind, replay, rebound. Volbeat is $29.99. Y&T 76. Testament 60. Getting new bids. I hadn't heard from Fred. Lost him on Motorhead. Clock's up. About to sell it. Anybody else? Clock up. How about Hammers up? The clock's definitely about to be up. Let's go over here and do this. And whoops, and then let me jump over here and do this. And then first is Volbeat is sold to Garrett Cypriot and Mark Stanley second. And we also have Graveyard again, sealed, $19.99. That one is self-titled. And let's go ahead and sell Motorhead. Fred Carnell, we lose him sometimes out there. He'll be bidding, and then he'll be back in about 30 minutes, and he'll say, did I get the Motorhead? And we're going to say, no, it's sold to Chris Frazier for $30. Chris, thank you on this. The Ace of Spades picture disc. Very cool item there. Let's put that back in this nice packaging that Laura has put all this in here for us. Got the hype sticker, got the original plastic, got everything there. That's sold. And then over here, we had Nathan Myers, third on Volbeat. Is Dream Theater box set numbered? Give me a second. Y&T 77, and then Testament. David Baber, $60. Ryan Mustaine is out. Final call to David Baber for $60. Y&T's at 77 with Tony Bradford. Sheldon Bergenhire, it's up to you. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is Great White. And Great White is called Twice Shy. We're talking shrink wrapped. We're talking OG. We're talking original inner sleeve. We're talking nice. And we're talking a $55 starting bid. It is in shrink. It has the original inner sleeve. It's OG. And it's been up for auction for 1 second. It's a $55 start. We've had a lot of Volbeat. That's right, a lot. Dream Theater, give me 1 second on that one. Let me go ahead and show you Heaven's Cry, Wheels of Impermanence. Heaven's Cry is prog metal, just $9.99. Laura says it's numbered and it has a COA inside of it. Numbered with certificate, yes. Nightwish, Dark Passion Play. Nightwish is $29.99. And the last record in the lower crate is Soulfly, Archangel. Soulfly is on clear vinyl, $24.99. All right, Testament. Thank you, David Baber. That's Dave's Dreamer over on Twitch. He gets Testament for $60. New order. Thank you on that one. Nice and done. That is sold. Great price on that. Usually those sell for in the 3-digit range, typically. Nightwish is sold to Bradley Smith. Gerald Whitworth picking up the Dream Theater box set. And also we have Soulfly sold to Mark Stanley. That is sold. And then let's look at Y&T one more time. Tony's out. Sheldon Bergenhire has it for $78. We don't get this one very often. It was only released through the Columbia Record Club. What does that mean? In 1990, at that time, a lot of new music came out on Tuesdays. Now it's Fridays. But in 1990, if you would have walked in a record store and said, I'm here to buy Y&T 10 on vinyl, they probably would have went, yeah, right, buddy. What do you think this is, 1972? We don't sell vinyl here anymore. Get with the program. It was only offered in a very limited edition Columbia Record Club. That was the only way that was available, Columbia Record Club edition. So that was never sold in stores. All right, I've got a bazillion new Funkos over here, Tanner's marked. I got some really cool ones. I need to start showing them because if they don't sell now, I'm going to take them up front and we're going to put them out in the store. And for the weekend shoppers, Friday and Saturdays is some of our busiest time. And we're going to try to sell them all tonight right now to y'all, okay? So we have these, and we have these, all right? First thing is this. Great White does have a bid for $55. Great White, $55, Patrick C. Smith. SF has a sticker. Let's read through these one more time. I think he was just making a statement. And Cynthia Herdron on Iron Maiden. Okay, Cynthia Herdron on Iron Maiden. That is sold to Cynthia Herdron. Y&T 10. Y&T Sheldon Bergenhire, $78, sold $78. Great White has one bid for $55, going to once and going to twice. Next thing over here is the following. Iron Maiden, seventh son of a seventh son. This is a 1988 USOG specialty. Folks, we're talking about a clean OG, really nice, inner sleeve, complete and superb copy of Iron Maiden. A $75 start. Great White's at $57. Let's read through these one more time. For all you know, the lower crate sticker has not been claimed. Soulfly Ritual. Gold vinyl, $24.99. Here's all that's left. Graveyard, blue vinyl, $22.99. That one's called Peace. Soulfly Ritual, Graveyard Peace. Soulfly Savages, kind of tan vinyl maybe, $32.99. And then we got two that fell over here. Boy, there's not much left. Hold on, these aren't going to cooperate. There's hardly anything left in here. There's only a few records. Soulfly again. We have Graveyard again, self-titled, and then Heaven's Cry, Wheels of Impermanence, okay? So that's all that's left. Alonzo, let me know which of the two Soulflies you want. Okay, Mark Stanley was next. Iron Maiden, $75. Edwin, let me know which of the two Graveyards you want. And then Heaven's Cry was only $9.99. That's all that's left right there. Great White still got new bids, 57 and now 65. So far tonight, there's only a few Japanese no bids. Duran Duran was $35. Zeppelin, $35. Jeff Beck, $35. CCR, $35. Duran Duran, $35. Billy Joel, $35. And Culture Club, $35. That's all the Japanese that's offered tonight that didn't sell. Billy Joel, Culture Club, Duran Duran, CCR, Jeff Beck, Led Zeppelin, and Duran Duran. And those are all really nice. Plus the OG Danzig Circle of Snakes, $295. That is OG limited edition of 440 on clear vinyl. That's the only no bids tonight. Now, first thing was Alonzo had first dibs on Soulfly. And Soulfly for Alonzo, he wanted Soulfly Rituals. That's sold to Alonzo. Next was Mark Stanley. So Mark Stanley, if you want Savages on Soulfly, it's still available. Iron Maiden got a bid for 75. Edwin gets both graveyards. Great White, 65. Lothel on Heavens. So to Lothel. Matt Parsons. Alex was second on that. Jason Fornerak gets Led Zeppelin for 35. And I will sell you the Beck. Nathan for 28. And Rich Record next on Zeppelin. He just beat you to that one, okay? So they're still bidding on Great White. Haven't seen anybody set out. The other bidder was Scott Williams, okay? And then over here, Soulfly, the last one is sold to Mark Stanley. Everything in there sold. There are no Laura records left. They're all gone. Everything sold right then. Poof, it's gone. See you later. There's no more. Who got the Laura Crate sticker? Let's show it right quick. It's a piece of art. This isn't some willy-nilly. This is a true masterpiece. Elvira and her dog Gonk. Grok or Gonk? Grok is the former tight end for the New England Patriots. Grok is X is the company X, Elon's AI company, and Gonk is Elvira's dog. A lot of different variations there. They love Laura Crates, especially on Thursday nights. Gronk, Gonk, and Gonk. And that is Gonk. Thank you, Laura. And the winner goes to... It almost didn't get claimed that first go-around. It almost didn't get claimed. And then right before I started recapping, Cynthia Herdron claimed it. It almost got left behind. It was Iron Maiden England. Iron Maiden England. I was going to put it on one of those deep cuts in there. And I was like, man, I bet a lot of people already have that Iron Maiden. So I'm going to put it on Iron Maiden. There's a chance it's going to get left behind. And it almost did. It almost did. And then Cynthia Herdron came in and claimed it right before I started recapping. That went to Cynthia Herdron. And first read-through, it didn't get claimed. Nathan Myers did get Jeff Beck for $28. I think I lost Scott on Great White. I did. So we got to go ahead and sell this to Patrick C. Smith for $65. Cynthia Herdron on the Great White. And Iron Maiden, seventh son of a seventh son. Scott Williams, you were the only bidder. $75. Wow, some late nights. It's gotten late. I can't believe it's already 10:40. I should have been putting some of this stuff up 3 hours ago. Some buyers have already went to bed, and there's been some mint OG metal records get like just one in a couple bids. So let's go ahead and do another big one. I should not be putting this up at 10:40, but here it is. Hopefully everybody's going to wake up and help me out and place some bids. GNR Lies is an OG first press, uncensored, near mint in shrink wrap with hype sticker. The vinyl is EX. Let me clarify. The vinyl's EX, not perfect, but not bad whatsoever. It's in shrink with hype, It's uncensored. Ladies, welcome to the Dark Ages. Wife beating. They later removed those. It does have the inner sleeve. It is nice. It's a $125 start. $125 start. Next is Acid Queen and Bursting Gal, Venom. Venom is a 1983 Netherlands OG, something I don't recall ever having, and it's beautiful. It looks like it was just made. Venom's a $25 start. Guns N' Roses is now up for bid as well. Oso is in. And then I've got 3 Funkos for you. I've got first, Batman Art Series. Batman is a Target exclusive, $14.99. Cool Batman Funko. It's got a little bit of a dent right there. $14.99 for Batman. And Superman, Pop Heroes 251. And this is just like an original 50s, 60s era Superman. Nothing really based off a movie. Just a really cool generic Superman. And that one's in a plastic case, $24.99. So Batman, Superman, and I have Stitch, as in Lilo and Stitch. And this is the Rainbow Pop Pride Rainbow Edition Stitch, $14.99. So Batman, Superman, and Rainbow Stitch, $14.99. Those are available for buy it nows. I've got about 25, 30 new Funkos over here. Okay, and we got, I'd say we have between 2 or 3 collections we've bought. I bet we have 300 to 500 unpriced Funkos in this building that we've never priced, and most of them's really good. We pass on a lot of them. A lot of people buy Funkos, they sell Funkos. They buy up, they sell their collection, they restart. So we get a lot of opportunities to buy collections. I pass on a lot of them. I try to buy just music, limited edition ones, and stuff I know I can move. There's some that's like movies and TV shows I don't know a lot about. I'm like, I'll buy all the Batman, Star Wars, stuff like that you got. But I also realize a lot of collectors probably need the deep cuts. Great job of Laura marking her records. That was a sellout. Don't worry. We have more stuff to go to, okay? We got a lot more stuff to go to. So Patrick C. Smith wants Stitch. First Funko sold of the night. A lot more coming. GNR's at 150. Venom's at 28. It is time for something. We still got 2 John crates that have not been gone through, and they have been absolutely killer. But first, I need to run through these very quickly, and I mean quickly. Like I said, for my OCD, I have got a pattern going. We've recapped already all the Rocktobers. I'm going to do these on these. Vinyls are Funko. They are vinyl. Funkos are vinyl. You're right. They are vinyl. They're actually little bobbleheads. A lot of people don't know that. They're technically bobbleheads. I mean, their heads are like on a spring, you know. A lot of people don't think that. Some people are like, Chad, you got any bobbleheads? And I'm like, yeah, I've got Funkos. And they're like, those are bobbleheads? I was like, yeah, pretty much. Okay, very quickly. Then y'all don't want to miss the John crates coming up. Megadeth, So Far So Good So What, $33.99. Candlebox, Music on Vinyl, double LP, $44.99. 3 Days Grace is $24.99. Outsider, Eminem, Marshall Mathers, Recovery, Eminem, $39.99. Megadeth, Peace Sales, $36. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. Pantera is a double LP. That's the Rhino 2 LP remaster, $39. Led Zeppelin 3 is $29. We have Outcast Thankonia for $33. Cypress Hill 3, Temples of Boom. Cypress Hill's $38. Blink 182 is $36.99. Megadeth Rust in Peace is $36. Pantera Cowboys from Hell, $29. Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime, $44. Trivium, The Sin and the Sentence. Trivium is $39.99. Trivium. Also, Joe Cocker self-titled. That comes out tomorrow. New reissue. Those have been out of print. $33.99. Iron Maiden, live in New York. Iron Maiden is yellow vinyl. Live, 1982. $29.99. Trivium again. Balance in the Snow. Trivium is $39.99. And Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage, 180-gram cloudy colored vinyl. Another Iron Maiden bootleg, $39.99 on that one. And then Queensryche Empire. Queensryche is $38.99. Guns N' Roses must have got a new bid. Jason Forner at $150. I'm going to make sure everybody's done bidding. $150. Final call. OG, uncensored, in shrink wrap, EX, nice jacket, hop stickered, $150. Everybody done? Venom is at 33. Cynthia, let me know if you want Iron Maiden New York or Iron Maiden Maiden Voyage, okay? We have Maiden Voyage for 39, or do you want Live in New York for 29? Live in New York or the Maiden Voyage? Maybe you want both of them. Anybody else? And then we're going to go through a pre-owned crate. We got Queensryche, we got Iron Maiden, we got Trivium, we got Iron Maiden, and she wants both. So there's one, there's two. Then we had Joe Cocker, then we had Trivium again, then we had Queensryche, Pantera, Megadeth. We have Blink-182, Cypress Hill, Outkast, Led Zeppelin, Pantera, Megadeth, Eminem, 3 Days Grace, Candlebox, and Megadeth. These are all brand new sealed records. Those are all brand new. Most of these were probably made in the last 3 to 6 months, I would guess. Brand new sealed records. Some even in there brand new releases. Some in there are OGs. Okay, Iron Maiden 160, Venom 35, Iron Maiden 165. Time for another auction, but these two are still going. Can you show the insert? You mean the inner sleeve? There's the inner sleeve. Now, all the inner sleeves are censored, except for the UK. If you buy a UK copy, I think she's kind of exposed on the back. But there is the inner sleeve. There's the cover, Guns N' Roses Lies. Okay? Here we go with this, and we have GNR 165 and which Cypress Hill? Cypress Hill was Cypress Hill 3, Temples of Boom. Temples of Boom. Haven't ever had that one ever. Never had that one ever, never. All right, let's go pick out the next John crate. He's priced some, from this new collection, some awesome like imports and stuff like that. Let me figure out which one I want to go through first. Oh man, let's go through this one right here. Great looking titles, great looking stuff. And wait a minute, we might want to go through this one. Oh man, this is a tough decision. They're both good. Let's go ahead and go through this one. And then that means the next one I know for sure is even going to be good. Still got 2 Black Sabbath lights in stocks. Here we go. All right, so Venom. Rob Fordham, you're out on GNR. He has it for 165. Venom is at 35 of Alan Hagen. Chris Gardner says he's done. Let's put up another Japanese pressing right quick. So 2 Funkos over here, Batman and Superman. I kind of need to drink this, but I actually don't. I don't know. I drunk all that water. I don't really need it, but I kind of do need it. So let's do this. Let me grab this. And let me grab this, okay? And here's 3 more for you. Here's 3 more for you. We got just a standard looking Batman here. 80-year anniversary. Really cool. He's holding a Batarang. Batman 275, $19.99 on that one. We have E.T. in a robe. There's E.T. for $14.99. And E.T. and we have Stormtrooper. Funko 2020 Galactic Convention exclusive. This is like an acrylic case. Just $14.99 for that one. And it's in a hard shell acrylic case. $14.99 on that. GNR 170. Info on Venom. Venom. Acid Queen Bursting Out. This is a 1983 OG 3-track. Beautiful condition. It is Venom. 83 3-track, 12-inch, and it has a final call for $35. Over here, these are first, buy it now, best offer. Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes. Nice. Original under sleeve, $34.99. Don't do me like that. Here comes my girl. Even the losers get lucky sometimes. Nazareth, Expect No Mercy. Nazareth is $24.99. Also, hot chocolate, going through the motions. Hot chocolate is $19.99. Come on, Denise. You're going to have to buy at least one tonight, so go ahead and just start buying them all. If you're going to buy one, go ahead and buy them all. Next thing is the Hollies Greatest Hits, one of my favorites. Look Through Any Window, Pay You Back With Interest. Great stuff there. Hollies, $19.99. Led Zeppelin in shrink wrap. Goodness gracious. Coda in shrink wrap with the original under sleeve, $39.99 for Zeppelin. Their last album after John Bonham's death, technically unreleased tracks. Nazareth, $20. Sold to Jerry Rock. This is going to be a great buy it now best offer. Ben, Humble Pie, Go for the Throat. Humble Pie, $19.99. America, the band America, Alibi. Don't get that one as often. $9.99 on that. GNR is sold to Rob Fordham for $170. All of a sudden, Venom is getting new bids. Alan Hagen's out. Tony Swanson has it for $36. Tony, that $36 bid may do it. Let's put up another auction. Motorhead, No Sleep at All. Oh, wow. A 1988 USOG in shrink with hop sticker. It does have a punch hole up here. It's Motorhead. It is going to go up for a $35 start. Next is Robert Palmer Riptide. Robert Palmer 1999. Angel White Hot. Angel, you turn it upside down, it still says Angel. Angel's 1999. Coda's $39.99. Near Mint OG shrink wrap. These are all buy it now or best offer. New vintage pre-owned records. We're going to be doing back-to-back crates plus some of the other leftover new vinyl metal records that was ordered for tonight. Motorhead has a bid for 40. Outlaws in the Eye of the Storm. Outlaws is $19.99. Golden Earring, and this is an import as well, $24.99. Radar Love, made in England. Some of these are just absolutely beautiful. Also, Eagles, Desperado, Ooh, Which a Woman, as featured in Seinfeld. VG Plus, $24.99. Motorhead 40, Motorhead 35. Venom, get new bids. Venom, get new bids. How much you ask for Coda? $39.99. And then over here, Motorhead 45. Venom still getting bids. And Nathan Myers gets Robert Palmer Riptide for $15. That is so to Nathan Myers. Motorhead's at 45. Alex, you've been outbid. Nazareth 2XS, another Nazareth Vertigo, $29.99 for Nazareth. Led Zeppelin, I'll do it for $35. It's beautiful in shrink wrap. That should be put up for a starting bid, right? Zeppelin, $35 starting bid. I'll sell it to you right now for $35. Willie before his time. Willie Nelson, $14.99. We have Frank Marino, Full Circle. Frank Marino's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Nice. Look at this deep purple with the alternate colors because it's a German press. My Woman from Tokyo. Deep purple, beautiful. German heavyweight vinyl, $34.99. Jay Nutra says he'll take Led Zeppelin for $35. Sold. Victor, you bumped him, and now he got it. Victor gets Venom. Let's take that off the table. Victor, if I would have left that up 3 more minutes, somebody else would have bid $2 more, a new bidder, and then you would have been outbid. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you for $38. Motorhead's at 45 with Rich Recore. Alex Kane, it goes back to you. And Aerosmith, done with mirrors. Nice copy. Aerosmith, $29.99. Roy Orbison, Rockhouse Rockabilly. Roy Orbison, $19.99. Patrick C. Smith on Frank Marino. That's so to Patrick C. Smith. And we have Foghat, Stone Blue, $14.99 for Foghat. And Jay Ferguson, Thunder Island, $19. He's out on Motorhead. Thank you for letting me know. Rich Record, that looks like that's going to go to you for $45. And that, everybody, is a final call. First thing we have is what is this? Acrofet. It's a thrash metal album. Acrofet is Corrupt Minds. It's a 1988 USOG thrash metal EX, $20 start on that. Jay Ferguson is sold to Chris Frazier for $14. That is sold to Chris Frazier. Next thing we have is Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace. A German press, Probe, beautiful Horzu, Steppenwolf, not Led Zeppelin. Steppenwolf, $24.99. Let me step over here and grab a couple more Funkos so we can convince Deeth niece Offendal that she needs some of these. How about not Funkos? I got some just other miscellaneous toys over here. Ooh, Turtles and Transformers. What are these? What are these? Some kind of new little toys here. I love new little toys. Turtles, Transformers. What do we have here? We have Transformers, a 1977 Chevrolet Camaro Bumblebee. Rise of the Beast, Transformers, $24.99. Transformers, Optimus Prime, $24.99. Transformers, another one of those. And Ninja Turtles, a 1967 Chevrolet Camaro, $24.99 on that. That's pretty cool. So a Ninja Turtles, a Transformers, and 2 more Transformers. Those are $24.99 each. Think long and you'll think wrong. Those are from that company, Jada. Those are from Jada. Okay. Next thing over here, does Golden Earring have Radar Love on it and price? Okay, first thing we have is Golden Earring. Golden Earring is $24.99. The song Radar Love's on it. It's a UK compilation. Rich Recore, you get this for $45. Nathan Myers, Riptide, $20. Nathan, I've already sold Riptide to you for $15. It was $20. I took your first offer for $15, then you've offered $20. I've already took it for $15. Now, how about we say that $5 you're offering less for Bumblebee, I'll go ahead and just sell this to you for $24.99, okay? And then that way that will balance it out. $24.99. Sell that to Nathan Myers. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. These are all brand new arrivals, yes. Also, Meatloaf Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf is $34.99. Joe Jackson looks sharp. Joe Jackson $19.99. K-Tail alert. K-Tail alert. K-Tail alert. K-Tail is $9.99. And Angel City Night Attack in shrink $14.99. Acrofet, I'm looking for a $25 start. $25 start. No one's bid. Go Near Ring is sold to Jeremy Rourke for $17. Sold. We need a new auction. That next auction is going to go up right now. And that one's called Demon. And somebody said, more Japanese, please. Sure thing. Demon is Night of the Demon. It's an 81 French OG pressing, a $35 start for Demon. $35 start for Demon. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that's a Japanese pressing of something. How about Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still? Dirty Laundry, Don Henley from the Eagles, his second of the solo albums we've had tonight. Near Mint Minus of inserts, $35 start on that. First thing we have, Go Near Ring 17, Keel $8. You mean K-Tail, sell that to Nathan Myers for $8. Acrofet has a bid for $25. We have Thin Lizzy live, a UK double LP, beautiful. We've had a lot of UK imports. You're going to see a lot of stuff on labels you typically don't see, and in condition you normally don't see. Beautiful, $44.99. 38 special. Wow, that one doesn't come through as often. That's their debut in shrink wrap, another UK edition. 38 special, super clean. $24.99 on that one. And we have Aldo Nova Twitch. Aldo Nova, $19.99. Patrick Lear on Roy for $12. That was this right back here. Sell that to Patrick for $12. You got it. One more to Powell. T-Powell is Heart and Soul, $9.99. All right, Acrofet did sell to Andy Lane for $25. Demon does not have a bid yet. We're looking for a $35 start. Don Henley, also a $35 start. Speaking of $35, sell that to Jason Fornerat for $35. That's what I sold the other Thin Lizzy live for. And we are going to show two more records, and I'm going to put up another auction. Thank God it's Friday. Triple LP, $29.99, and Charlie Daniels Band, A Decade of Hits. This is a greatest hits. This feels like it's foreign. It looks like it's UK. That's a UK label. Super clean. Essentially the best of Charlie Daniels, $24.99. Okay. Now, we have a full crate over here. I'm almost at a full crate. First, though, Michael Hamburger. If you want T-Powell, it will be $9.99. If not, I'll sell it to Jason Fornerat. Demon is at $35. And then we have Time in a Bottle. Time in a Bottle? Time in a Puddle. Time in a Bottle. Jim Croce's Greatest Love Songs. $14.99. That's another German press. Boy, that looks beautiful. Missing the boat on some of these. $14.99. We have Jethro Tull A, another German press, $19.99. Nathan Myers on Charlie Daniels for $20. That is sold to Nathan Myers. And we have BOC Extraterrestrial Live, another double LP, another UK, $34.99 for BOT. Pass. So T-Powell is sold to Jason Fornerat for $9.99. Let's go ahead and sell Demon. And Demon is sold for $35. And that's Andy Lane. Only one bid on Demon, $35. No bid on Don Henley. He is a $35 buy it now. That's I Can't Stand Still. And let's make that a buy it now. Okay. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-beep-bop. Shoobity bop bop, da da dee 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 dee, beep bom bom bom, da do da do da 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 do da do 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 do, and she bom bom da. Chad is changing crates out, da dee bop bop, a shoobity bom bom. That was our 10th sold crate of vinyl tonight. I repeat, that was our 10th sold crate of vinyl tonight. Here we go. So, Jim Croce, which I thought was an absolute steal, we're going to go ahead and sell that to Kristen Start for even less at $10. David Jennings gets Jethro Tull for $14. Nathan Myers gets BOC for $25. And the no bid Japanese. That's the only thing no bid. And then one Danzig record. That's it. We have another metal auction. I've got surprise metal auctions. I still got a third of a crate of Japanese. We still got a lot to do. We have Don Henley, $35. Duran Duran, $35. Danzig, $295. Billy Joel, $35. Culture Club, $35. Duran Duran, $35. CCR, $35. How much is Jethro Tull? I've already sold to the David Jennings. Peter Jennings. Next thing we have is this. We've already sold Beatles Help. That's already sold. Don Henley End of Innocence. That's already sold. And we have Little River Band Sleeper Catcher. Little River Band is $9.99. Also over here we have John Cougar self-titled, $19.99. And Foreigner Double Vision, a German press, $24.99. Double Vision, a German press, $24.99. I have some people demanding that I blow the air horn. I have some people demanding that I lay on the air horn for the last lower crate. Sorry, I'm going so fast, I forgot. Maybe that woke a few people up too. Next thing I have is this. Peter Frampton breaking all the rules, $9.99. Ed Riviere on Foreigner for $19. That's sold. Also, The Firm, that's in shrink wrap, $24.99. And Firefall, Mirror of the World, $9.99. And Molly Hatchet, No Guts, No Glory, $19.99 on Molly Hatchet. Next auction is Accept, Midnight Highway. Accept is an 83 U.S. Hub Serval OG compilation in shrink. Accept is a $25 start. Next is Country Rock compilation, $14.99. Emmylou Harris, Doobie Brothers, Bellamy Brothers, Birds, Dr. Hook, The Band, J.D. Souther, Joe Walsh, Canned Heat, CCR, Leonard Skinner, Poco, $14.99. Also, we have Uriah Heep, High and Mighty. Uriah Heep is a German press, $24.99. Jefferson Starship, $14.99. Freedom at Point Zero. Greg Ken Band is $14.99. Journey Departure, $19.99. Patrick C. Smith on The Firm. That is sold to Patrick C. Smith for $20. Nathan Myers gets Molly Hatchet for $15. And we also have Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun, $17.99 on that one. UFO, No Place to Run, $29.99. Heimer Bonponte on Uriah Heep for $18. That's sold. Alan Hagen on Firefall for $7. That is sold to Alan Hagen for $7. You accept it's a $25 start. Our next auction is going to be what, Chad? Chad, can you tell me one more time what the auction is? Earth to Chad. What is the auction? My name's Chad. Who's talking to me? That could possibly be myself. Could I possibly be speaking to myself? Guns N' Roses is a 2008 USOG copy of Chinese Democracy. This is OG. It's first press. It's Guns N' Roses. It's a $55 start. It's a 2008 USOG 2LP EX Plus condition, $55 start. Next thing is, there's no more records. Let's read through these again. JS, $12. Patrick C. Smith, JS, $12. Jefferson Starship, sold for $12. Nathan Myers, IF 20, UFO 29. Nathan UFO is marked $29.99. And then Journey is sold to Kevin Cassidy for $15. Any Rush. Here's how this show works. If anybody new is watching, I have no idea what's in this crate, and I have no idea what I'm about to show. I have no idea what's in stock, and I have no idea what I'm about to sell. This is all completely randomized in a simulation. Some people don't even think this is real when they watch it. It is, but I promise you, there is no telling what's about to be shown next. Good news is, I don't know, and neither does anybody else watching. So hopefully you sit on the edge of your seat and you're like, you know what, Chad? I'm here for the long haul. I'm not going to bed. I've took off from work tomorrow. Kids are asleep. Dogs have been fed. Cat's litter box has been changed out. I'm ready to buy some vinyl. I'm like, okay. So Nathan, if you can clarify your IF, if you can clarify UFO. Now, always remember, if you want to buy something at sticker price, all you got to put is UFO. Because if I think that you're claiming or making an offer, it could get confusing. So he said it's just UFO. UFO is sold to you. It was marked $29.99. So sell it to Nathan Myers. Okay, except doesn't have a bid yet, and neither does Guns N' Roses. We have Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, $34.99. Tom Petty. We also have hot chocolate. If you need a price or want to make an offer, let me know. The Holly's Greatest Hits, Humble Poe, Go Through the Throat, America Alibi, Angel White City, Outlaws, and The Eye of the Storm. Usually if somebody asks me if I have something, I just say yes. And then they'll say, how much is it? I'm like, well, you'll have to wait for it to show up. And that way they don't leave, and that way I'm not lying, because I probably do have it. I just don't know when I'm going to show it. That way they don't go anywhere. That's the best thing I usually say. Someone will be like, do you have any Danzig? I'm like, yes, but I don't know when I'm going to show it. Eagles, Desperado, VG Plus $24.99. Nazareth is still available, 2XS. Wheelie before his time. There's some really good records in here still left. Willie Nelson, Nazareth, Eagles, Outlaws, Angel, America, Humble Pie, Holly's, Hot Chocolate, Tom Petty. We have Deep Purple. Who Do They Think We Are? We have Aerosmith, Done With Mirrors, Foghat, Stone Blue, Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace, Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell, Joe Jackson, Angel City, 38 Special, Aldo Nova, Twitch, Thank God It's Friday, Little River Band, John Cougar, Peter Frampton, Country Rock, Greg Kim Band, and Billy Thorpe. Do we have any Kiss? Yes. Do we have any Quiet Riot? Yes. Do we have any Tragically Hip? Yes. Do we have any Rush? Yes. I have all of that. Here's also 3 Funkos that I have. This is Star Wars, The Mandalorian with the Child, $14.99 on that one. Wicket, a Wicket from Star Wars, that's $14.99 from Return of the Jedi, right? Yeah, Return of the Jedi. And then we have Wonder Woman, $229. Wonder Woman is $14.99, okay? First thing is Guns N' Roses. This did not get a bid. One more chance. A 2008 USOG 2LP, $55 start, and Accept did not get a bid. One more chance on these. $25 start for Accept, Midnight Highway. Those are final calls, okay? And those are about to sell. 55 and 56 now. They're not done. I had a feeling everybody's had to go take a leak right quick. And now they're back and like, holy crap, almost missed an OG Guns N' Roses I've been looking for 38 years. Even though it's only been out since 2005. They've been looking for it for 38 years. That's a lost, undiscovered Guns N' Roses. There's been some people trying to find that before it even came out. All right. David, you're out. Johnny Hancock has it for $56. David might have been attempting a snipe there. You missed. It was a final call. Missed your target. All right, we have condensed John's first 4 crates into one. And we're about to go through, we've condensed John's first 3 crates into one. We're about to go through number 4, all buy now or best offer. Who's ready? I prefer you to bid and not try to snipe. Sniping's going to cause you to miss targets and lose auctions. Go ahead and just aim up your sights and win it. Bid to win. You need to come into the sale every night like you're bidding like Michael Jordan trying to win that 6th championship. You're winning no matter whatever it takes. If you got whatever it takes, you're going to win the auction. Johnny Hancock has it for $56. David, it's all up to you. Accept is a buy it now. $25 on Accept at Midnight Highway. GNR is a final call for $56. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is a Japanese pressing of Madonna True Blue. Madonna True Blue is near mint minus and pristine. It's a $35 start. There's the LP. There's the poster. There's the insert. A $35 start. Now up for bid. Accept is sold to Alonzo for $25. Michael Jordan rookie card, $2,500. That's a hard pass, Jim B. Not going to happen. How about $35,000? Next thing we have is Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush, Tales of the Unexpected, $19.99. We have Foghat. This is In the Mood for Something Rude, $14.99. David's back in on Guns N' Roses. He's like, all right, I'm putting on my number 23. And now, from North Carolina, he's out on the court. Let's see what happens. Johnny Hancock, 56. Johnny's like, you know what? Maybe I'm the Michael Jordan of this auction. $60. We also have Jean-Luc Ponty, Individual Choice, $9.99. We have James Brown, The Apollo Theater, $49.99. Blue King, $49.99 for James Brown. Led Zeppelin Presence. The cover has a little wear, but it is an OG Led Zeppelin Presence. $39.99. Nice. How about America? View from the Ground. America is $9.99. Floyds. We have by 10 Years After is $19.99, 10 years after. Also, Rick Springfield Hard to Hold. That's a sealed copy. Does have a saw mark, $24.99. That is done. Hello Walls, Willie Nelson. That's a Pickwick reissue of one of his earlier albums. $14.99 on that. Miko, Encounters of Every Kind. Miko was $9.99, and Pink Floyd, A Nice Pair. It is uncensored, a little bit of nudity on that one. What is A Nice Pair? That's the first 2 Pink Floyd albums repackaged into one. You get Piper at the Gates of Dawn and A Saucer Full of Secrets. That is $44.99. Guns N' Roses is sold, and Guns N' Roses is sold to Johnny Hancock for $60. Madonna can be bought right now for a $35 buy it now. That's OG True Blue, Near Mint, Obi, insert, and poster, $35 buy it now. Also have this for $39.99. Nice. Smokey and the Bandit, 1977 Pontiac Firebird with a Smokey and the Bandit belt buckle. Holy moly. My gosh, look at that. $39.99 for the Smokey and the Bandit Firebird, brand new in the box. $39.99. At that price, it's practically free. That's practically a free price. Madonna is sold for $35 to somebody. I'm just waiting for somebody to say they want it. Next thing is Josh Brown got Led Zeppelin, Achilles' Last Stand. It was an April morning when they told us we should go. I turned to you, smiled at me. That is sold to Josh Brown for $34. Kristen, Pink Floyd, $35. I will sell this to you for $38. And think about it that way. That's $19 a piece for those Pink Floyd albums. $38 on that. Next thing is Eagles, One of These Nights. One of These Nights. Nice. Is that UK? It's in a textured cover. It is extremely nice. Oh my gosh, $34.99. The Rascals, this one's called C, $19.99. And Robin Trower, Bridge of Sighs. Robin Trower, $24.99. Original Green Chrysalis label, $24.99. And Robert Palmer, Maybe It's Live. Robert Palmer is $19.99. Nice. Oh my gosh. Aerosmith Gems, $44.99. I usually put those up for auction. It does have the original on her sleeve. No condition notes on Aerosmith. $44.99. Let's see here. Kristen, let me know on Pink Floyd. Our next auction is going to be... let me flip through this crate. Wow. All right, Dio. Coney Hatch, Zebra, City Boy, AC/DC, Kiss. Okay. Next auction is Dio. This is Dio is a picture disc, a 2019 Record Store Day. It is a Rainbow in the Dark and Killing the Dragon. That is a $15 start for this Dio picture disc, now up for bid. Dio, $15 start on that. And we have Trower, Patrick C. Smith gets that for $22. Mike Ospaw and Aerosmith sold $38. And Noah, you were second. Next thing in here is Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun. Does have a saw mark, but other than that, clean, $14.99. Shades of Deep Purple, $29.99. And we have Outlaws, Hurry Sundown. Outlaws is almost threw it back in the crate. Outlaws is $19.99. Trying to show the... I think John put the inner sleeve where I could get to the record, and I don't think it was really made to be stored like that. No, it's kind of oversized. Outlaws, Hurry Sundown, that's definitely a foreign copy. And yeah, this is another UK Outlaws, $19.99. Let's try to get that back in there. Okay, now what I got to do, what year is the Pink Floyd? 1973. 1973. I got to make some room. I'm getting kind of spaced in. So let me show these Funkos one more time. I'm going to take them off the table, lay them on this cart back here behind me so I can take them up front and put them out in the store for sale. And one more time, so Star Wars 402, The Mandalorian with Child, that is $14.99. Stormtrooper, a 2002 Galactic Convention, $14.99. Wonder Woman was $14.99, $229, and Star Wars 608 Return of the Jedi Wicket, that one was $14.99. I'm going to go ahead and take these and start putting them in this black crate, actually. Yeah, let me put them in this black crate. That way I can take them up front after the show. All right, let's get back to a few more LPs. And we have the following. Dio at 15. We have Robert Palmer Clues. Robert Palmer is $19.99. Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska. The new anniversary box set comes out tomorrow. Bruce Springsteen is $19.99. We have Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind. Willie Nelson, $14.99. And then Eagles Greatest Hits. And guess what? Another UK copy, $34.99 for the Eagles. Peter Frampton, I'm In You. Frampton's $9.99, and Jay Giles Band, Showtime. Jay Giles is in shrink wrap, $14.99. Passing on Pink Floyd. Can't tell you what to do, but bad decision. We have over here an OG pressing, a Zebra, No Telling Lies. Zebra is an 84 US OG, $15 start. Dio has one bid for $15, and we're about to sell it to Hoopy 31. And we have over here Rich Record on Bruce Springsteen for $15. Bruce Springsteen is sold to Rich Record for $15. I don't think I have any more Stitch. I'll have to look. Point Blank, The Hard Way. Point Blank is $14.99. Point Blank, The Hard Way. Fleetwood Mac Penguin. Fleetwood Mac is $24.99. Fleetwood Mac Penguin. Joe Jackson's Jumpin' Jive. $19.99. Foghat, Rock and Roll Outlaws. Foghat is $14.99. Also, Sniffin' the Tears, Fickle Heart. Sniffin' the Tears is $19.99. Sniffin' the Tears, $19.99. Zebra is a $15 start, and Dio is sold for $15 to Hoopy 31. Let's put that back away, and that's sold to him for $15. Now, I didn't read off Kiss 100 times earlier, but I have a crate back here behind me that probably has plus or minus about 70 Kiss albums in it. So Zebra is a final call for $15. I think I had an AC/DC I wanted to put up. Let's see what kind of condition it's in. This is for those about the rock, Fire, an 81 US OG, but unfortunately it's a pretty low grade copy. It's got feelable marks on it, so it goes VG minus G condition. $5 on that. Michael Freiberger on Sniff for $15. Sold to him. Cruising 1975. Hey, there's another Firebird. This is $9.99. Sam and Dave. Willie Nelson. Aerosmith Dream On's on here. Lady Marmalade. Classic songs from 75. $9.99. Eric Clapton 461 Ocean Boulevard. I Shot the Sheriff, but I did not shoot the deputy. $34.99. Zebra. Kevin Cassidy's in at 15. Tracks on Zebra. Wait Till the Summer's Gone. I don't like it. Bears. I don't care. Lullaby. No Telling Lies. Taking a Stance, but no more Little Things, and Drive Me Crazy. I read that like I was singing the Fine Young Cannibal song. Okay, so Batman, E.T., Batman, Superman. I'm going to try to show some more. Let me take these right over here. And that was Batman 275, ET 1254, Batman 02, and Superman 251. I'm missing Scott Markheim. I got a couple guys like Scott Markheim. He probably would have bought almost all these already. There's no telling how many he has. I'm missing Scott tonight on the feed, it looks like. Sometimes he's here, sometimes he's not. But I will show this. We have rock Southern style. Rock and Roll with a Little Bite, The Outlaws, Skinner, Marshall Tucker, Allman Brothers, Roger Collins. This is a Southern Rock K-Tail UK International compilation. Where is Stacey Metternich at? She's asleep right now. I can promise you that. $12.99. Live Cream Volume 2. Live Cream is $34.99. Also, we have Street Action BTO, $14.99. And we have Focus 3. Focus 3, $24.99. Someone wrote, This Van Leer, who plays in the band on vocal, organ, piano, alto, flute, piccolo, float, piccolo, and harpsichord. $24.99 on that. Tim Graham on the K-Tail comp. I knew it. That was easy. Zebra sold one bid, $15. That was easy. Tim Graham and AC/DC. Low grade with feelable marks. Probably might cause pops when you're playing back. It's at $5, and we're about to sell it to Larry Gonzalez. Our next auction is City Boy, and this is the day that Earth caught fire. City Boy is a 79 USOG Monarch, inner sleeve, promo strip. City Boy, $10 start. Next is Aerosmith Permanent Vacation, an 88 BMG Music Club edition, $39.99. So OG BMG Club with the original inner sleeve, $39.99 on that. And we have the Outlaws Playing It Back Alive. That's a German 2LP, $34.99. Outlaws, beautiful, $34.99. And we have Player, Baby Come Back. You can leave it all behind, $17.99. How much is AC/DC? $5. It's only at $5. The condition, on a scale of 1 to 10, about a 2, maybe a 3. It's got a $5 bid, and we're about to sell it. What the heck? What was that for? The he's playing Pinocchio. He's playing a Piccolo, a Pinocchio. Yeah, Pinocchio is the Brothers Grimm Disney. Somebody thought of who created Pinocchio. I don't think that's a Disney creation. Somebody created Brothers Grimm, maybe. And when he lies, his nose extends, right? That is not an instrument. A piccolo is an instrument. If you bear with me, I have sit down over here in this bar stool because I'm about to pop my knee and my back and my knuckles and reorganize my spine. Okay. I'm almost done. One more. Okay. I just basically visited a chiropractor over here. Okay. Sorry for the timeout. I hate killing the flow of the sale. That was very much necessary. Whew. That felt pretty good. AC/DC has a new bid for 6. James Brown is sold for $35 to Patrick Lear. City Boys a $10 start. Next thing over here is Angel Sinful, $19.99. Larry, you've been outbid on AC/DC. Next is what's on Outlaws Live. Outlaws Live. This one right here. Oh boy, give me 1 second. Also, we have Asia Alpha for $19.99. This looks like another UK pressing. $19.99 on that one. Nice. Led Zeppelin 2 and mid-70s SRC pressing, $44.99. Hey, fellas, have you heard the news? America Hideaway. Somebody took the hop sticker and taped it to the cover. Pretty cool, but it is technically stuck there. $9.99. Humble Pie On to a Victory. Humble Pie is $19.99. And Dr. Hook, Pleasure and Pain. Dr. Hook, $14.99. Nobody bid on City Boy. He's a $10 buy it now. They're a $10 buy it now. Larry, it's up to you on AC/DC. Is there an OG Kiss Dynasty in there? I'll tell you what, I can tell you pretty fast. Dynasties? You would think so, right? No, there's a lot of different stuff in here, but unfortunately, there's no copies of Dynasty. What is that? This is a Runaways. We saw one of those earlier. There's some Beatles in here, too. We can put this up. This is always a good one. The Orange Capitol, not a bad reissue to have. This is a 1976 U.S. reissue, Jacksonville. This is an Orange Capitol label, Gatefold EX. So nice, clean vinyl and a beautiful popping jacket. That is a Beatles Help, $25 start. Next thing over here, Led Zeppelin 35, Noah Caldwell. Sell that to Noah for $35. We have a new bid on AC/DC for $7. Hot Chocolate is $19.99. This has You Sexy Thing on it. Hot Chocolate has You Sexy Thing, $19.99. The Hollies, that's cool. It's a Polydor UK compilation, $19. All I Need Is the Air That I Breathe. There's the Hollies. Over here, we have Orleans. This is $9.99. Mike Oldfield, 5 Miles Out. Mike Oldfield, $14.99. Nazareth is a German press. Malice in Wonderland. Nazareth is a Vertigo press, $29.99. And Tom Petty, Hard Promises, a German press, original inner sleeve, $39.99 for Tom Petty. Beatles is not metal, to answer your question. No, they're under the classification as rock. David, I figured you would know who the Beatles are. And then let's go over here and AC/DC. Larry Gonzalez has it for 7. Now it's up to Kristen Start. So it's had bids for 5, 6, 7. Maybe the next one will be 10. I will say Tom Petty for $35. This is a beautiful German press. And I mean beautiful. Has the original on her sleeve. And it is spectacular. Beatles is a $25 start. All right. So, Angel, I'll do $15 on this one. And Tom Petty is sold to Noah for $35. Okay. Nice, great decision. You got some great stuff right there. Zeppelin and Tom Petty back to back. Now, all the metal auctions, the advertised metal auctions are gone. The only thing that didn't sell was Danzig, which I think Laura was trying to sell the other night on her sale too. She thought maybe just not enough people were watching. It also didn't sell again tonight. So Danzig is the only thing that didn't sell. I got a whole stack of Japanese stuff over there, and that's about it. Everything else is sold, and I have pretty much no metal auctions left. I have a whole crate over here. There's other stuff. I mean, I've got, you know, some stuff, but I don't have any Venom, Slayer, Iron Maidens, Metallicas. It's all gone. All that has been obliterated. It evaporates quick. It's not going to stay around. Patrick gets Angel for 15, and this was actually the last crate of new arrivals. I don't want anybody thinking they're going to bed, though, because I'm going to recap some new stuff that came in just right now. We've got to at least do a nonsense half-off crate, and then we'll see where we're at. Okay, especially where my state of mind is, since I feel like I've been nonstop for how long now? 5 hours and 20 minutes. That's nothing, though. All right, nobody bid on the Beatles' Help. $25. I lost Kristen Start on AC/DC. Larry, that's sold you for 7. I lost Kristen on that one. I'm just going to read these titles quickly. No interruptions. Not before I separate the no bids back here. Beatles, 25. City Boy, 10. And then Danzig is $295, and then all the Japanese are $35. Don Henley, Duran Duran, Billy Joe, Culture Club, Duran Duran, CCR, and Madonna. So those are all available. And then the non-Japanese stuff, Danzig $295, City Boy 10, and the Beatles is sold for $25 to Kevin J. Reitz. Awesome. If you need a price on anything in here, let me know. And some of the Japanese I can make buy it nows, honestly, because we've already sold one copy, or maybe we get them quite often, and I honestly think they just need to be buy it nows. So some of y'all may be down for some Japanese buy it nows, and I can start doing some of those next. I got another crate of new Christmas stuff, a full crate of Christmas records that have never been shown. There might be some people want to see that. But also, if you're here for metal, don't forget, I still got a couple crates back here behind me of new recap stuff. Like we had 19 crates of new vinyl. Everything left right now is in 2, 5. We started with 19 crates. We have 5 crates left, okay? I have Frank Marino Mahogany Rush. If you need a price, or if you already know the price, you want to make an offer, we will do some Japanese buy it nows in just a second. I think everything left I don't want to auction. Let me do one more flip of the front stuff. Yeah, everything left I'm okay doing just $35 buy it nows. We'll set it up here next. That's next. $35 buy it now, Japanese pressings. If they don't sell, next time I'm going to try them again for auction or just a low start to get some stuff. Can I see a track listing of Outlaws Live? The Outlaws Live is intro, relay, breakdown. Stick around for rock and roll. Lover Boy. There goes another love song. Freeborn Man, Prisoner, I hope you don't mind. Song for You, Cold and Lonesome, Holiday, Hurry Sundown, Green Grass and High Tides takes up the entire side 4. Frank Marino, The Outlaws, Fog Hat. We have Jean-Luc Ponty, America View, 10 Years After, Shh, Rick Springfield, Hard to Hold, Hello Walls, Willie Nelson, Miko, Encounters of Every Kind, Eagles, One of These Nights, The Rascal C, Robert Palmer, Maybe It's Live, Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun, Shades of Deep Purple, Outlaws, Hurry Sundown, Pink Floyd, A Nice Pair, 2 albums in one, Piper and Saucer Full of Secrets. Also, Robert Palmer Clues, Willie Nelson, Sound in Your Mind, Eagles Greatest Hits, Peter Frampton, I'm In You, Jay Giles, Point Blank, Fleetwood Mac, Penguin, Joe Jackson, Jumpin' Jive, Foghat, Rock and Roll Outlaws, Cruisin' 75, Eric Clapton 461, Live Cream Volume 2, BTO, Street Action, Focus, Focus 3, Aerosmith, Permanent Vacation, Player Self-Titled, With Baby Come Back, Asia Alpha, America Hideaway, Humble Pie, On to a Victory, Dr. Hook, Pleasure and Pain, Hot Chocolate, You Sexy Thing, The Hollies, Compilation, Orleans, Self-Titled, Mike Oldfield, 5 Miles Out, and Nazareth, Malice in Wonderland. Nathan Myers, Pink Floyd was marked $44.99. I've already told somebody I would do it for $38, no less. They passed. It's yours for $38 if you want it. It's all up to you, okay? And let's do those Japanese buy it nows, okay? Never shown before, never auctioned. You can go ahead and grab them. I'll put them in brand new sleeves, and that's what we'll do. One second, please. I got to send a text message. All right. Pink Floyd is sold to Nathan Myers, $38. Mike Quadrini, you get Aerosmith for $30. And we're ready for that buy it now Japanese crate. Sorry for the delay. I had to send a message on payment. Okay, so there's that. As always, if you're new or maybe you hadn't bought from us in a while, if you buy a lot of records, Ed may ask for prepayment. And we haven't had that happen too many times, but just so you know, we're trying to make sure everybody stays up to date, caught up, and nobody gets behind. Getting behind is detrimental for everybody. So I just saw a couple things. Trying to get it to where everybody has a minimum, if at any given time, just minimum of one unpaid invoice before you start another one. And because I know some of y'all don't get paid, but maybe every month or every 2 weeks, and that's okay with me, especially if we know what's going on. But we don't need to definitely have an open invoice, start another invoice, and we definitely don't need to have a bunch of unpaids. And so we have basically some parameters in place now. You pay, we ship, make sure you don't get behind, and make sure you stay within your means. And yeah, I mean, and there's some people I have basically said, you can buy from us. You have to pay on Mondays. If you don't pay on Mondays, Tuesday at 5 o'clock, when we start the show, Ed's going to cancel the invoice. Because you got to make me a promise you can pay Monday afternoon. And we're going to make sure you get the invoice. We're going to make sure you open it. We're going to make sure you don't miss it or anything. But that's like 2 or 3 people out of literally thousands of customers. But they're just on a thin line. So it's just like, okay, make sure you pay. Everybody else is good, though. Usually if I'm taking time to talk about this, I'm talking about like 10 or less people. So we got to stay on top of it. It's logistically a nightmare back there for some of this stuff. Okay, here we go. I have Jeff Beck. These are Japanese pressings, $35 buy it nows. Jeff Beck with the Jan Hammer Group, $35 buy it now. Steve Perry Street Talk. Steve Perry from Journey, $35. John Lennon, that is called Shaved Fish, which is a Japanese compilation. We also have Jeff Beck, and this one is called Go Disc, $35 on Jeff Beck. Billy Joel, An Innocent Man. Billy Joel is $35. Jeff Beck, Flash. So another Jeff Beck, 2 Jeff Becks there. Also, we have the Beach Boys LA album, the Light album. We have ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2. We also have Hall & Oates H2O. And we have Hall & Oates Private Eyes. So back-to-back Hall & Oates. Another ABBA Greatest Hits Volume 2. We got 2 copies of that. We have Jay Giles Showtime. We also have Three Dog Night, and this is called The Best of Three Dog Night. Next is Night Ranger 7 Wishes. Night Ranger 7 Wishes. And Whitney Houston self-titled. We also have Journey Captured. And we have Grand Funk Railroad, Mark Don and Mel, 69 to 71. Culture Club, Waking Up with the House on Fire. Billy Joe again, another copy of An Innocent Man. Another copy of that. We got 2 of those. And this is from last night. Berlin, Count three and Pray, Take My Breath Away. Berlin. And then let me add the other no bids from earlier, which was Madonna, CCR Gold, Duran Duran Arena, another Culture Club, Billy Joe, Innocent Man, and then we have Duran Duran and Don Henley. These are all Japanese pressings. If you just hopped on the feed, these are buy it nows for $35. Some of these have not been put up for auction, like John Lennon, and it's sold to Chris Knapp. These are $35. They're all Japanese pressings, near mint minus. Sold to Chris Knapp. He says, I'm in, Chad, and I'm like, you got it, Chris. Anybody else on any of those? Law, that's some of our best-selling Japanese titles. Get some of these quite often, and we usually sell the heck out of them. Some of them in here we even have duplicates of. Don Henley, Duran Duran, Billy Joel, Culture Club, Duran Duran, CCR, $35. Yes, everything in here, $35. Madonna, Berlin, Grand Funk Railroad, Journey, Whitney Houston, Night Ranger, Three Dog Night, Jay Giles, Hall & Oates, ABBA, the LA album, Beach Boys, Billy Joel, Jeff Beck, 3 Jeff Becks, and Steve Perry. So that is CCR, also sold to Chris Knapp for $35. You got it. So Don Henley, Duran Duran, Billy Joel, Culture Club, Duran Duran, Madonna, Berlin, Grand Funk, Journey, Whitney, Night Ranger, 3 Dog Night, Jay Giles, Hall & Oates, ABBA, LA album, The Beach Boys, Billy Joe, Steve Perry, Jeff Beck. All available. All you got to do is say, Chad, you know what, man? It's Thursday night. I appreciate all you do. Give me the whole crate. Give me the whole crate. Send it my way, Chad. Give me the whole crate. And I'll be like, whoa, this guy is an animal. This woman is a cougar. A cougar? Okay, I'm going to put these right here next to me. If anybody changes their mind, let me know. No Obi on Journey. Songs on Berlin, Take My Breath Away. That's the big one there. So here we go. We have Count 3 and Pray. I Will Never Understand You. You Don't Know. Like Flames, Heartstrings, Take My Breath Away. Love Theme from Top Gun. Trash, When Love Goes to War. Hideaway, Sex Me, Talk Me. Pink and Velvet. No Obi on Journey. Unfortunately not on Journey, unless it's tucked behind the cover. I think it's just, yeah. Let me go ahead and put it in a new sleeve. Yeah, it's a VG Plus jacket. No Obi, unfortunately. That's the only one without an Obi. Dude, did you score the Back to the Future guitar today? Just released today, Gibson Epiphone. No. I did not make a purchase for one of those. I was told they were $25,000. Is that right? Or $35,000. The only signature guitar that I ever thought about buying just for investment purposes was the Jimmy Page EDS 1275 double neck, because it became custom and he signed them, or he signed the certificates. And when I looked at the price, I think those were what, $35,000 or something? They were like tens of thousands of dollars. $20,000 for Gibson. Yeah, there we go. $20,000. New Gibson. Wow, $20,000. How much was the Jimmy Page double neck when it came out? I was highly interested in that. I pulled it up. I was like, wow, that'd be something great. I mean, just think about just I would, just not even touch it. I think a lot of people don't even touch that stuff. They just, these guitars, they just like lock them away and they put them on a shelf. Like a lot of people I know that buy vinyl. I have a big chunk of customers who buy a lot of vinyl, and they don't listen to it. They're collectors. They're not listeners. They're collectors, especially sealed stuff. A couple guys I know that buy all the new vinyl, they've told me they've never opened a single record. They just collect it. They like limited edition releases and new arrivals, and that's all they do. All right, let's read through these very quickly, and we're going to do this and then one more. Here we go. First thing I have is this. This is essentially an Ozzy greatest hits. It's called Memoirs of a Madman, $38.99. It's an Ozzy greatest hits. Cave-In, that's the name of the band. Jupiter, that is on neon violet colored vinyl. Cave-In is $29.99. Also, we have Soulfly, $39.99. The Jimmy Page EDS 1275 was $50,000. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I clicked on one. I was like, that'd be pretty cool. I was thinking they'd be like 10, 15,000, and then I'd have to seriously think about it, and like we're debate, and then it would sell out, and I wouldn't buy one. But when I seen 50,000, I was like, oh my gosh, holy moly. Okay, Soulfly is $39.99. That's Soulfly 3. So Soulfly, Cave-In, Ozzy, Metallica Reload, Gimme Fuel, Gimme Fire, $44.99. The Memory Remains. We have Oh Brother Where Art Thou, I Am a Man, A Constant Sorrow. You get music from John Hartford. Alison Krauss is on here. I'll Fly Away, Oh Glory, Down to the River to Pray. That is $39.99. And we have Ozzy, No More Tears. Ozzy is $44.99. No More Tears. We have At the Gates. We sold one earlier. There's one left. At the Gates, Slaughter of the Soul, $49.99. System of a Down, Hypnotized, $24.99. Do you still have that Eminem Recovery record? That was my first CD as a kid. I have one left, yes. Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Metallica's $29.99. Man, Hit the Lights. That was on my playlist the other day, driving back from the mountains trying to stay awake. I cranked that album up. Oh my gosh, that'll get you going. The Four Horsemen. I was blasting that album right there, trying to stay awake. It helped me get through it too. Have y'all ever really listened to that song, Hit the Lights? Like, I'm talking cranked loud. It's energizing. Next is The Essential, Stevie Ray Vaughan, $34.99. Ghost, that's the new 10th anniversary of Meliora on green vinyl, $39.99. Emperor, $33.99 for Emperor. Prometheus, The Discipline of Fire and Demise, $33.99. System of a Down, self-titled, $24. Ozzy, Bark the Moons on blue vinyl for $29. Dream Theater, Images and Words is $29. System of a Down, Toxicity, $24. Paradise Lost, 1 Second, $49.99. The Black Album, $36.99. Fear Factory Obsolete was $39. And first time ever on vinyl, America Holiday Harmony. For those that like OG records, there's some in here. America, $29.99. Some of these are the first time some of these have been released on vinyl, just FYI. And OG, let me give you an example of an expensive OG. This one's going to cost you a few $100s if you want a real OG copy. And you can buy this 2LP remaster, which is probably going to maybe even sound better, $44.99. Noah on Bark at the Moon. If you want a super, super clean Bark at the Moon, this one's much more affordable, $29.99. I have one left. We sold one earlier. Bark at the Moon is gone. That's sold to Noah Colwell. And what's left in here? America. Fear Factory. Does it have cars on that press? Shock, Edge Crusher, Smasher, Devourer, Secura, whatever that is. Police State 2000, Descent, High Tech Nate, Freedom of Fire, Obsolete, Resurrection, Timeless. $39.99. Did you order any replacements box sets for tomorrow? No, the only box set new I ordered for this week is Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska. And those should be in tomorrow. I got all the Rocktobers in. Those have already been tagged and put away. And let's grab another crate. I've officially, now some of this stuff I read through much later or much earlier for the second time, but I have officially read through all whatever's left of these 19 crates. And here's the last batch. Okay. First thing is this. Caius, welcome to Sky Valley for $29.99. Helmet, limited edition red and blue colored vinyl, $38.99. Godsmack is $39.99. 2LP, first time that's been available on vinyl. System of a Down, still this album, $33.99. Metallica and Justice, $44.99. Sepultura Roots, $49.99. Newly remastered. Emperor, Anthems to the Welkin at Dusk, Emperor's $33.99. Godsmack 1000 horsepower, $33.99. Chevelle Wonder What's Next, Chevelle $24. System of a Down Mesmerize $24. Slipknot 36 on pink vinyl, double LP. Chris Robinson Brotherhood, that is Phosphorescent Harvest, $24.99. Trivium, The Crusade. Trivium is $39.99. Lamb of God, Strum and Drang, $36.99. And Dio, Holy Diver, a 2LP remaster, $44.99. Rich Ricor wants Caius for $29.99. Jerry Torres on Lamb of God. That is sold to Jerry Torres. And we have OG Danzig in the no-bid pile. A 2004 Swedish OG, limited to 440 on clear vinyl with insert and shrink, $295 on OG Danzig. And then City Boy is a 79 US OG Monarch Press EX, $10 on City Boy. Okay. So that crate had Dio, Trivium, Chris Robinson, Sepultura, Slipknot, System of a Down, Chevelle, Godsmack, Emperor. Stephen Lewis Jr. wants to go ahead and grab Sepultura. And then we got Metallica, System of a Down, Godsmack, Helmet, and Caius. Now, that was two crates. Earlier, I went through all the Rocktobers and then another crate which had a lot of metal. And I feel like I've kind of wore that stuff out. Plus, it'll be posted again in the morning at 6 a.m. And when we start the show tomorrow, I'll be recapping all that again. I think it's time for us to do our first nonsense half off crate. And we'll see where we're at on participation, viewership, etc., etc. Chad could really use some Waffle House about right now. He probably is going to go get some Waffle House after this. As soon as I can catch my breath and film these videos, and then he's going to have to go to the gym and walk it all off and lift it all off. And I should have drank that Monster earlier when I had a chance. Okay. They got to move this bar stool. I'm using it over here to move my bones back into place. All right. So, half off crate. And then we might, I don't know, I'm not going to end the show there. I might, though. We'll see what happens. That is Danzig Circle of Snakes. It's OG. Circle of Snakes. I'm kind of mentally exhausted, honestly. Wasp, Crimson. We had a couple people buy like one of each of all the Wasp albums, which is amazing because I almost didn't order those. I was like, man, I've wear out Wasp sometimes. Like I feel like we have them a lot in stock, but tonight I couldn't have enough of them. It always happens that way. A couple other things like that. So I think we sold out of Crimson Idol. Let me do a quick flip over here. Here's some of the other items. I had Queensryche, Iron Maiden, Trivium. Let's see. There's Eminem Recovery. If he still wanted that, I better go ahead and show that then. Eminem Recovery. So I had Megadeth 33, Candlebox 44, 3 Days Grace 24, Eminem Recovery $39.99, Megadeth, Pantera, Led Zeppelin, Outkast, Cypress Hill 38, Temples of Boom, Blink-182, Megadeth, Pantera, Queensryche, Trivium, Joe Cocker, Iron Maiden, Trivium, Iron Maiden, and Queensryche Empire. M&M's $39.99. $39.99. What do you think an autographed Live and Loud Ozzy CD's worth? A CD cover. $500 to $800. $500 to $800. Lamb of God, self-titled, $24.99. Joe Cocker, 33. That's new for tomorrow. Pink Floyd, The Wall, $49.99. The Doors is $36.99. Nirvana, 36. Soundgarden, 44. Tom Petty, 44. Charlie Brown, 38. Andre Bocelli, 39. And Metal Church, 39. Kristen Starrett does want M&M. Kristen Starrett does want M&M. You got it. Recovery. Just gonna stand there and watch you burn. That's all right. That's so to Kristen Starrett. Kelly Vlodrek on Andre Bocelli. That has the song on it, if you've ever heard that one. Chevelle's $24.99. Chevelle, only $24.99, Jeremy. And we have Kelly Vlodrek on the waiting list for M&M Recovery. Kelly Vlodrek on the wait list for M&M Recovery. Jeremy Wark wants a Chevelle from the last crate. That was dun 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 dun, shoot beeping dun dun dun. Hit the lights. Now I have Metallica stuck in my head. Oh, I got to show y'all a funny email that I got. Where is Chevelle? That was in the crate before that one, right? That was, what the heck happened to that one? That was 2 crates ago. I went through that other one so fast. Wonder what's next. That was 2 crates ago. Here it is. Okay. Sold. What Charlie Brown? Charlie Brown Christmas. Zoetrope picture disc. It spins, it moves. $38.99. And then we have it has what song? That's the Andre Bocelli song that's on there. Yeah. What is it called? Hold on a second. Laura wouldn't sing. She'll get over that hill. She'll get over that sing. Conte Portillo. Yeah, there it is. Is it on here? Yeah, Conte Portillo. Wow. Powerful. Andre. That's it. Now I'm going to get an email saying I can't monetize this video. Let me show you the email I got last night. I'm not getting paid for this video tonight. No ad revenue on this one. Let me show you the email I got. For those that was watching late last night. Where is it? I might have already deleted it. Yeah. It's amazing, though. Is that the one that's in that the Will Ferrell movie, too? I'll tell y'all that, is that the Will Ferrell, was that... for those that was watching last night, Bing Crosby, I was flagged. They heard me play 10 seconds of Bing Crosby. I was flagged. It's over. My video was flagged. I played what, 10 seconds of White Christmas last night, and they flagged me. Step Brothers, yeah. I was in Vegas when me and Seth went out there to go to the Sphere, and the Bellagio fountains, and they play music. Well, they started playing that song, and of course I knew it was Andre Bocelli, and I just knew it's a great, powerful, song. Male vocalist, he's amazing. And it started playing, and Seth was like, "Oh my gosh, I got to send this to Moose or the group or something." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, this is in Step Brothers." And I was like, "Oh, I just knew it as what it was. I knew it was Andre Bocelli, but." He's like, "Dude, this is in an epic, this is in Step Brothers." I was like, "I've never seen Step Brothers," so I didn't know what was going on. But yeah, the Bellagio fountains, they play that song. You know how they do. If you've ever been to Vegas, they play music for the fountains, and so. Okay. Wow. So 19 crates of new vinyl. Everything that's left is now in 4 crates. And let's see over here. And if you missed any of the other Rocktobers, this is it. Which was Warren Zevon, Dream Theater. Still got 2 copies of Stone Temple Pilots, Jethro Tull, Mr. Bungle and Mr. Bungle. Mr. Bungle, Jethro Tull, Stone Temple Pilots, Dream Theater, and Warren Zevon. If you need prices, I know that was fast, but that's all new stuff that comes out technically today. And here's the last crate. And this will be the final recap. Systematic Chaos, Dream Theater. The other Mr. Bungle, Disco Volante. Fleetwood Mac Tusk, Blue Vinyl. Dream Theater, Train of Thought. Warren Zevon, Learning to Flinch. And Ministry, The Mind's a Terrible Thing to Taste. I think I accidentally double ordered those, and I'm going to try to send some back. I got way too many of those. I ordered a lot of extra Rocktobers because last year I had everybody's like, "Chad, why'd you only get 2 or 3 extras of everything?" And so now this week I've done 5 and 7 extras, and I've got a ton of leftover inventory. But I'm confident it will sell. STP is STP, self-titled. It's been out of print for a while. STP self-titled, $29.99. System of a Down self-titled, I do have a copy of that, yeah. I do have a copy of that, yes. 007 wants a Ministry, okay? And I'm assuming that was for The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Thank you, that helps me chip away at some of those. So to 007. And did I miss anything else? ZZ Top is scheduled for next week. Yeah, I mean, that's the last Friday. So any Ministry is a new expanded edition. So it's Rocktober expanded, a 2 LP, $39.99. Mark Stanley wants that last copy of SOAD. I'll have to do a little digging, but I have it somewhere. That's the one with the hand, right? That's the one with the hand. Oh. Vinyl's heavy, in case y'all didn't know. There's Mesmerize. There's Steal This Album. Let's see. Andre, Lamb of God, Cocker, Soundgarden, Tom Petty, Metal Church, Dio, Trivium, Chris Robinson, Slipknot, Chevelle, Godsmack, Emperor, Metallica, System, Helmet, Caius. Uh-oh. All right. Queensryche, Trivium, Joe Cocker, Queensryche, Pantera, Megadeth, Cypress Hill, Pantera, Megadeth. This is Candlebox Megadeth. Okay. Of course, it's probably going to be in the last crate. America, Fear Factory, Paradise, System Down, Metallica. There it is. Of course. Last crate, almost at the very back. That's how it goes. How much was Mindcrime? $44.99. $44.99. Okay? And one of the last things we're going to do tonight is a half-off vintage crate. As soon as I pull Chris Knapp of Ministry. You got it. New expanded 2 LP. I don't mind having this many in stock because I almost ordered some today through Music on Vinyl, and then I was like, oh, wait a minute, that's coming out today, the new expanded, which is another disc of music. And so it's the same price, so not bad. Friday, Halloween the 31st, I will be here doing a sale. I probably will do, because it's the last day of the month and it'd be a good night to do it, probably do some on sale stuff like new vinyl, because it'll be the day we close out titles. That's when we close out titles and clear out some old stuff. And everybody always likes that. That's probably what's on the agenda. I think this is the half off crate I have ready for tonight. It is. I pulled a few things out of here yesterday. The first two are crazy to be half off, but they're in here, and I could pull them out and auction them, or I could put them in the discount crate in the morning. But the half off price should definitely sell them. Okay. There's that. And Patrick C. Smith wants an Andre Bocelli. That was my last copy of that. Let's make a note to order more. And so that last Bocelli album did sell. I mean, I don't know what he's saying, but it sounds cool. He was just in the White House the other day. That's where I found this. I saw a clip of him in the White House singing. And I was like, dang, I forgot about that song ever since that time at the Bellagio Fountains. I was like, I got to see if that's on vinyl. And then there it is. So, okay. Vinyl Nace numbered. Government figures out. I still got a few weeks of buying. Might get furloughed in a month. I've had a couple people furloughed. They basically said, Chad, I'm going to get paid. We just got to wait for it to happen. And I'm like, I won't cancel your orders. I'm definitely not going to cancel your orders. Of course, I don't recommend keep buying if you can't pay, but some people had active unpaid invoices and pre-orders coming in still, and they didn't expect to be furloughed. So they're waiting for the government to open. So we won't cancel anything. But maybe buy responsibly until then. But we don't mind holding your stuff, because some people's like, hey, I can keep buying. We have several people that work for the government that are, furloughed right now. And they're like, I'm definitely going to get paid, or at least we hope. So I'm like, well, maybe don't go overboard, but if you have unpaid stuff, it's okay. So, but yeah, hopefully everything's back to normal soon. All right, half off, no more, no less. I think you're going to like this one. I have Talking Heads, more songs about buildings and food. Yeah, Talking Heads is just $20. It's an OG pressing with the original sleeve, half off of $39.99. Crazy. I could pull some of these out for auctions and just run them tomorrow, like U2, Rattle and Hum. An 88 SRC pressing. First track is Helter Skelter. U2 is $25. Sold Chris Frazier. Sold Shakedown. U2. Next thing is Professor Longhair. Crawfish Fiesta. $15 for Professor Longhair. $15. Alligator Records. How much are these, Chad? They're half off. Can I make an offer? No. Can I pay you more? No. They're half off, no more, no less. How about $10 for Rockin' Foo? Interesting one here. Rockin' Foo is a 1971 from Uni, $10 on that. Tony Swanson, second on Talking Heads. Chris Knapp was third. We also have the Rolling Stones Metamorphosis. The Rolling Stones is $17.50. $17.50 on the Rolling Stones. Outlaws Hurry Sundown. The Outlaws is just $10. Also, Steve Winwood, Ark of a Diver. Gold stamp promo. Steve Winwood has the original on her sleeve. $10 on Steve Winwood. We have Rollin' Man B. Lance. Rollin' Man is a 1972 press. $10 on that. Chris Frazier on the Rolling Stones. That's sold. Chris Knapp on Professor Longhair. That's sold. And UK Squeeze. And this is the original on red vinyl. 1978 UK Squeeze. $12.50. Wild Bill Davis, Midnight to Dawn. Wild Bill Davis is $7.50. RCA Victor, LSP 37.99. And that was the catalog number I just read off. The price is $7.50. Herb Albert's Tijuana Brass Volume 2, $7.50 on that. 20 great hits of Conway Twitty, $7.50. It's on the MGAM label. and it does have a little cover damage right back there. Just $7.50 on that. Also, we have 10 years after a 71 UK. Nice. Now just $25. Of course, this album came out in '67. A 71 UK, but clean. $12.50 on that. Patrick Lear on PL. Was that Professor Longhair? If so, Patrick, you were second to Chris Knapp. Also, Leo Sayer. This is Living in a Fantasy. Leo Sayer is $5. And we also have Netherlands by Dan Fogelberg. $5 for Dan Fogelberg. Christopher Yoakum on 10 Years After. That's so to him. Love going through half-off crates. We're about to sell a lot of vintage vinyl. May offer what's left at a bundle. These are half off, no more, no less. We still got a Christmas crate over here. I kind of forgot about that, but we'll see what's going on after this one. Country Joe and the Fish is $10. That's on Vanguard Records. We have Donna Summer, Greatest Hits on the Radio, Volume 1 and 2. $7.50 on Donna Summer. I wonder if Wolverine's watching. Did you get my U2? You were second on U2. U2 went to Shakedown immediately. He actually commented 44 seconds before you. You probably texted, you probably sent it immediately, but he got it on Twitch 44 seconds before you did. Dean Martin, That's Amore. Dean Martin is $5, and Ray Parker Jr.'s Greatest Hits. And it doesn't have Ghostbusters. I'll go ahead and break the news to you. $7.50 on that one. The Kings is $5. We have Manfred Mann's Earth Band, $7.50 on that. Jean-Luc Ponty is $5. And Spirit, The Family That Plays Together. Spirit is $10, The Family That Plays Together. Halloween Records, we sold most of them beginning of the month or the end of September. We usually stay, like most stores, 2 months ahead in holidays, sometimes 3. That's why we're already selling Christmas stuff. Because come Christmas time, by the time people start asking for them, they probably should have already shipped. We have Ricky Nelson, $6.50. Also, a Roy Buchanan, A Street Called Straight. Roy Buchanan is $10. Allman Brothers is $10. Win, lose, or draw. Allman Brothers is $10. We have the Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, $7.50. Booker T and Priscilla, Homegrown. EX, $8.50 on Booker T and Priscilla. Jay Giles Band, Ladies Invited, VG, $5. Allman Brothers is sold to Jay Nutra. That is sold. The Hall and Oates is EX, $8.50. And Al Stewart, it's the Year of the Cat. A little bit of cover damage right here. $6.50 on Year of the Cat. Al Stewart. Okay, Chad's going to touch his toes. And we're going to figure out what's left. I've got new shoes on. Not that y'all need to know that. Feels a little weird. They're a little tight, honestly. I'm getting them broke in, though. Hookahs. I don't know if they were worth the $135 or not. We have Jackie Reynolds getting Rockin' Food. That's sold. All right, so we still got the Outlaws for $10. Steve Winwood was $10. Roland Mann, B. Lance was $10. Also, UK Squeeze, $12.50. Wild Bill Davis was $7.50. Herb Albert was $10. $7.50, excuse me. Conway Twitty. Also, Leo Sayer. Also, we have Netherlands Dan Fogelberg. Crosby and Nash, Donna Summer, Dean Martin, Ray Parker Jr., The Kings, Manfred Mann, Jean-Luc Ponty, Spirit, Ricky Nelson, Roy Buchanan, Booker T, Doobie Brothers, Jay Giles, Hall & Oates, and Al Stewart. Is there a cheaper player copy of Bing Crosby, Chris Elman, the Christmas crate? We can find out in 1 second, honestly. We can find out. Usually those get grabbed pretty quick. The one we had the other night I ran for auction. I don't know if Laura's pulled out the other ones for auction. Man, there's some good ones in here. Yeah, there's some good Christmas albums in here still unclaimed. Even Elvis. Oh, there's the full album of They Know It's Christmas. I meant to show some. I got to show Christmas. Christmas records during prime time tomorrow, probably. There's some cool stuff in here. There's several that need to be tagged for auction. He says he's still finding stuff from Fred Goodwin's collection back there. All right, let's see what we got. Anybody on anything else before I offer these as a bundle? If not, I'll set these aside. I'd love to sell somebody a bundle right now, and we'll probably go through one more. That one was fast. probably because it was only about half full. Let's grab this one back here behind me. We'll do one more, and it's kind of recent. And I see great Steve. Pink Floyd, Deep Purple, Alice Cooper. We'll do that one next. We'll do one more half off. Don't go to bed yet. And then I'll probably do this new Christmas stuff. Buy it now, best offer. All right, so bundle deal first on these. I hope everybody's got their claims in. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. All right, there's 24 records in there. Let's get these sold to somebody. I'd love to do a bundle right now. Here's my price if you want these. $95 for 24 records. That is $3.95 a piece. How much, Chad? $95 for 24 records. That's a great deal, Chad. I know. You should buy it. I'm thinking about it. But what if somebody else buys it? That means you don't get to claim it because someone's going to beat you to it. Maybe you should buy it right now. I'm thinking about it. I'm typing in bundle sold right now. Chad, I'll take the bundle. Bundle sold, sold bundle, typing it in, hitting send. B-U-N-D-L-E, send. That means you're buying it. That's a confirmation. Who wants the bundle? We'll do the Christmas crate after I do this other half off crate, which is pretty recent stuff. Probably stuff that shouldn't be half off. Bundle deal, bundle deal, bundle deal. Bundle deal, bundle deal, bundle deal. B-U-N-D-L-E. Boy, I still got 2 Black Sabbath lights, by the way. If anybody needs one of those left, I'm going to bring the one up front and plug it up here tomorrow so we can sell some. And we're going to give this bundled opportunity to windows closing. Tick, 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 tick. Cue the 60 minutes stopwatch music. Tick, 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 tick. What does Tanner got going on in here? He's taking pictures of posters and autographs. All right, let's do another one. I'll use that for store material up here, and I'll also use it for 9 a.m. vintage material. Here we go. Hope you're all ready for this one. Last half off crate of the night, right here, without a doubt. Could have been a higher chance we would have showed more than one after this. I'm missing my bundlers. John Kaser, Thomas Baumhart, John Barry. They've told me they're bundled out. They's like, Chad, we've bought like 8,000 albums from you. We're still trying to unbox them. I'm like, so? That doesn't mean you can't buy more. What is that? That doesn't tell me anything. That means you just got to buy more. Okay. Here we go. Oh. Sorry, I should not be yawning. That's bad salesmanship. Deep Purple. Self-titled, $15. Tetragrammaton Records T-119. $15 on Deep Purple. This should be a non-check condition bin. The Bible. Music from the Motion Picture. $10 on that. Alice Cooper. Love It to Death. $15. It is an early 80s press. Early 80s press, but clean. VG Plus jacket. Cooper. Leon and Mary Russell. Wedding album. $7.50 on that. Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun. $7.50 on that. Captain and Tennille's Greatest Hits. Captain and Tennille, $5. Christopher Yoakum says, I'll take that Alice Cooper. So to Christopher Yoakum. Done. Also, Harry Chapin, Greatest Stories Live. Harry Chapin, $7.50. John Denver, I Want to Live, $5. The Guess Who Road Food, $7.50. Conway Twitty's Greatest Hits, $5. Also, Delbert McClinton, Honky Tonkin', I Done Me Some. Delbert McClinton, classic recording from 74 to 76, $5. No Nothings. This is The Room Where Everything's Happened at Once, a 1995 UK alternate rock, $5. Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs, in shrink wrap, $20. Half off of Pink Floyd. I think that's an early 90s press. Jean-Luc Ponty, Individual Choice, $5. Seals and Croft, I'll Play For You, $5. This is Duke Ellington, $10. They call me Dr. Love. They call me Muddy Waters. Orange and blue chest label, $17.50 for Muddy Waters. Kristen Start on Delbert McClinton. That is sold to Kristen Start. Sold. You got it. Next thing is Dinah Ross working overtime. $5. Best of Manhattan Transfer, $5. Also, my keepsake album, Red Foley, in shrink wrap, $5. We have Mac Davis, Baby Don't Get Hooked on Me, $5. Shrink wrap and hop sticker. Exile Mixed Emotions, $5. We have Kristen Start on Muddy Waters, sold to Kristen Start. Also, John Denver, Back Home Again, $5. Thank God I'm a Country Boy. Paul Horn Quintet, Cycle, $6.50. Patrick Lear, next on Muddy Waters. Lena Horne, Harry Belafonte, $5 on that one. We have the Herdsman Play Paris, $7.50. Original Jazz Classics, $7.50 on that. The Electrifying Evening with the Dizzy Gillespie Quartet, 1961 press, $13.50. Jason Fornerat on Mac, and that was for Mac Davis. John Durden is somewhere asleep right now. Jason Fornerat on John Denver, sold. Patrick C. Smith Sr. on Seals and Croft, sold. That is sold. Next thing over here is William S. Fisher, Circles. That's a 1970 promo Presswell press. Half off of $49.99, makes that $25. Mac the Knife, Ella Fitzgerald, Ella in Berlin, $10. Tower of Power, Urban Renewal. Tower of Power does have some cover damage on the bottom. Just $7.50 on that. We have The Pretenders, a novel by Gwen Davis. Music to read the novel Pretenders by. So you put this music on and you read that book, $7.50. William Fisher, so did David Hoy. He said, heck yeah, I'll take that at half off, Chad. Thank you. Velvet Groove, Howard Roberts, guitar with wood wings and strings, $10 on that. Also, My Lord, What a Morning, Harry Belafonte, $5. Flash in the Pan. Flash in the Pan is $7.50. And Legs Diamond. Legs Diamond is $10. That's the price on that. Robin Trower, Caravan the Midnight. Robin Trower. Now we're going to get into some check condition stuff, I think. VG Plus, $7.50 on Robin Trower. Also, Neil Young. Nice. Now you can get this for $16.50. His album, his 1970 album. Wow. $16.50 on that one. Christopher Yoakum on Legs Diamond. That is sold on that one. And over here, we have Sonny Phillips, Black on Black. Sonny Phillips is a 1971 press. VG Plus, now $17.50. Sonny Phillips was VG Plus $34.99, now $17.50. Chris Frazier gets Neil Young. Awesome. That is sold to Chris Frazier. Dude, that tweaky ASS mannequin in the top hat staring at us is freaky AF. You know, his eyes move every once in a while. I don't know if you know that. But his jaw comes down and his eyes move. Garcia, VG Plus, $12.50. That is $12.50. Jerry Garcia, you've got to be kidding me. Flo and Eddie moving targets. Flo and Eddie is $6.50. The Shaw Brothers, EX $10. Of course, Shakedown on Garcia. Who would have thought about that? That's so did Shakedown. Elton John, This Is Your Song. VG Plus, $7.50. It's an MCA reissue. It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. I'm not one of those who can easily hide. I don't have much money, but boy, if I did, I'd buy a big house where we both could live. If I was a sculptor, but then again, no. This is your song, everybody. For $7.50. Next thing, Eric Squindo on JG. Eric Squindo, JG. What was JG? Jerry Garcia. That's already sold. Ray Reid on SP for Sonny Phillips. That is true. The eyes don't actually move. On the original pressings of Ooh La La, there was a flap right here. And literally, you would move this like there was a thing. You pull it up and his face moved and his eyes moved. It was a real gimmick cover. See how it kind of looks like it's die cut right there? See? Right there. So I'll make sure everybody looks deep into these eyes. Okay. And this is only $39.99. So if you're thinking about purchasing this, all you got to do is say, I'll take it. All you got to do. Say, Chad, I need a copy of Faces Ooh La La. $39.99? Sure, I'll take a copy, Chad. I will buy a copy of Faces Ooh La La. It's cut from the original master tapes by Kevin Gray. It's all analog. It's a limited edition numbered of just 5,000. Weather Report. This is VG Plus, $5 shrink wrap hop sticker. Edgar Winter, they only come out at night. VG Plus, $10. Edgar Winter, they only come out at night. Frankenstein, VG Plus, $10. Rare Earth, get ready. 21 minutes and 30 seconds. It took them a long time to get ready. I was like, golly, are they ever going to get ready? 21 minutes and 30 seconds, $10 on that. Also, we have Jazz Impressions of Japan, the Dave Brubeck VG Plus, $20. Jazz Impressions of Japan, Dave Brubeck, Columbia 2i, 64 Pittman, $20 on that. $20 on that. Next of Tony Joe White. Tony Joe White self-titles of 71 Pittman, VG $10. Mary Wells, Greatest Hits. Mary Wells, VG Plus, $5. Mary Wells, My Guy, great song. Motown Original Compilation, $5. We have Ringo Starr, VG, $6.50. We also have Steely Dan, Asia, Peg, $27.99, so $14. Here it is, folks, a classic album, Steely Dan, Asia. Wow, and you get the lyrics. Peg, I've seen your picture, your name in lights above it. Dun, 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 dun. Run, dun, 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 dun. This is your big debut. It's like a dream come true. I got your pin shot. Down, 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 down. See your name in lights above it. That's So Did Kristen Start. And that was $14. So Did Kristen Start. Okay, next thing over here is Queen Jazz. VG Plus, $12.99. Bicycle, $12.50. Also, Fleetwood Mac Mirage, VG Plus. Gypsy, Into the Velvet Underground. Gypsy, $7.50. It's on there. Also, Ray Charles and Betty Carter, VG $5. And Robin Trower for Earth Below, VG Plus, $7.50. Bill Lorden on drums. Same guy that was with BLT, Bill Lorden, VG Plus, $7.50. Jason Fortnite on Queen. Oh, I want to take you home tonight. Oh. Does this have lyrics? Boy, I like it when it has lyrics so I can sing and read. No lyrics here. It's got an inner sleeve. They didn't give you any lyrics, though. Jay Neutral on Robin Trower. And Patrick Lear picking up the Mary Wells. Dum, dum. Dance a thing, my guy. Great one. If I'm going to try to sing like anybody, probably don't need to be trying to sing like Motown artist. Not at all, not even close. My guy. Okay. I'm going to just read these, okay? Then let's do some Christmas. Buy it now, best offer. If you need a price, they're half off, no more, no less. So if you need a price, ask me. Would I tell you the price? It's a yes or no. Wow, no one got Deep Purple for $15. That's kind of surprising. And then we have the Bible. Kristen Start also wants the Ella Fitzgerald. That was Mac the Knife right here. That's sold to Kristen for $10. That was no condition notes on that one. So where did I leave off? Let's get into a rhythm here. Deep Purple, the Bible, Leon and Mary Russell. Rod Stewart, we have Captain O'Neill's Greatest Hits, Harry Chapin, John Denver, I Want to Live, The Guess Who, Road Food, Conway Twitty, Know Nothing, Pink Floyd. Wow, $20. So I think it's an early 90s press. One of these days, Money, Sheep, Shine on You, Crazy Diamond, Wish You Were Here, Another Brick in the Wall, Part 2, Teachers, leave those kids alone. $20 on that. How much is Deep Purple? $15. $15 on Deep Purple. Also, Jean-Luc Ponty. We had This Is Duke Ellington, a 2LP compilation. Dinah Ross, Best of Manhattan Transfer. Red Foley, Exile, Paul Horn, Harry, and Lena. We had the Herdsman Jazz Original Classics Play Paris on Fantasy. Deep Purple Soda Red Cave Collections for $15. That is sold. Thank you on that. And then we had Tower of Power. We had DC Gillespie, The Pretenders book. Thank you. The Velvet Groove, Harry Belafonte, Flash in the Pan, Robin Trower, Flo and Eddie, the Shaw Brothers, Elton John, self-titled Weather Report, Edgar Winter. We have Rare Earth, Jazz Impressions, Tony Joe White, Ringo and Ray Charles. And Jazz Impressions, of course, was David Brubeck. We have filled up another crate tonight. Before I start a new venture, let me go ahead and stack this over here. That is now a total of 11 crates of sold vinyl. Holy moly is what they tell me. People say I'm crazy. Doing what I'm doing. I'm just sitting here watching the wheels go round and round. You really love to watch them roll. Ask and you shall receive. $12:30. See, I'm losing an hour because I like stopping at 1. But I've been starting the shows at 6. I got to get started at 5 so we can stop at 1. That's perfect for me, 5 to 1. I just have a problem getting here and getting started by 5. I usually show up at 5 or 5:30 and then just trying to get back here and eat and say hi to everybody, get briefed and get caught up and find out what's happened and then go live. It's always 6 o'clock or 5:45 or, all right, here we go. Buy it now or best offer. A golden hour of Christmas stories. So these are narrations like A Christmas Carol, The Night Before Christmas, The Story of Silent Night. You put those on. Those are Christmas narrations. These can be bought or make offers. We'll work with you, or you can go ahead and claim them. Up to you. $9.99 on that. Carols for Brass, Volume 2. The Galliard Brass Ensemble with guest artist. $9.99. Joy to the World. Oh, Come All Ye Faithful, etc., etc. Also, we have The Many Moods of Christmas. This is one of those mini promotional records. A lot of companies in the 60s, Goodyear, True Value Hardware, Realistic, they gave away Christmas records at Christmas time. They would comp all these artists. They'd give them away. They were freebies or they were sold really cheap, etc., etc. This one was presented by Goodyear. You were talking Ella Fitzgerald, Tony Bennett, Barbara Streisand, Sinatra's on here, Bing Crosby, Andy Williams, Ella Fitzgerald, $9.99. The Many Moods of Christmas. Those are the artists that's on there. Narrations. I'll do it for $7. Jason Fornerat. $7 on that. Carols for Brass. Another Galliard Brass Ensemble. That's $9.99. It is what it is. It's horn, brass, music set to Christmas. Winter Wonderland. This one's actually pretty cool, as in Warner Brothers. This is on green and red vinyl from 1988. It's a radio station copy, so it's got like a tore-up cover. What looks like a promo sticker was there. KZUM. And here's some of the artists. Jeff Lorber, Good Question. Cold Chillin' Juice Crew, Traveling Wilburys, Gardner Cole, James Ingram, Apollonia, PM, Secret Weapon, Daniel Lanos, Mark O'Connor, Jim Horn, Pee Wee Herman, Tommy Page, ZZ Top, Bullet Boys, Jesse Ed Davis, REM, Hugo Largo, Lou Reed, Daniel Dax, Throwing Muses, Afra Haza, 5440, Honeymoon Suite, Julie Brown, Peter Cetera, Randy Travis, Pee Wee Herman, and Santa's Jet. And that's a Warner Brothers. REM is on here. That's pretty cool. Red and green vinyl. All those artists, $24.99. Narrations is sold to Jason Fornerat for $7. We also have A Crystal Christmas by Crystal Gale. Crystal Gale's a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Eric Van Leuven on the Warner Brothers. Thank you, Eric Van Leuven. We have a 246 Bell Christmas. Played by Evelyn Irene Gibbs on the Moss Ryle Ground Symphony Carolyn and the 59 rank Austin Pipe organ. This is played on a gigantic church organ, $9.99. Jason, Eric already got the Warner Brothers. God Rest Ye Merry Jazzmen, $9.99. Dexter Gordon, McCoy Timer, Jimmy Heath, Percy Hafe, Winton Marcellus, $9.99 on that. Jason Fornerat on Crystal Gale. So did Jason Fornerat. The Christmas song, Nat King Cole. This is a sealed. This is like a brand new copy. This is a modern sealed copy, just $14.99. Nat King Cole, The Christmas Song, $14.99. We also have Christmas Nice, an original with foil cover, Christmas with the Chipmunks. Foil cover too, $14.99. Alvin, Simon, and Theodore, nice. Burl Ives have a Holly Jolly Christmas. That's one of the most well-known versions of that song. Burl Ives. It's an RCA 80s press, $9.99. A very special Christmas, $29.99. That has the original inner sleeve with it. A very special Christmas. I think y'all know the deal with this. Whitney Houston, U2, Madonna, Bob Seger, Bon Jovi, Stevie Nicks, Sting, John Cougar. That's a big one, $29.99. We have Jason Fornerat on Burl Ives. Noah gets Nat King Cole for $10. And Eric Squindo second on Burl Ives. Home for Christmas, Amy Grant, 2019 sealed. Now, this originally came out in the early 90s. Yeah, 1992. That's a 2019, $24.99 for Amy Grant. Do They Know It's Christmas? The full album, $14.99. Do They Know It's Christmas? Or I should say the 12-inch. Not the full album, the 12-inch. This is from Band-Aid. Look at all these people. Adam Clayton from U2, Phil Collins, Gildoff, Norman, Christopher Cross. I mean, look at all these names on here. Some of them just has their first name. Bono, George Michael, $14.99 for that. Should have a lot of those coming up. Perry Como. Perry Como sings Merry Christmas music, $9.99. And Tim Graham. I was about to say, if no one buys this Chipmunks, I got to get this out, give it to Laura, get it advertised for an auction. That should bring 2 or 3 times that much. That's so to Tim Graham. Jason Fornerat wants a Do They Know It's Christmas? That's so to Jason Fornerat. Also, Dr. Demento, the greatest novelty records of all time, Christmas. These are always really cool. Novelty Christmas songs, $19.99, like Green Christmas and Grandma Got Ran Over by a Reindeer. And All I Want for Christmas Is My 2 Front Teeth by Spike Jones, $19.99. Jason said he would do 20 for a very special Christmas. You got it. I got a bunch of those. Sell that to Jason for 20. We have Elvis Sings Christmas Songs. This is called Elvis's Christmas Album. This is a sealed RCA Camden press, unopened, $19.99. Tim Graham on Dr. Demento. That's so to Tim Graham. Thank you. A sealed Elvis. That's like a mid-70s press. Chuck next on Dr. Demento. Look at this. The Temptations Christmas card in shrink wrap, $19.99. Motown Temptations, $19.99. Elvis was sealed, by the way. Merle Haggard, Going Home for Christmas. Oh, Merle is a gold stamp promo, 1984, $14.99. And this is the original version of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. It's on like a budget label. It's on the Grand Prix series, but that's it, though. Gene Autry, The Singing Cowboy, $9.99. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Elvis's Christmas Album. Here's one that's open. It's on Pickwick, $9.99. The sealed Elvis goes to Tim Graham. So that's so to Tim Graham. There's another one. You should see a lot of Elvis. And if y'all don't know, the other stuff I've already been through, there's a ton left over. There's a ton left over. Johnny Mathis for Christmas. Johnny Mathis is $9.99. Tim Graham on Gene Autry. And Levi, so I know for sure Jason was going after the first Elvis. If you were also wanting that one, it's sold. If you want this one, it's still available. Okay, the Pickwick. That one's still available. Merry Christmas with Engelbert Humperdinck. Engelbert Humperdinck is $9.99. The Mormon Tabernacle Choir sings Christmas carols, $9.99. That's the Mormon Tabernacle. Levi does get the second Elvis Christmas record. Should be several more of those come through. Nice. Disney's Christmas all-time favorites, $14.99. The vinyl's really nice. A piece of tape is on the bottom of the jacket, $14.99 on Disney. Kenny Rogers Christmas, $9.99. Folks, The Gambler. loves Christmas, $9.99. Also, Elvis sings The Wonderful World of Christmas, $14.99. Mr. Presley, The Beach Boys Christmas album, $19.99. This is a Capitol yellow label. We auctioned an OGVG in shrink earlier this week, I think for 30, 40 bucks. That's a yellow label, still a 70s press. Ooh, Merry Christmas, Saint Nick. That's their most well-known Christmas song. Little Saint Nick, the Beach Boys. That's a good one. Merry Christmas from Dean Martin and Jackie Gleason. That is $9.99. Also, we have the Four Seasons Christmas album, $19.99. Awesome. Frankie Valli, $19.99. Frankie Valli is on this, right? Yeah. He would have to be, I guess. This is all Christmas records. Now is the time, Todd. You got to get in on the game. We have Eric Van Leuven. I'll split that with you at 15, and it's yours. There's another Elvis Christmas album, $9.99. Jackie Reynolds on Dean Martin, $7. So Beach Boys was $19.99. Eric's probably going to grab it for 15. Here's Elvis sings The Wonderful World of Christmas, another one, $14.99. So we have now 2 of those, and there's another one of these, and the Beach Boys is sold to Eric Van Leuven for 15. There's another one, and this says Merry Christmas from the World's Greatest Tenor, $14.99. Interesting. Another Elvis, $14.99. That's the third one in the crate. Merry Christmas Melodies, Percy Faith, or Christmas Melodies, Percy Faith, $9.99. There's another very special Christmas, $34.99. Shrink wrap and hop stickered. Also, Joy to the World, Music for Christmas of Andre Kostanowitz, his chorus and his orchestra, $9.99. Todd, I got to reply to. I saw where you bumped my message. Listen, Todd, I'm a very difficult person to get a hold of through private message. Mostly because after the sales, it's 2, 3, 4 a.m. And I really don't like messaging people at that time of the night. When I think people's waking up, I'm going to bed. So it's really hard to reach me. If I usually have a conversation with somebody, it's right here. But I'll reply to you tonight after the sale. If I forget, then bump me. But I'm going to work out something with you on that, okay? I hadn't forgot about you. Well, I did forget about you, but your bump message helped me out. As most people will tell you, I'm impossible to get a hold of. I'm here technically an hour before and let's say an hour after. So 8 to 10 hours of my day is right here. And then we have the middle of the night, witching hour, which everybody's usually dead asleep, except for the people who work at NORAD, and then, or for the CIA or something, or at a factory, but they're probably working. And then when everybody starts waking up, I'm going to bed. So my family can't even reach me. Christmas with the Mormon Tabernacle, $9.99. That's why over here sometimes I'm like, hold on, let me reply to this message. It's literally like my mother, my brother, and I'm trying to talk to everybody. Barbra Streisand, a Christmas album. Let's sell some more Christmas records. I'm liking this. Barbra Streisand, $9.99. Another Did They Know It's Christmas, $14.99 on that. And the Weather Girls. The Weather Girls, Dear Santa, bring me a man this Christmas. They wanted a man for Christmas. $9.99 for the Weather Girls. Engelbert Humperdinck. Engelbert Humperdinck. Boy, what a name. I wonder, dude, this guy in school, imagine that being your name. $9.99. Actually, I don't think it's his name. I think his name is his actual name. Dude, this guy's still alive. His name is Arnold George Dorsey. Okay, that's more like it. Arnold George Dorsey. Wow, I had no idea he's still alive. He's 89 years old. Wow. I would have, if I had to guess, I'd be like, yeah, he's definitely deceased. He is still alive, 89 years old. Barbra Streisand, so did Jason Fornerat. His name is Arnold George Dorsey. Christmas with Placido Domingo, another wild name, $9.99. Now, that might be legitimate. Placido Domingo. We sell a lot of, he's 84 years old. He's alive from Spain, of course. And his name is Jose Placido Domingo Embil. Jim Reeves, I think that's really his name. Jim Reeves, the 12 Songs of Christmas. Jim Reeves is $9.99. Also, we have, this one's really cool. So this is $39.99. This is what the true first Elvis Christmas album looked like. This is an 85 pressing on green vinyl. It's a 50th anniversary edition. Green vinyl, $39.99. The true 57 release of this is very tough to get, especially in high grade, but it's beautiful. It's a deluxe packaging, $39.99. Engelbert's still performing. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Also over here we have Chet Atkins. Boy, I love that cover. Look at that, Christmas in the Mountains. Chet Atkins is $9.99. Also, The Sound of Christmas. This is $9.99. And we have The Temptations, Give Love at Christmas. In shrink wrap, $19.99, $19.99. Another Elvis Sings the Wonderful World of Christmas, $14.99 for Elvis. Also, another very special Christmas, shrink wrap and hop stickered, $34.99. Jackie, you're first on Chet, but it will be sticker price because Tim came in right behind you. Essentially, he out-offered you. Jason, let's do I like this price here. Are you ready? 33 for Elvis, as in 33 and a third. 33 for Elvis, and it's yours. We have Merry Christmas by Don Wurtzen and Phil and Lynn Bauer. 86 pressing sealed, $9.99. Song for the Christmas season, the Christmas song. This is sealed for $9.99. And, oh, that's a good one. Someday at Christmas. What Christmas Means to Me. That's a great one. Stevie Wonder. Lots of mistletoe. Lots... Candles burning low, lots of mistletoe. Stevie Wonder, $19.99. Jason Fornerat gets Elvis for $33, sold. And Tim, you get Chad as sticker, sold. We have Bobby V, the Christmas album by Bobby V with the Johnny Mann Singers, $9.99 on that. Another Placido Domingo. We have Christmas Organ and Chimes by Robert Rhymes or Robert Reams. That is $9.99. Another Placido Domingo. And we have the Vienna Choir Boys Christmas Festival, $9.99. Christmas Carols sung by the Rowan Summers with Dulcimer. That looks pretty cool. Folkways. That's kind of old. No, it's 66. I mean, I guess that is old, but not as old as I thought it was. We have nice John Denver's Rocky Mountain Christmas, $14.99 for John Denver's Christmas album. Nice John Denver with the Muppets, $19.99. Back-to-back Denver's Merry Christmas, the Supremes, nice. Motown original, folks. Supremes. Another Stevie Wonder, and this one is from 67. Wow, $39.99. Tombola Motown, $39.99. The Waverly Consort Christmas Story, $9.99. Jason, let me know which of the two Denvers you want. And then we have Christmas Sing-Along in Swedish, $9.99 Swedish. And another Elvis Christmas album, $9.99. All right, let's try to put all those together. How many of those did I have? I guess I just got 2 left. Okay, a successful Christmas crate. Let's keep this show on the road. Can't recap those, but I will show you some highlights. Some of the best titles, in my opinion, left is Stevie Wonder and the Supremes. The other Stevie Wonder, The Temptations. This here is always very popular. A very special Christmas. We got any kind of Elvis you want that's left in here. The Four Seasons, Kenny Rogers and Disney. Probably these right here, the Four Seasons, Kenny Rogers and Disney. Kind of surprised those are still left. Johnny Mathis, Merle Haggard. Sell that to Jackie for $9. Thank you. Another Temptations, an earlier one. That one usually gets gone. The Amy Grant, because I don't think that originally came out on vinyl in '92. If it did, I've never seen it. And we have some great compilations. Both John Denvers are sold to Jason Fornerat. Very special. I've already sold one for $20. I'll do these for $20. Best price on those would be $20. Tim Graham gets Disney. Tim Graham gets Disney. And the Supremes, Merry Christmas, the Supremes is $19.99. $19.99. Chuck Haley, I forgot to tell you too, JSA is going to be here Sunday. I wish I could have had you send me your Elvis record. I mean, the only way I could get it now is if you overnighted it tomorrow and made sure it got here by Saturday delivery. And I don't know if you want to go through all that trouble, but if you want them to look at that, I meant to text or call you. I just found out Tuesday, I guess, that we're definitely doing this. So if you want to get me that record here, you'd probably have to overnight it or guarantee delivery by Saturday. So that's up to you, though. Noah, I'm going to sell you one of these very special Christmases. These are sold to Noah for $20. And which one left in the crate has the most traditional Christmas songs? Chuck Haley on the Supremes for $15 sold to Chuck Haley. And then Amy Grant was $24.99. Let's go through another one. I have another one that I don't think I've ever read through, but Paul did. But I flipped through it the other night, and there was some great stuff left. Do you have a Emmett Otter's Jug Christmas record? Not to my knowledge. Is that real? Which one left in the crate has the most traditional Christmas songs? Probably this thing right here, The Many Moods of Christmas. White Christmas, Christmas Land, Winter Wonderland, Oh Little Town of Bethlehem, Toyland, Jingle Bell Rock, Oh Come All Ye Faithful. You know, there's the Christmas Christian songs, and then there's, like, I guess the secular stuff, like Jingle Bell Rock. But, I mean, they're still in the spirit of Christmas. But, you know, Let It Snow, Let It Snow, that's not really they don't sing Let It Snow at church, right? I've never been to a church service where they sing Let It Snow, but that's got a lot of different stuff on it. Plus, it's got all those classic artists. That is so to Todd Saw. Okay, let's do another one. Amy Grant, Jason, $24.99. Let's do another one. I'd like to fill up a whole sold crate of Christmas stuff, and we're not too far away from doing that. We took out a big chunk of that one. And like I said, I think there's another one over here that I have personally never read through, but I know Paul did. So let me find that for you right here. Is this it? Or is this it? This one's kind of short but sweet, and this has some new stuff in it that Laura put out. So let's do this one. This has some new and sealed, and we might can do some condensing after we take a big chunk of these out, okay? Oh, come all ye faithful. Da, da, da. Jason Fornerat, this is sold to you for $20. Thank you. We Three Kings of Orient. All right, what do we have? What do we have? Another very special Christmas, of course. $34.99. Shrink wrap, hop sticker, nice. Also, we have Elvis, another one, $9.99. Why am I putting these out? I'm going to try to get them all together. Elvis, Memories of Christmas. That one's a little different. It's in shrink wrap. Elvis is $19.99. Also, we have Christmas with the Norman Luboff Choir. I love these Christmas candle things here. I love that on the cover, $9.99. Also, we have Music of Christmas, Percy Faith and his Orchestra, $9.99. Ray Conniff, Christmas Caroling, $9.99. And then this is an earlier one here. Elvis Sings Christmas Songs, Elvis Christmas Album. Has that ad back on the back, $19.99. We have Larry Gatlin and the Gatlin Brothers, A Gatlin Family Christmas, $9.99 on that one. The Joy of Christmas, Marty Robbins, $9.99. A Christmas Album, Sinatra, Streisand, Johnny Mathis, another great looking comp, $19.99 on that one. A Gift of Christmas, once again, another one of those great comps, Streisand, Mitch Miller, Tony Bennett, Julie Andrews, Andy Williams, $9.99. Joy to the World by Andy Williams, White Christmas by Engelbert. And then we have Holiday Sing Along with Mitch Miller, $9.99. Another very special Christmas. There's another one. Also, the Waltons Christmas album. This one's not too easy to get. $26.99, and it's a white label promo. The Waltons, $26.99 on that. Also, Jim Neighbors Christmas album, $9.99. Jason Fornerat picking up the Gatlin Brothers. So did Jason Fornerat. Chad's already got experience in Christmas. Well, you got to stay a couple months ahead in the retail business. You got to. If you're trying to sell Christmas albums on December 18th, you're late. You're very, very late, unless you're buying them in, like in shop. But for retail and for us, We got to get them out much sooner. Salso, $9.99. Todd on a gift, and Todd Saw gets a gift of Christmas. We have the Brightest Stars of Christmas, another one. Elvis, Julie Andrews, Ed Ames, Arthur Fiedler, $9.99. Another comp there. Also, a Partridge Family Christmas card. That's pretty cool. Partridge Family, $14.99. Johnny Mathis, Give Me Your Love for Christmas. Johnny Mathis is $9.99. The Year Without Santa Claus, $29.99. The Year Without Santa Claus, narrated by Boris Karloff, $29.99 for that. Also, the Christmas album Bobby V with Johnny Mansingers, $9.99. A Christmas Record, 1982. This is $29.99. The Waitresses is on here. Was, Not Was, Suicide, James White. $29.99 for the 82. There's Elvis Sings the Wonderful World of Christmas. We have Kelly Finnegan presents A Joyful Sound. This is new and sealed on green vinyl for $14.99. A Casey Musgraves Christmas Show. Nice. That is sealed, $19.99. White vinyl, and there's a note from Laura. Laura loves Casey Musgraves. We're officially in a Laura crate. $19.99 on Casey Musgraves. Yorma Calcoen, guitars for Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship, Hot Tuna. This is his Christmas album on green. We have one on green and one on red and white splatter. One on green and one on red and white splatter, $14.99. We have Charlie Brown Christmas, Vince Guaraldi. This is sealed with embossed cover. Very cool. The cover is embossed. That is the Charlie Brown Christmas album, gold foil edition, $24.99. Snowfall, the Tony Bennett Christmas album, sealed, Tony Bennett, $19.99. Jason Fornerat says, I'll take a Casey Musgraves. I still want to get it. I don't think he'll make it this weekend. When I sent a comic over and it gets signed, it took 3 days to get there. I'll meet it later. Okay. Well, now, if you go to a UPS store or you go to a FedEx, you might have to pay up, but you could probably get it here Saturday. You're in Louisiana, right? If you got in there, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what service you use, but I mean, I think I could mail something about anywhere in the U.S. tomorrow and have it about anywhere for the right price, but I think it's going to cost you too much now. I guarantee you could have it here by Saturday, but I bet it would cost you, what, $80, $100? It would cost a lot to get it here. Tim Graham on CB for Charlie Brown. We don't do a lot of overnight here, so I'm not familiar with the rates. I've rarely had anybody say, Chad, I need that overnighted. We've had a couple things for gifts. Come Christmas time, oh man, we have some people start worrying about vinyl pre-orders, Funkos, puzzles, all of our kind of gift stuff we sell here. But yeah, how about Mariah Carey? That's her second Christmas album. Mariah Carey, that is $24.99. Also got the Flesh Tones. The Flesh Tones is sealed, $24.99, and a Tav Falco Christmas. Tav Falco is sealed, $14.99. All right, so we got Tav Falco, Flesh Tones, Mariah Carey, Tony Bennett, Yorma Calcoen, Kelly Finnegan, Christmas Record, Bobby V, The Year Without Santa Claus, Johnny Mathis, Partridge Family, Brightest Star, Salsa Orchestra, Jim Neighbors, The Waltons, Mitch Miller, Christmas album, Joy of Christmas, Elvis, Ray Conniff, Percy Faith, Christmas, Elvis. Okay, that's what's available. Let me see what this one is right over here. Yeah, Memphis can slow it down. Yeah, I would say do it UPS or FedEx. And plus, honestly, Tim, as valuable as that item could be, you probably would want to overnight it. You'd probably want to overnight it regardless. You know, even if I told you a month ago, you probably would have went ahead and said, yeah, I'm going to overnight it because it's such, you know, potentially such a valuable album. We don't want anything to happen to it. Walton's was $26.99, white label promo. Okay. But if we're trying to get here something fast, because they have to see it in person, and they're going to be here Sunday, so. Oh, boy. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff that I have authenticated. Y'all should see some of this over here. Maybe I should show some of it tomorrow. A lot of cool stuff we're about to have stickered and lettered. All right. Let's do one more. Maybe another one. Maybe one more. I don't know. We got Boys to Men, Let It Snow. Boys to Men, $9.99. Christmas with Julie Andrews, sealed, $14.99. Julie Andrews, famous actor from The Sound of Music. Christmas at Radio City Music Hall. That is a double LP, $14.99. Christmas Organ and Chimes by Robert Reams, $9.99. It's Christmas. Another compilation, $9.99. It's Christmas. First track is Go Tell It on the Mountain by Mahalia Jackson. Do they know it's Christmas? That one is sealed, $19.99. Henry Mancini selects great songs of Christmas. Henry Mancini is sealed, $14.99. The New Possibility, John Fahey's Guitar Solo Christmas, $19. What does that say? Guitar Solo Christmas. John Fahey. Also, Something Festive, that is sealed, $14.99. Herb Albert, Tijuana Brass, Julius Wechter, Baja Mariba Band, etc., etc. Saxophone Christmas from Nashville, $9.99 on that. We have Antique Musical Boxes, $9.99. A Christmas Gift for You, the Phil Spector Christmas album with Darlene Love Christmas. It's worth it just for that. $39.99. The Ronettes Sleigh Ride, that's a good one. Phil Spector, the Ronettes, and Darlene Love Christmas, Please Come Home. Christmas, that's a good one. Darlene Love, the Ronettes, soulful as it gets. Henry Mancini, So to Melinda Daring, that one was right here. So to Melinda Daring. Next thing is Christmas with Chet Atkins, $9.99. The Slim Whitman Christmas album, $9.99. Contemporary Christmas Classics, $9.99. Amy Grant, Pat Boone, The Imperials, that is $9.99 on that. Ricky Van Shelton Sings Christmas, sealed for $29.99. And this is Dave Brubeck. Dave Brubeck, Christmas Lullabies, Away in a Manger, Sleep Holy Infant Sleep. And this is $29.99, obviously on red vinyl. Eric Squindo on Chet Atkins for $8. I love that one. That's a good one. It's $8 sold to Eric Squindo. Another Mancini, this time sealed, unopened for $14.99. Christmas Time with the King Family, $9.99. King Family, Gold Warner Brothers label, $9.99. We have the Anita Kerr Singers, A Christmas Story, sealed for $9.99. The Ray Price Christmas album, sealed for $9.99. And White Christmas, Dennis Day, $9.99 for Dennis Day. James Galway's Christmas Carols, $9.99. Christmas with Ronnie Millsap, he is sealed for $19.99. Jesse Crawford, The Organ and Chimes of Christmas, $9.99. We got Noel, the Lennon Sisters, $9.99. We have an anthology of sacred carols for classical guitar, $14.99. Another Phil Spector Christmas album. This one's sealed from 1987, $49.99. I'm going to leave those out. Those are some classics. Fannie Farmer presents the King Family Christmas album, $9.99 on that. The Organ Plays at Christmas, Ken Griffin, $9.99. Melinda would rather have the sealed Mancini. Sure thing. Sure thing. Let's swap her out, this open one, for her sealed copy. You got it? Noah Colwell on RM. Noah Colwell on RM, and that one was for... RM was for Ronnie Millsap. That is sold. Noah Colwell. Also, Henry Mancini, his orchestra and chorus, A Henry Mancini Christmas, $9.99. The Statler Brothers Christmas card. The Statlers is $9.99. Don't forget about Merry Christmas Baby. Lyle Filson, Lloyd Green, Charles Brown, $14.99. Interesting there. She's got her a glass of wine and a cigarette, and she's about to listen to some Christmas music. Music of Christmas, Percy Faith and his orchestra, $9.99, RM10. So that wasn't a claim, it was an offer. Ronnie Millsap, $15 if you want it. I thought I already had you bought in for $20. We have Christmas with the Platters. Platters is $9.99. A Country Christmas Volume 2. Alabama, Dolly Parton, Jerry Reed, Eddie Arnold, Elvis Presley. Christmas Country, $14.99. Country Christmas. Radio Shack presents Fairy Tale Christmas with 32-page book. It's never been opened. Sealed for $19.99. A Christmas Treasury. Classics from Avon. Sealed, $14.99. Dolly, Bing, Nat King Cole, Julie Andrews, Kenny Rogers, Elvis. Also, we have The Season for Miracles, Smokey Robinson, The Miracles, and Shrink Wrap, Motown, $19.99. We have another very special Christmas. We have Ronnie Millsap sold for $15 to Noah Colwell, The Most Beautiful Sounds of Christmas, $9.99. Tim Graham on radio. Is it Tim or Travis that likes the Star Trek stuff? Tim, it's you, right? You get Radio Shack songs for the holidays. Hallmark Collection, $9.99. The Spirit of Christmas, the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, $9.99 on that. The Kingston Trio, the last month of the year. Kingston Trio is $9.99. And Christmas is My Hometown, Charlie Pride, $9.99 on Charlie Pride. Christmas with the Imperials, $9.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary Christmas, a holiday celebration, $9.99. John Denver, we sold one earlier. Here's another one. Rocky Mountain Christmas, John Denver. Another Rocky Mountain Christmas. Ray Conniff's Christmas album. And David Frost and Billy Taylor, Merry Christmas. Tanner is working on Star Trek comics right now. He is making bundles. He is making bundles. Did he try to sell me something? What happened over here? He actually may have brought me some, or maybe he was showing me what he's working on. Yeah. Maybe by tomorrow, Tim, there's a good chance there's some ready. Let me see what he done with these. Wolverine, Namor, Fantastic Four, yeah, he's, man, you're going to be in Star Trek comic book heaven after they get all these. What we're doing is we bought a guy's collection who he subscribed. So we bought a guy's collection who, he bought a new issue every day or every week or every month of something, I guess, every month. And so they're all mixed up, and we're trying to put them all together for runs. It's been a logistical nightmare, but we're almost done. And it's going to be fun. And because you're going to be able to buy a whole set. So he showed me some earlier. I don't know what I did with them or what he did with them, but essentially it's like 1 through 37. 1 through 37, and it's a complete run, or 1 through 37, but there's 45 issues, so you get, 37 and you can buy the rest. Charlie for $7. So did Jackie Reynolds. Yeah, I could have swore I tagged you for those Eddie Van Halen guitars. Somebody got tagged, and they hadn't put them back. It might have been Travis. You and Travis. I get Tim and Travis mixed up. Same name, T, same letter T, and y'all buy the lot. But I have them right over here. So if they're not on any of your invoices, let me know right now. Because guess what? I've got them here. I've got the white Eddie Van Halen. I've got the Frankenstein red, and I've got one yellow. Somebody got one because it was on my laptop, and I know that we sold them. So I guess it wasn't you, unless maybe it's on an invoice and you didn't catch it. But you probably would have got it by now because that's been like more than 2 weeks ago. So I've got them if you need them. They've been right here next to me. And if anybody else wants one, they're $49.99. And my Eddie Van Halen pre-order, Travis Woods. It was Travis Woods yellow, Travis Woods white. So Tim Graham, I gave him Travis. So he got some, and now you need some, right? Sounds like y'all both need some. Or it sounds like y'all both needed them. Travis got them. So there's yours. So let me know which color, white or yellow. Or both. And how much was Merry Christmas Baby? Merry Christmas Baby, the one with the Lyle Fulson. $14.99. Lloyd Green, Charles Brown. It's on Hollywood Records. Ordered white and yellow. All right, so these two here. All right, gotcha. So we need to sell these to Tim Graham, $49.99 each. So I'm sold out of yellow and black. I still got black and white, and I still got Frankenstein. They make another one. Do you want the one as well? Actually, I probably can show them to you right quick. They make one with a custom headstock that's also red. This is sold to Eric Squindo for $10. Sure thing. Let's put these in here on the miscellaneous stack. Christmas. Wow, those little mini guitars play well. Okay. I bought the red. Okay, thank you. Yeah, well, there's actually a different red. He had two Frankensteins. Eddie had a, he actually had a Frankenstein that had a different headstock. I'm sure he had different ones because I know different people own different ones, but I think there's, let me pull this up over here. Let me lay this flat. And for those that's here to buy vinyl, the show's pretty much coming to an end. But I'm here for questions. I'm here for concerns. I'm here for requests. I'm here for questions. I'm here to sell you stuff, especially anything that I have in stock. And my laptop's not working, so let me go to my hotspot. How is our Wi-Fi not working and I'm live streaming right now to 4 social media platforms? Crazy. It wasn't. Somehow our Wi-Fi is not working, but I'm streaming right now on 4 social media. All right, so let me look up Eddie Van Halen. The Waltons is still available. There's actually only one more crate of Christmas records. Yeah, there's actually 1, 2, 3 others. Tim Graham, are you still watching? Look at this stuff. They got on pre-order Eddie Van Halen keychains, Eddie Van Halen lapel pins, Eddie Van Halen Christmas ornaments. So let's see here. Christmas ornaments are $32.99. It looks just like the Frankenstein. $32.99 Christmas ornaments. You can get the red, the white, or the yellow. On pre-order are lapel pins, cufflinks, and keychains. I'm going to definitely have to get some of those keychains. Oh, man. Eddie Van Halen keychains. And then they make a... Yeah, it's the 5150 headstock. So it's the 5150 guitar. If you don't know what that looks like, I'll show it to you right now. This is the 5150 guitar. It has 5150 at the bottom, and it has a different headstock. So there's keychains. We have a request, last crate of Christmas. Let's do it. That way we don't leave anything behind, right? Yeah, we can't leave anything behind. What happened to the Waltons? What happened to the Waltons, though? Because we have an offer. I'm assuming, Jackie, you were passing. Jackie asked about it earlier, and I'm assuming she's passing. Was the Waltons in here? The Waltons wasn't in here, was it? Time to clean the train. I know. That was in it's got to be in another crate then. It wasn't in here. It was not over here. All right, let's check this one. And then let's run through the next one. Okay. Nope, I bet it's in here. I forgot about this little short crate. Yeah. Sold $25. Okay? Jackie says give it to Jason. You got it. Christmas. No unsold. Whoa, no, just Japanese titles. No, no keynote records. Nope. Well, Danzig. I don't think that's up your alley though. This is a big one. 2004 OG, $295. Danzig Circle of Snakes OG. Did not sell. CD Boy. And then the rest are all Japanese. The Day the Earth Caught Fire. City Boy is $10. All right. Truly, the last crate of Christmas. Chad's got to get the Waffle House. I'm famished. A very special Christmas. I'm trying to get all those together. Elvis Sings Christmas Songs, $9.99. Kenny and Dolly, Once Upon a Christmas. Kenny Rogers, Dolly Parton, original inner sleeve, $24.99. Elvis Sings The Wonderful World of Christmas. Also, we have boy, I struggle with his first name. Engelbert Humperdinck, White Christmas. I'm going to start calling him his real name, Jason or whatever. Elvis Sings The Wonderful World of Christmas. The Salso Orchestra, Christmas Jollies, $9.99. Elvis Christmas album. Got a bunch of those. Elvis Sings The Wonderful World of Christmas. Got tons of them. A Christmas Festival of Bing Crosby and Friends. $9.99. A Rockin' Christmas, Gary Puckett, Bobby Vinton, Mark Lindsay, Bobby Vinton, $9.99. Those kind of artists. Another Engelbert. We had one of those in another crate. The Beach Boys in shrink wrap, and that is that same label, that yellow capital label, $19.99 in shrink wrap. Elvis Sings The Wonderful World of Christmas. Wolverine on Rockin' Christmas. That is sold to Wolverine. And we have Jackie on Bing for $7. Sell that to Jackie for $7. Can I actually take off Bark of the Moon I got earlier? Just one as bad as I thought. As long as you send a message and let them know, because it's buried somewhere in about 14 crates right now. Just let Ed know. And I'll only charge you a $10,000 restocking fee. Restocking fee. Not too cheap. Not too cheap, but a great deal today. Just $10,000. Happy Holidays, Volume 18. That's $9.99. Christmas with the Jets. Jet. Woo, 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 woo. That's a Paul McCartney song. Joan Baez Noel. $9.99. The Longinus Symphonette Society. The Sweet Voices of Christmas. $9.99. Sing We All Merrily, A Colonial Christmas, Linda Russell and Company, $9.99. Christmas Dancing, James Last, $9.99. Elvis Sings The Wonderful World of Christmas, $14.99 on those. There's an Elvis Christmas album. There's another Elvis Christmas album. We only had one of those earlier, but there's another one of those. And then we're going to have a whole crate of Elvis probably. Just a whole crate. Ooh, Christmas Day with Colonel Sanders. This is $19.99. That's KFC. Love that chicken from Popeyes. We have Tennessee Christmas with Loretta Lynn, $14.99. Oak Ridge Boys, Reba McEntire, Jimmy Buffett. There's the rhyming on the front. Very cool. Two cool ones there. Elvis Christmas. We have Manaheim Steamroller Christmas. Manaheim Steamroller Christmas, $19.99. Bobby Vinton, A Very Merry Christmas. Bobby Vinton's in shrink yellow epic label, $9.99. Elvis Sings The Wonderful World of Christmas. We have Amy Grant, A Christmas Album, $9.99. Christmas Harmony, The Ames Brothers, $9.99. The Salsa Orchestra. Now, that's the nice ones. Do y'all know how many of these are put out in the dollar sale that are trashed? These are the nice ones that are shrink wrapped and near mint minus. You should see how many we put out in the dollar sales that are kind of beat up. Bobby Vinton are sold to Wolverine. I mean, if some of these Christmas albums immediately go VG Plus or VG, they get put out in the dollar bins for the dollar sales. Everything here is nice. I mean, they're nice copies. That's why we're taking the time to do these. Oh, I didn't read your comment earlier, Dale. Hold on one second. I saw that. I glanced at it. Chad, can I make it over there? Sealed. Taylor Swift. Well, they're kind of guaranteed. If they're sealed, people kind of know that they're real. But in today's day and age, like if I had one for a customer, I would not sell it unless it was authenticated. So honestly, I don't think it would hurt opening it up. But most people agree that if they're factory sealed, they're probably going to be legit. However, in my business, I would not sell it unless it was JSA'd. However, I did one night. I had that sealed Taylor Swift red, and we sold it for a couple $1,000s here at auction. And it was sealed. Of course, I told everybody, I'm guaranteeing it. I had a couple people begging me to put it up for auction. And then, of course, it went into all-out war. Where's Guy Shard, by the way? We've been missing him. I need to send him a message, make sure everything's okay. And then show me the first Elvis in the crate, please. One missed out earlier, sealed before. Okay, that's these right here. That was these. These are Elvis Christmas albums. This is a different track listing than that one. And this one has Blue Christmas on it, which is what a lot of people look for. So, okay, so there's the Pickwick Rainbow P. These should all be on a black Pickwick P Rainbow label. No, I don't think many Secretary or auto pens are out there with Taylor Swift. I don't think I think she assigned everything. Look at that TV special. That's cool. Yeah, so these are, there's those. So that's Blue Christmas, Silent Night, White Christmas. Santa Claus is back in town. I'll be home for Christmas. If every day was like Christmas, here comes Santa Claus down Santa Claus Lane. Oh, little town of Bethlehem. Santa, bring my baby back to me, and Mama liked the roses. So those are $9.99. It's got Blue Christmas. It's a affordable budget copy. It was a budget copy back in the day. That's why it's on Pickwick. $9.99. I've got stacks of those. Also, we have Liberace, 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, $9.99. Okay, now you're talking about this. So this is an earlier version. Santa Claus, White Christmas, I'll Be Home, Blue Christmas. Some different songs on this one too. It's got more tracks for sure. This is definitely older than the last one. This is in mono. It's LPM 1951. Now, I don't know how many variants of this it exists, but there should be a lot. But that is the one, $19.99. Now, we had a reissue of the red one earlier. We had a reissue, the one Dale's talking about. That's the one you bought, Jason. That was the reissue, okay? But if you want that one, it's available. And then I've got these. I call this one the Christmas ornaments cover. We got stacks of these. And these could have different labels. These could have yellow, black labels. Let's see, yellow. I think this one's black, yellow. Watch them all be yellow. Maybe they're all yellow. I thought this one sometimes appears on a black label. All yellow so far. Where's Mike Manning at when I need him? Mike Manning could tell us. Wait a minute. Orange, there we go. I knew there was going to be one. Orange, that's an earlier version. That one is slightly older than the rest of these. Slightly older than the rest of these. Look at the different colors and discolorations of the jackets. Jason, if you want that one, let me know. Trying to keep these all together because tomorrow during prime time, I can show them and probably sell a ton of them. David Frost, Billy Taylor, Merry Christmas. Anne Murray, Christmas Wishes, $9.99. The Johnny Mansingers, We Wish You a Merry Christmas, $9.99. Jim Reeves, 12 Songs of Christmas, $9.99 for Jim Reeves, the 12 Songs of Christmas. Oh, this one too. There's this one. This is the one that was sealed, Jason. This one. This one, that's the other one. This, okay, you know what this is? This is the RCA Camden version of the Pickwick. Okay? So, Pickwick is the budget label. This is still kind of the budget label on Camden, but it's still under RCA. That's the one you're talking about. It's the same price. It's essentially the same track listings. This is it, okay? That's the one you're talking about. This is a budget label. It's under Pickwick. So it's like Elvis was on Sun. Elvis signed to RCA. Elvis was on RCA till the day he died. Okay, but here in America, there was RCA, and then RCA had budget labels like Camden, Pickwick, and you got to think in the 70s, especially after he died in 77, the Christmas of 77, they sold a bazillion Elvis albums. He died in August of 77. Christmas of 77, they sold a bazillion Christmas albums. They couldn't make them fast enough. They couldn't make them fast enough. I mean, there was probably just millions made. That is sold to Jason Fortinrap, okay? There are Canadian Camdens, yeah. There are Canadian Canadian Camdens, yeah. Jimmy Rosrelli, this is $9.99. Was there either Temptations on colored vinyl? No, both Temptations were black vinyl. Both Temptations were black vinyl. Christmas with Tammy Wynette, $9.99. Jimmy Dean's Christmas card, $9.99 for Jimmy Dean. Slim Whitman's, $9.99. And then we have the Season of Miracles, Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, $19.99. Jim Neighbors Christmas album, he's $9. Steve and Eddie, Happy Holiday. Also Charlie McCoy Christmas. Glenn Campbell, That Christmas Feeling, $9.99. Wolverine on SR, and that was for Smokey Robinson. We have Another Christmas with Tammy Wynette. 2 of those in stock. Also, Kenny and Dolly, Once Upon a Time in Christmas, $24.99. We have 2 of those in stock. And I have Bobby Sherman's Christmas album for $14. Andy Williams, boy, he usually gets grabbed. Andy Williams, $9.99. That's still available. What's that one? Happy Holidays. It's not on here, though. Happy Holidays and a Merry Christmas. Christmas Gospelodium. That's on Verve, a white label promo. Christmas Gospelodium, $19.99. Robert Banks, Alice McClarty, The Gospel Ambassadors, Lloyd Reese, white label promo, $19.99. So Gospelodium, Andy Williams, Bobby Sherman, Kenny and Dolly, Glenn Campbell, Charlie McCoy, Steve and Eddie, Jim Neighbors, Tammy, Slim, Jimmy Davis, Jimmy Rosala, Jim Reeves, Johnny Mann, Ann Murray, David Frost, Liberace, Salso, Ames Brothers, Amy Grant, Manaheim, Tennessee, Tennessee Christmas, Colonel Sanders, James Last, we sing this one, that one, and this one. Andy Williams was $9.99. Wolverine obviously missed that very first crate we went through because I could tell he wasn't watching because there was a lot of stuff in there. He would have 100% unequivocally definitely bought. Let me make sure I got all these Elvis pulled out. Try and get them all together. Trying to get them all together now. All together now. That is the Beatles. All together now. There's another Salsoul. There's another Jim Neighbors. I know that I've got extras of those, so let's put them together. Oh, there's another Elvis, earlier one, and then there's another Elvis. All right. So here is a little bit different one here. This one's Elvis Memories of Christmas. That one's a little bit different, $19.99. We don't get as many as those. And then there's another earlier one, okay? There's another earlier one, $19.99 on that one. So I've got 2 of those. And then I know I got several of these Salsa Orchestra, like a bunch of them. There's Jim Neighbors. Memory game trying to match all these. Obviously, John didn't want to. And then he's like, yeah, you can do that, Chad. That sounds like a good project for you. Well, we've sold about an entire crate of Christmas records in this last segment because I just emptied and condensed one. And there's this one. And then Trying to get all these together. Yeah, let's do this one more time. Okay, I bet Wolverine will like this one. Let's do this one more time. It was the new arrival one for tonight. And plus, after I take out all the Elvis, there's not going to be much left. Over here, Tennessee Christmas and Jim Neighbors. Give me 1 second. So, Tennessee Christmas was $14.99. Jim Neighbors was $9.99. 14 and 9. 14 and 9. Ding 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 da da. 9 9 14. Carols for Brass, Volume 2, $9.99. Carols for Brass, $9.99. The Gallard Brass Ensemble. A 246 Bell Christmas, $9.99. God Rest Ye Merry Jazzmen, $9.99. Perry Como Sings Merry Christmas, $9.99. The Temptations Christmas card, that's in shrink wrap, black vinyl Motown, The Temptations. And that is a reissue, but probably from the 70s. $19.99 on that. Jim Neighbors sold $7 to Jackie Reynolds, and Tennessee sold $9 to Jackie Reynolds. Wolverine on the Temptations, that sold. Johnny Mathis for Christmas, $9.99. Another Engelbert Humperdinck, A Merry Christmas, $9.99 on that one. The Mormon Tabernacle Choir Sings Christmas Carols, $9.99. Also, Kenny Rogers Christmas. Kenny is $9.99. The Four Seasons Christmas album, $19.99. Four Seasons on Phillips. And then there's that Elvis. And there's that Elvis. There's two more of those. And then here is Elvis, 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 Elvis. There's four more of those. I've almost got them all together. And we've sold a bunch already too. Jasmine 5. Jasmine 7. $6.99 to be exact. Wolverine gets Four Seasons. Sold. Christmas Melodies, Percy Faith, $9.99. Another very special Christmas. Joy to the World, music with Andre Costonauts. Christmas of the Mormon Tabernacle. Do They Know It's Christmas? The Weather Girls, Dear Santa, Bring Me a Man This Year, $9.99. Engelbert again. Placido, Placido, Placido Domingo. Jim Reeves, The 12 Songs of Christmas, $9.99. God Rest Ye Merry Jazzmen is sold for $7, and that is to David Hoy, which is right here. That's sold to Ray Red. And then we have The Sound of Christmas, $9.99. The Temptations, Give Love at Christmas. The Temptations, that's the one from the 70s, like a 70s release. $19.99. Merry Christmas by Don Wurtzen and Phil and Lynn Bauer. That is $19.99. And Songs for the Christmas Season. Nat King Cole, Al Martino, Al Wilson, sealed for $9.99. I am closing with Christmas, yes. We are closing. It's closing time with Christmas. Wolverine on the Temptations. This is going to be one of the last read-throughs. Someday at Christmas, Stevie Wonder, $19.99. Bobby V, Christmas album, On Liberty, in shrink wrap, $9.99. Christmas Organ and Chimes by Robert Reams, $9.99. We have the Vienna Choir Boys Christmas Festival, $9.99. Wolverine. I knew he was going to grab Stevie Wonder. I knew it. He was going to. I could have just pulled all these out and put them on your invoice, and you would have been okay with it. Sold to Wolverine. We also have Christmas Carols. Andrew Rowan Summers, Folkways, $9.99. Here's another one. Stevie Wonder, 1967, $39.99. Tamla Motown does have a paper pull, $67, $39.99. And then the Waverly Consort Christmas, and then Christmas Sing-Along in Swedish, $9.99. And of course, I pulled these out. I'm going to move them to the front of the crate so I know where they're at. Elvis, Memories of Christmas. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Of course, he gets the other Stevie Wonder. I had a feeling that's coming. These are really cool. They're both reissues. They're 87 presses. Phil Spector Christmas album. One open, $39. One sealed, $49. Open and sealed, $39 and $49. The Phil Spector. Tough to get an OG of that for sure. And then, of course, there's the Do They Know It's Christmases. And then I've almost got all the very special Christmases together. There is, whoa. Jim Neighbors almost pushed the whole crate off. There's all those. Trying to get all my big duplicates together. And then this is pretty amazing. This is going to be cool to look at, getting all these together. And every year we have about this many. And by the first of the year, we'll have none left. It's amazing. Look at all these. And like I said, these are our nice copies. This is how, when we buy collections, thousands and thousands of people's personal collections all throughout the year, we end up with that many copies sometimes of the same record. It'd be the same way if we waited till Christmas to put out Elton John. If we waited till Christmas and put out Elton John, I'd have like a whole crate of a certain album, which might not be a bad strategy, because I bet if we put them all out and said they're all nice and we priced them for one flat price, they'd all sell. And then here's that other one. And so here's the prices. I mean, these could vary year, but across the board, these are $14.99. These are $14.99. This one's $9.99, $14.99, and then I've got these two earlier ones here. And these are $19.99. So there's that. The other stuff I think y'all have seen before. And we have 3 crates of leftover Christmas records, which is okay, because after I pull out some of these best titles again, we're going to have them all together, and we're going to sell a bunch of them. Anybody else? Final call. I think we're done. Now, I still got some to auction. I got a Carpenter's over here to auction. Somebody already bought one tonight, but John Denver and Muppets, it needs to be auctioned. So, just FYI. FYI. There's some probably bigger stuff to come for auction. No problem. Anybody else? 81 viewers still live. We got 2 Carpenters over here. Man, the other night we had a war for one. Who was it that got it? Let's see if that's keyed in yet. What was his name? It was... it might be on his ticket already. What was his name? I was going to see what it sold for. I mean, I was going to re-auction it, but I mean, I could match the price, but it was, these always demand, this is one of these things that kind of go crazy at auction. So obviously we save them for auction. I can't remember his name though. There's hundreds of invoices already keyed in. Here's, I'm scrolling through our database over here. There's like already invoices this week, hundreds. Whew, man, y'all buy a lot of stuff. I was hoping I'd see his name and we could figure out what one sold for. Yeah, I think it was around 150 or 160. It might not be into the system yet. We probably just need to run it again tomorrow. I mean, we started it at $20, and I think it ended up bringing 160. Yeah, I have no idea. It'd take a while for me to find that. Plus, this system gets glitchy doing it on a phone. So, this Carpenter's Christmas out. I think the last one we sold 150. which is this album here is not in print, it's probably one of the more requested ones, of course. So we'll just run it again. I mean, the next one might bring 50. The next one might bring 150 again. I don't know. Or it could get one bid for 20 bucks. I have a whole database of records. No matter what I think it should sell for, I'm going to put it up for auction, because it might not sell for very little, but it also, for auction, could sell for a world record price. I've sold some stuff here before at world record prices. And that's what we do. We auction stuff. I've also sold some stuff tonight, the cheapest it's ever sold for, also a world record. Like that 45 that Jim B bought. That was the cheapest it ever sold for. We've also sold some stuff at auction for the most it's ever sold for in history. Like not even close. So I've sold stuff on both spectrums. I've sold stuff the cheapest it will probably ever sell for again. And I've sold some stuff for the most they will ever sell for in history. I think I hold some world records on prices. But I've also been on the other, I've been on the bad end of the deal as a dealer too. I've sold some stuff like, my gosh, this is only getting one bid for $25. The last one sold on Discogs for $190, you know, that kind of stuff. So I better wait. I mean, 50 is honestly a fair price, but I've already told some other people I better wait. I mean, if I've told somebody I went ahead and sold that, I think tonight and the night before, I told somebody, the backup bidder, I told them we was going to do another one. And we got this one. And we got this one, so. Yeah, I've been on both ends of that deal. But whoever bought it, that's what it was worth to them. Hey, listen, they probably wouldn't even bid if I would have said, would you give 150 for it? They probably would have said, yes, send it to me right now. And then there's some people that might not want to pay $5 for it. They're like, what am I going to do with a Carpenter's Christmas album? There might be somebody out there on that snowy Christmas night that really, really wants to listen to it. If they could get it instantly, they might pay $500 for it. So, who knows? The value of something determines the person buying it. You take that out in the street to the guy on the side of the road, homeless over here, living underneath a bridge, he wouldn't give you a dime for it. The right person, right time, the right auction on here, they might be like, Chad, my wallet, I've got my checkbook out, son. How much? Okay, anybody else on any last request? Final call. We'll run some of those tomorrow or soon. Let's look at Laura's hot picture to end the show. Laura has sent me hot pictures for tomorrow. Wow. Metal Night Part 2? Oh my gosh, let's start right here. Dio, Twisted Sisters, Tigers of Pantane, Creator, Danzig, Parliament, Pulp Fiction, Halloween, Holy Moses, Hawkwind, Alice in Chains, Accept, Armored Saint. Who is that? Axe Witch, Iron Maiden, Pink Floyd, Bruce Dickinson, Judas Priest, Parliament, Killer, Green Jelly, Grateful Dead, Blind Illusion, Girl School, Helix, Scorpions, Tesla, Yesterday and Today. Who is this up here? I don't know who that is. I don't know that one. AC/DC, Demon, The Witch. Is that who that is? Oh, another Axe Witch. Dokken, Witchblade, what is this here? Cloak and Dagger. Some more deep cut metal for me. And then Black Sabbath, Tony Iommi. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and film tomorrow morning 6 a.m. video. I'm going to go ahead and film the 9 a.m. vintage discount crate. I always got to do that. I can't just ever walk out the door here when the shows are over. I used to say good night, turn off everything, and I would walk out the door. But now I got to clean up and do these videos. I do these videos every morning. So I got to find the records, get them up front, film it, upload it, get the discount crate, sort them, tag them, video it, upload it, and then I can leave. So I'm going to hopefully be at Waffle House in 1 hour. I'll be lucky if I get there in 1 hour. And then I'm going to the gym, which isn't a good thing after Waffle House. And then I'm going to try to finally get to bed early after I reorder a bunch of stuff because we have a lot of waiting list. And I got to order vinyl every day, so we have deliveries every day. I'm going to be up for about the next 7 hours. So I got a lot to do between now and then. Thank y'all as always for watching. Y'all were amazing. Appreciate it. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll be back on about 5:30, 6 o'clock. 5:30, 6 o'clock. Thank y'all. If you want to get a good buy-in, you probably should have already sent it so it pops up. And I want to see all of y'all. I need all of y'all back on here tomorrow. That was just a preview of the auctions, right? It doesn't mean we're having another metal show. That means a lot of the stuff we're selling tomorrow at auction will be metal. But that also means John's here, Laura's here, and we're going to be putting out a lot of pre-owned vintage stuff. Also, Paul is leaving for Atlanta in the morning at 9:30 to go buy a huge collection. So just when you think everything's over, it's not. There's a lot more on the way. They're about to go buy thousands and thousands of records.